Chapter 141. How to distribute the school pass quickly and easily. It's easy. Bo-Rui patted his chest and said that he would do it. Everyone was curious. At present, the best way they thought of was to notify each dormitory building one by one. There were about 200 or 300 people living in a dormitory building. And there were only 6 dormitory buildings in total. Just find 6 people to notify and distribute them. But Bo-Rui obviously didn't take this approach. All the students who had been reselected had a full 3 days of adjustment time, which was also for the physical consideration of these children. They were worried that they would not be in good condition and could not adapt to the subsequent intensity. So, in the early morning of the second day after receiving the notification of passing, before the sun rose, many freshmen were awakened by the roars of monsters. The roars were sharp and full of annoying frequencies, making everyone unable to sleep. Some students even got up and cursed with a gloomy face. "What is Screech doing? What is Screech doing?" The seniors showed a feeling of being expected. They yawned and asked in the class group using the school Easy Pass. "Who of you went to do the task again? Didn't we agree to postpone the task time? Didn't you do it? I haven't done this kind of low-cost effective work for a long time. And it won't cheat anyone. Didn't do it +1. I've been doing alchemy to earn contribution points recently. There are so few tasks recently. And new students have come. Does Screech really not plan to add more tasks? Recently there is a task to organize books, which is a bit troublesome. But there can be some progress. If you are interested, you can try it. Asudo, you can also try it." After asking around, no one admitted it. Everyone was shocked. Finally, after searching for a long time, they found Bori, who had been silent all the time. How did they find out? Bori used the magic trumpet he had borrowed on credit, and very unscrupulously notified the students at 5 in the morning amidst the roars of beasts. Ahem. Hello, fellow students. I am your senior. Thank you very much for gathering at Screech for a close training session. As the old saying goes, a day's plan begins in the morning. If you slack off in the morning, you be lazy all day long. Screech felt sorry for everyone's wasted time. Look, although the sun hasn't risen yet at 5 o'clock. You saw the moment when the sun rose. Wouldn't you be moved? Freshmen, if they weren't worried about the assessment, they would definitely catch the senior and beat him up. Bori continued with a smile. Don't be nervous. Everyone. There will be many emergencies in Screech in the future. You have to get used to it. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you something important. Don't forget to listen. To prevent everyone from falling asleep. Bori was fiddling with something, and the roar of the monsters became sharper, one after another, making the freshmen scalps numb. I can't sleep. This time I really can't sleep, Bori said in a mean way. Everyone, pack up and remember to come to the library to pick up the manuals, training uniforms and school pass during the school training period. There will be a surprise. Oh, by the way, since we are not sure whether you can stay, our school pass is temporarily rented. After successfully staying, you need to use contribution points to redeem it. The training uniform is free. Just treat it as our breakup fee. Don't be too grateful to Screech. Students, The freshmen probably didn't understand why they were grateful just for giving them a piece of clothing. But when they were fighting for tasks for 1 contribution point in the future, they realized that although the seniors looked unreliable, and were sometimes unreliable, their unreliable words were full of their blood and tears. Anyway, now they couldn't sleep after being woken up. And with a strong sense of resentment, they had to pack up and go to collect various items. Siashichan was usually awake at 5 o'clock, so the beast's roar had no effect on him. Except, it's quite wicked. He shook his head and laughed. I don't know what tricks he has come up with. He suddenly became a little excited. Perhaps the winter and summer camps could be used as a reference? Few of the freshmen dared to delay. They rushed to the library as soon as they received the notice. And some students were even in dishevel. There were 2 or 3 seniors guarding the entrance of the library. Seeing the freshmen's embarrassed performance, they didn't change much and still greeted them very kindly. Come on. Come on. Here is the school motto manual. This is the school motto uniform. And this is the school pass. Take them all. A senior sister smiled and seemed easy to talk to. The freshman approached curiously. Senior sister, what is the school pass? The senior sister smiled and said nothing. It's a good thing. You will love it. An ambiguous answer. The freshman scratched his head, knowing that he would not get an answer. So he simply took the things and left. so as not to make the senior sister have a bad impression of him. The freshmen who followed also asked a few questions, and some of them were chatty, and tried to build good relationships with the seniors. Unexpectedly, they were very easy to talk to, and answered all the questions without saying anything. They were also very gentle. They were simply angels on earth. Seniors, what will the elimination test be? Part of it is introduced in the school motto manual, and the rest must be kept secret to give you some freshness. Don't worry, dear. It's not difficult. As long as you work hard, you will definitely pass it. Come on. I'm waiting for you to become a member of Screech. Try a little bit, and you will suffer more if you pass. Senior, I heard that Screech has monthly assessments. Is that true? It's true, but it's just a test of the knowledge you have learned so far. The principal also hopes that everyone can master the knowledge points they have learned so far, so as to avoid having no foundation for learning advanced knowledge in the future. I personally think that the monthly exam is nothing. Combat assessment. Cheating in the monthly exam and being forced to retake it is really amazing. In comparison, the monthly exam is really kind. Senior, why do you want us to gather so early? It's not even daybreak yet. Develop a habit. Your school life will be very rich in the future. If you don't have a good work and rest schedule, you will easily miss many wonderful moments. Other people's wonderful moments are your moments. The little ones are now proficient in the art of language. They know what to say and what not to say. Anyway, they just don't say there are any pitfalls. They haven't even entered school yet. And their instructor is me. How can I tell them there are pitfalls now? We are still enemies now. Everyone tacitly filled the holes, pretended nothing had happened, and distributed freshman supplies to the freshmen. In addition to the uniform school training uniforms, all from head to toe, Screech also prepared a gift pack of daily necessities, such as towels. But the quality of this was not particularly good. Just ordinary materials, to provide convenience for some students who did not bring daily necessities. The college provided various conveniences. The seniors were gentle, and the freshmen fell in love on the spot. There was no intrigue, no yin and yang, and it was harmonious and beautiful. What kind of fairy college is Screech? The freshmen held their things, and the resentment of being woken up before dissipated. They couldn't wait to see what was there. Most of the freshmen were smart enough to read the student motto handbook first. The motto handbook was divided into 5 sections. The first one was the principal's message, which simply welcomed them and told them to eat and drink well here. What they gained was the biggest gain. It didn't matter whether they could stay or not, and they looked forward to meeting again next time. The students felt that the principal was really sincere, and they immediately liked this principal whom they had never met. The following are the school motto: life, school easy access, and tuition. The school motto briefly talks about the assessment content, and the main point is that they need to find relevant instructors' information on the forum to select an instructor for themselves. Each instructor has his own hobbies and different teaching methods. They are all seniors of the freshmen, and will try their best to guide everyone and win good results in every assessment. At present, the assessment method is still maintained every 2 weeks. The content of each assessment is uncertain, but there is an accurate standard for elimination. So, will the senior who gave us the training uniforms today lead us? Some students were eager to try. She is really gentle. She shouldn't be as scary as the teachers. Right? I know that, senior. It's Her Highness Ophelia. Her Highness is always gentle. You can't go wrong if you close your eyes and choose her blindly. Please continue reading. The life section introduces the various places currently open in the academy and the map, so that students can have a map in time when they can't find the way. Of course, when the students successfully enroll, their instructors will also take them around the college to familiarize themselves with the campus. This place describes in detail the college cafeteria, which is cheap and large in quantity. It is all monster meat and demon plant meat, which can be said to be good things full of energy. Just based on this point, they can understand why Screech students can advance so quickly. It's really worth it. Screech, who has already developed a breeding industry, smiled and said nothing. Finally, the most curious and most concerned thing is the School Easy Pass. School Easy Pass has few functions now, and the description is also very simple, so the students grasp the key points at once. Forum usage rules. Without saying anything, they touch School Easy Pass, which is entered through mental power, with low consumption, and most students can browse for about an hour. Clicking into the forum, There are several red titles, top. Scritch student form rules and violation penalties. Exquisite. Self-introductions of each instructor during the Scritch school training and registration methods. Exquisite. You have to know about the survival methods of Scritch. Fine. Several administrators have added that the current teacher characteristics of Scritch, to be updated, are all solid and useful. Students browse them one by one eagerly. Those who pay attention to the rules read the rules as soon as possible. And those who don't pay attention to them posted without saying a word. Some posts that do not conform to the format were deleted by the administrator. And many posts were quickly filled with meaningless replies. Oh my god. This is real. Am I really not dreaming? It was really sent out. It's amazing. Is this a little surprise? I like it so much. Everyone, please be more frugal when posting and replying. I found that posting and replying consume a lot of energy. My friend has already gone to rest. It doesn't matter. Such a magical thing needs to be studied carefully. Anyway, there is no training today. Brothers and sisters, go to the instructor introduction post. You need to choose the instructor you like. What? Many freshmen subconsciously rushed to that post. I thought it was just a popular science post. But I didn't expect there was such hidden news. I came in early. Unlike most students who just took a quick look and chose based on their first impression. She looked at each one carefully. Instructor, novice. Introduction, time mage. Gentle and easy to talk to. Instructor of the special class. Only freshmen with 2 lives can unlock him. Attached is a front view of the instructor. This picture was drawn by Julian. Although Julian is lazy, he has good painting skills. In his painting, Novice slightly tilted his head and looked at the side, with a melancholy and gentle feeling. It is indeed very easy to bully. But Aya doesn't believe it. She always feels that there is a layer of separation in this look. But 2 lives are still very fragrant. Aya is just an ordinary student, without 2 lives. Just continue to read. It seems that the ranking is directly based on the strength level of the seniors. Perhaps there are some ideas that want to make the students as outstanding as possible. How to say it? I always feel that those with higher strength have more resentment. But it's hard to say. What if someone is secretly bad? Going further down, there are Chris, Lucius, Ophelia, and Vera. Senior magicians. Aya's target is these senior magicians. She knows that her strength is not good enough. And she also knows that choosing these senior magician instructors is beyond her ability. But she still wants to give it a try. If she wants to choose, she must choose the best. She is already very weak. If she doesn't work harder, how can she surpass most people and successfully enter Screech? As for these 4 instructors, which one should she choose? Aya looked at the 4 instructors hesitantly. Lucius Chris looked mean. Even if his resume was good, there would probably be pitfalls. She knew the name of Her Highness Ophelia. There must be many candidates. Maybe many nobles. Aya wanted to choose her. But she didn't choose because she was worried about her interpersonal relationships. Vera. This sweet-looking noble duke might have many suitors and admirers who chose her. From this point of view, these 4 senior magicians didn't agree with her choice. Aya wrinkled her face and scrolled down again. She was immediately attracted by the next instructor introduction. Instructor, Bori Amos. Introduction, a humorous, bold and careful senior. The best in magic and martial arts. An intermediate magician. Good at martial arts and proficient in body training. It is no problem to fight against high-level magicians. You are the best choice for success. Hey. Aya's eyes gradually lit up. Proficient in body training. Doesn't that mean she has a chance? Let's make a bet. Who of us will be full first? Bori put one foot on the table and said complacently, my introduction is concise but straightforward. They will definitely choose me more. Not necessarily. Ophelia deliberately said. Those who want to stay should of course choose the better ones. It's normal for them to choose me more for a gentle personality like me. Right? Bori, It's hard to refute. Superficial freshman. Bori was very indignant. Nathaniel yawned. Anyway, we will definitely fill it up later. It doesn't matter. Natha. What you said is wrong. Lucius said seriously. You are soft-hearted. So we certainly can't leave the thorns to you. Nathaniel, He looked at his ally with mixed feelings. You mean soft-hearted? Is it the Speechless series prepared by Chloe? Or Julian's My Leisure Depends on the Hard Work of the Freshman series? Or, Lucius said nonchalantly. So what? To enter my class? You must be the champion of the whole class. And the goal is to surpass the novice class. Nathaniel. Novice class? 60 people. Right. According to the current class division, 60 people who can pass both tests will be selected as the preliminary selection. And then those with excellent performance will be promoted. And those who are eliminated will be screened down. No matter what. His class will maintain 60 people. There is no assessment target. Only ruthless entry and exit. But Lucius has only 80 people. If you have to eliminate those who are good enough to enter the express class, and those who are eliminated, there will be 60 people left in the end. What is the difference between this and not eliminating? Unfortunately, not only Lucius, but Chris is also full of fighting spirit. Chris looked at Lucius sideways. I am different. Our class has only one goal. To be the second in the number of students in the whole year. 60 people is not realistic. But he can strive to be the second. Lucius and Chris quarreled again. Vera looked at the two naive teenagers, shook her head, and looked like she couldn't do anything about them. Anna? They boys are really boring. Anna nodded. Yes. Just try your best. You can't say that. Isabella came over. You want to trick the freshmen. But if there are not enough people left, doesn't that prove that our training is ineffective? It's really embarrassing in front of Screech. That's right. Bori joined the topic very smoothly. Bori, must impress Screech in this training. Don't underestimate me anymore. Students, Chris stopped bickering with Lucius and turned around and said, It seems that the application is full. Whose is it? Ophelia leaned over nervously and smiled when she saw it. Oh, sorry everyone. My 80 people have gathered. I have to go manage the group first. Others, Lucius said sourly. Oh my God. This class of freshmen really has no ambition at all. How can freshmen give up the training just to be good? That's right. Chris also agreed. And then he found that his quota was filled up second. Chris changed the subject. But it is undeniable that personal charm is also one of the factors for being selected. Lucius, don't complain too much. Think about yourself more when you have time. Lucius, Damn it. These are definitely the new students they received with the help of their connections in the royal city. So why is the dark church so closed? Lucius is not convinced. Whether they accept it or not, they still received about 80 new students. There are still a few new students left. And because they realized it late, they can only be randomly assigned to instructors nearby. It can be regarded as a kind of fate. As soon as the results of the class division came out, the instructors got to know the new students in their training groups. Instructor Ophelia, hello. Freshman. I am your new instructor Ophelia. I will be with you for the next 2 months. Instructor Ophelia, you should have understood the basic information through the training manual. I would like to inform you again that you must read the training manual carefully. The manual is still very important. Instructor Ophelia, in addition, everyone will divide the dormitory according to this arrangement tonight. From now on, people in our class will live in the same building for easy communication. If you have any questions, you can consult me in the group. I will also issue announcements in the group if I have anything. Please don't miss the announcement. As she said that, Ophelia immediately issued a notice to change dormitories. This time was just when the freshmen were choosing their classes. Everyone saw what Ophelia said and asked all kinds of strange questions. Ophelia also had a good temper. As long as the questions were not too much, she would answer them one by one. It was obvious that she was a kind senior sister, which made the freshmen more and more excited. Fortunately, I chose quickly. Her Highness Ophelia is worthy of being the crown prince of the empire. She is not only capable, but also gentle. She answered so many questions without getting impatient. I really made the right choice. Me too. Me too. Wow. I love Her Highness Ophelia so much. I hope I can stay in Screech, so that with this experience, I can talk to Her Highness Ophelia more. Right? Love Ophelia. Love Screech. I want to post a message to praise my instructor. Coincidentally, when other groups are full, the instructors come out to issue notices. Some are businesslike. Some act cute. Some are gentle and free and easy. And some get along well with the freshmen and are very easy to get along with. Not only that, the seniors also revealed a piece of news. Their teachers are also very down-to-earth and easy to get along with. And every teacher will take care of every inch of their talents. Long live Screech. No matter what the military training life will be like later. The freshmen really like Screech at this moment, and are determined to stay in such a happy big family. Some freshmen even spontaneously read more books and go out for a run every day. They hope that they can improve their competitiveness a little and successfully stay here. Time passed by in this leisurely atmosphere. During these 3 days, the freshmen gradually got to know Screech. They saw the magical and natural meditation room, the interesting sandbox room, and saw the magic beast garden and magic plant garden, the laboratories with various experimental equipment, and the teaching building from afar. However, why doesn't Screech's teaching building have a single table or chair? Isn't this too poor? A freshman raised doubts. Not necessarily. I see that there is a magic automatic cooking table installed at the front, which can also make food. It shouldn't be possible. I've walked around and found that only the 5th and 6th floors of the teaching buildings have those old tables and chairs, while the gorgeously decorated teaching buildings below have none. Are they worried about being stolen? Are the newly bought tables and chairs expensive? Someone asked the seniors curiously, and got a uniform answer. This is a surprise. A secret welcome ceremony. Hush. Welcome ceremony? Everyone became even more curious and quietly hid this in their hearts. Screech Academy is very large, and theoretically it may not be possible to visit it all in 3 days. But there are not many buildings available. Everyone walked around for 3 days, and finally learned about all the places they should know, although they still have some knowledge of some words, such as contribution points. They are still eager to try. The training will start soon. They will definitely stay here. Stay in this magical magic academy. Monday, 5 o'clock in the morning. Roar! The familiar roar of the beast sounded, and all the students' school Etong suddenly shook and sent them an instructors at. Instructor XX, all students, gather in the square within 10 minutes. Identify your class, and don't get lost. Instructor XX, the timer starts. Every minute you are late will be deducted 1 point. The deduction will be taken from the assessment score. Just 2 simple sentences made everyone sweat profusely. What was more frightening? The devil instructors told them not to forget to clean up the dormitory. XX instructor, don't forget to tidy up the quilt and the room. Although the inspection on the first day was not strict, if it was messy, you would still lose points. Damn it! I didn't say that I would check the dormitory before. They just slept on the floor after I said it. Many freshmen cursed. Unlike auditors, freshmen had to pass outrageous theoretical tests and hard endurance tests before coming in for elimination training. No one wanted to be eliminated like this. So of course they all worked very hard. They put on their training suits without delay and stuffed everything visible to the naked eye into the closet. No one knew what the other's standard of cleanliness was, so they might as well take precautions. After they finished cleaning themselves, they looked at the time and saw that 5 minutes had passed. They didn't wash their faces or brush their teeth. Everyone looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and hurried to gather. Damn it. Training. Elimination. The dormitory was a distance away from the square, which was not a training place for students, so it was not very close. 5 minutes was actually a bit rushed. When the freshmen arrived at the square panting, their instructors were already there. Each instructor wore a special training uniform, which was a common black uniform at Screech School of Magic. The uniforms had various gold chains holding their medals of honor, as well as some beautiful epaulets, gems, and a belt that outlined their waists, highlighting their figures, with a sunshade hat. At first glance, they were all energetic knights. But the freshmen now have no energy to appreciate the charm of the instructors. Their embarrassed posture is in sharp contrast with the instructors' idle posture, and the freshmen feel like they are stray dogs. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, when everyone stood in their classes one after another, their instructors were still gathered together, occasionally looking down and taking out their pocket watches to check the time, like demons who were counting some bad things. Instructors, don't you want to come? 20 or so instructors gathered together, talking and laughing, staring at them with a very strange look. It was really very scary. But actually, Ophelia looked up. These freshmen are good. They came quite quickly. Villa glanced at them and laughed. It can be seen that they were too busy to wash their faces. Right? The buttons of their clothes are all wrong. It's true. Ophelia shook her head and laughed. It seems that we need to pay attention to our appearance. How can students of Screech be untidy? Even if you are in a mess when you go out, you have to show off your Screech style, or pretend to be cool. Oh, right. You can't go too far like Bori. It's too Well, anyway, Ophelia thinks it's not right. Chris touched his pocket watch and checked the time again. 1 minute left. 300 people left. Lucius crossed his arms. This probability is not bad. They are all thoughtful children. And they are good at training. Bori, you have such a bad taste. And you even teamed up to say bad things about me? Lucius Chris glanced at Bori. His face unchanged. You deserve it. When someone boasts about how good Instructor Bori is, relying on his status as a forum leader, he should understand that he will sooner or later receive feedback from the evil force. Bori was speechless. Novice tried to smooth things over. 1 minute is up. Let's not be late. I go to class first. As he said that, he turned around and moved quickly, and unexpectedly produced the effect of teleportation, and instantly moved in front of his class. Other instructors also showed their magical powers. Some teleported directly with the space system. Some activated the magic broom to fly over. Some flew with a flying spell. And some ran directly. Anyway, they all arrived in front of their classes successfully within the 10-minute limit. Novice's team was the only one where everyone arrived on time. Although they had 2 lives, they did not dare to slack off, and almost all of them arrived early. Novice glanced at all the students and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, everyone is very fast. But I think everyone also understands that we are a special magic class. You have the right to be immune to elimination once. So naturally you will have more intensive training and requirements. So now, I will first announce a few rules of our special magic class. I hope everyone can remember them in their hearts, and don't be eliminated because of this. As soon as he came, he talked about elimination, which made everyone nervous. They listened nervously, fearing that something was missing. Novice was very satisfied. He adjusted the brim of his hat and smiled slightly. First, absolutely obey the instructor's words. A student frowned. You have to obey unreasonable requests? Nades looked at the student with a tolerant look. I will only make some requirements on you in training. All unreasonable training is reasonable. You can complain privately, but the requirements must be completed. Otherwise points will be deducted. The students hesitated to speak, but Novice said the second sentence. Second, anyone who wants to speak must report and get the instructor's consent before they can have a conversation. This is discipline. Without discipline, the entire training will appear lazy. His words were very strong, but there was some truth in them. Although the students felt that this was too restrictive, they still endured it. There was no way. They had no right to choose their instructors. Novice said the third point. Third, unlike other classes where the deduction points are counted in the assessment, our deduction points are immediate. Anyone who deducts more than 20 points in normal times will be eliminated directly. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. 20 points? Nadius was an expert at giving a stern warning. After making the stern request, he also comforted them. Don't be nervous. There are deductions and bonuses. But bonuses are hard to come by. Besides, our training is not difficult. We don't look at talent, but at effort. We don't look at character, but at perseverance. As long as you can persist, you will definitely stay. His sonorous and powerful words still brought a little comfort to the students. After all, there is still some hope. Right? Some students raised their hands and shouted report. Novice pointed at the students with satisfaction. Chihuahua, what do you want to ask? Chihuahua was surprised that Novice could call out his name, and was also excited to be taken seriously. He stuttered for a moment. Instructor, I want to ask, what are we going to train today? Is it related to our assessment? Good question. Novice praised, and asked the little student to return to the team, and then answered in front of the student's bright eyes. Is today's training related to the assessment? Of course. Our daily training will be related to the assessment. What are we training today? Novice's eyes curved. 3 items. First, standing at attention and practicing commands to train a neat and united square formation. Second, endurance running, to lay a solid foundation for everyone to adapt to subsequent training. Third, inspect each student's room and point out the future housekeeping standards. Students, check housekeeping today? Novice blinked. Don't be nervous. It's the first day. As long as it's not too much, we won't deduct points. Before he finished speaking, Chris's cold voice came from the team next to him. 1 minute late will deduct 1 point. Every point is crucial. You must have a sense of time next time. The students looked at Novice silently. They didn't know whether this 1 minute was too much. But after thinking carefully, it was clearly stated in the notice. So the instructor should not be blamed? Novice had a reason. It is unavoidable to deduct what should be deducted. But we will not deduct what should not be deducted casually. We all want performance. The more you stay, the more contribution points the instructors will get. Of course, we will do our best. Once again, as if they were not compatible, the voice of Instructor Lucius came from the other side. You are 2 minutes late. Do you know how important every minute is? If you are eliminated in the first round, how can I surpass the number of people left in the Express Magic class next door? Contribution points? It's okay to deduct my contribution points. I have 3-digit contribution points. So what's there to be afraid of? But you? Since you have chosen my class, you have to fight with me. Our goal is to train as hard as the Express class and strive to minimize the number of eliminated people. I can deduct contribution points. But you must stay. Novice students, Well, so scary. How come it is the same as what Instructor Novice said, but also different? Novice glanced at Lucius, sighed, and looked innocent. Instructor Lucius is a relatively competitive instructor. It seems that his students may have a chance to squeeze out your lives in a round of assessments. We can't show weakness. Right? Are you willing to give your lives to others? The students stared. No. Novice, okay. Then let's work together and strive for the original team to stay until the end. And piss off Instructor Lucius to death. The students were excited. The original team. Stay until the end. The original team. Stay until the end. Lucius and Chris listened to their encouraged voices and were not to be outdone. Lucius looked at his students. What about you? Do you want an extra life? Yes. Lucius smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Then we will also set a goal to replace the original team in their class. And we will ask Screech to give 20 more lives as an exception. An exception. Everyone was very excited. We can do it. This was an incentive that the instructors and students were very satisfied with. Chapter 142. It is impossible to train the troops to stand at attention in the morning. But it is possible to make the troops neat. The little guys stood at the front of the team, facing each freshman with a determined face who was easy to deceive. And then they took out a teaching stick from their arms and the matching magic teaching mirror. Then let's start with the simplest one. Standing at attention. Beaureuil pinched the tip of the teaching stick. Our ordinary class. Just stand for 30 minutes first. You can even squat in horse stance. So it's okay to just stand for a while. Right? Is it okay to just stand there? So relaxed? The freshmen looked at each other and answered loudly. No problem. Beaureuil smiled. I will use the teaching stick to help you correct your posture. Pay attention. You must be handsome and sharp. And don't lose the spirit of our class. Okay. Their response was deafening. There was nothing they could do. Although Beaureuil's class didn't accumulate students as quickly as Chris and his classmates, they were all suitable. They all liked to be swordsmen and had practiced a lot. Although they were not very strong, they at least claimed to be stronger than those delicate magicians. So they naturally did not think it was difficult to stand for 30 minutes. But soon, they regretted it. No. This teaching stick is actually used to beat people? Ah! After a year, the little ones finally heard this familiar call and felt very familiar. Everyone, pay attention to the teaching mirror. If your posture is wrong, you will be corrected. After the instructors explained, the teaching sticks that were used to correct mistakes danced more happily. Ah! Wait. This. Why is there corporal punishment? Well said. We continue next time. Beaureuil smiled. During training, you can't talk without the instructor's permission. So anyone who speaks out will stand for 10 more minutes. Students, who can hold back and not scream when being beaten? How is that possible? Also, is it really okay to beat students like this? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, including the former auditors. They were in the novice team, and although theoretically they didn't need to participate in this elimination, but who made them promise to set an example for their seniors? They never thought that this example would cost them their lives. Now novices' rhetoric is always, come on. Everyone has 2 lives. So naturally they don't worry about being eliminated. But those who can get into this class are all excellent. And they can't lose their lives for such a simple reason. Right? Look. Your classmates, who got admission early, are still working hard. They have a few months more experience than you. If you can surpass them now, wouldn't it prove your excellence? Yes, they have a few months more experience than them, so it's normal for them to be excellent. But they also have a chance to make a breakthrough. Right? But as soon as these words came out, the freshmen who were just planning to cooperate with the seniors found themselves being fooled. Damn. What do you mean by plotting against the freshmen together? This is just treating them as freshmen and plotting against them together. Woohoo. Now for the sake of face. They have to do their best. Otherwise, wouldn't their hard work in the past few months be in vain? They stood up more and more upright. And in the eyes of other freshmen, those who have been educated by Screech are indeed different. Even if they can't compete, they can't be too bad. Right? What if they are eliminated like this? Involuntarily. Although it is still difficult to accept such training, they have learned to hold on strongly. At least, they have to survive the first day. The short 30 minutes seemed like a year. When they heard the voice of their instructor, their legs began to tremble. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. You've worked hard. As if it was a signal to disband, everyone moved their numb legs tremblingly. Under normal circumstances, standing for 30 minutes is nothing. The so-called military posture itself is more like a noble standing posture, which is not so strenuous. This year, new students from all walks of life were recruited. Even after careful screening, there will still be different collisions and conflicts. Small conflicts can be resolved by everyone, and big conflicts can be unified as much as possible. They are not like when there were only 20 meow meow. Everyone shared the same hatred and the same dream, and rarely cared about others. There are too many people, and the elimination plan that the little guys and Xiaoxichen came up with, in addition to training cohesion and unity, is more about letting them understand each other. So there are the most basic regulations for clothing, posture, etc. For example, this kind of aristocratic standing posture may not be used to it for civilian freshmen, but aristocratic freshmen should be able to get used to it. But this standing posture must be standard at all times, under the 360-degree monitoring of the teaching stick, under the various nitpicking of the instructors. If you waver, you will be beaten. After a hardy military posture, they could feel a lot of red marks on their bodies through their clothes. Ouch! It hurt so much. The soles of their feet were still numb, because they dared not move. And now they were like puppets. And even a slight move seemed a luxury. A freshman asked tearfully, "Instructor, our future training." The instructors looked innocent. "Don't be nervous. We are all gradual." The instructors also sighed. "You are in a good time. If the teachers were not busy, you would have to go through hell right from the start." Freshmen, Is Screech really recruiting students? Not rushing them out? Wow. This hard life is really unbearable. After a short break, they started training again, standing at attention as usual, occasionally teaching them to walk. All very normal instructions. Just being neat. The requirements are really not high. Starting with difficult exercises on the first day will inevitably dampen the enthusiasm of the students. Soon, the whole morning of training was over. Novice looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dark. He gestured and said to his team, "Follow what we just taught you. Don't mess around. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat." The freshmen were in tears. "Okay. Eat. 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 It's finally over." Novice shook his head and smiled. "Turn left. Go." His class walked out with a heroic and high-spirited posture. When passing by Borue's class, Novice asked one more question. "Isn't your class going to eat?" Borue said. "They still have 2 minutes to stand at attention. We can just catch up with you. Besides..." Borue looked to the side with interest. "Lucius and Chris haven't left yet." Novice glanced and shook his head in disapproval. "It's too intense. Students can't stand it. Don't say bad things about me behind my back. I know my limits." Lucius snorted and walked over. "They are already gathering. We will catch up with Novice's class to eat." Bori was shocked. "Aren't you going to practice until the end of time?" Lucius was very sober. "I haven't used the body refining liquid yet. And it's the first day. It's useless to practice too much. Just let them adapt." Bori looked at Lucius with a new look. "I didn't expect you to be so sober." "Lucius." Novice laughed unhappily. "Bori, there are only a few of our classes in the whole playground. How can you be considered sober?" The other classes went to the cafeteria to eat at different times. Bori realized belatedly that his good friends had betrayed him when he was concentrating on teaching the freshmen. "Wait for me. Wait for me." Let's go together. Let's go together. Bo-Ray hurriedly looked back at his team. Okay. Let's eat first. Take a break after eating. And then continue. Okay? The freshmen were moved to tears. Okay. Finally. They can rest. Bo-Ray simply let them follow Novice's class team. And he and Novice walked beside the team arm in arm. Our school hasn't hired help yet. Right? Who is in charge of the cafeteria now? Bo-Ray asked curiously. In the past, they hired 2 helpers to serve meals. But later, Screech was free. So he came by himself. Later, they didn't have much time to go to the cafeteria. And basically the teachers brought them meals. Until now, Bo-Ray didn't know whether the college had hired new helpers. Lucius knew about this. It was said that there was no need for a security guard recently. And there was no need for a sparring partner. So the 2 sparring partners were asked to help serve meals. Bo-Ray was embarrassed for a moment. So Screech really doesn't plan to recruit more people? Our college has more and more people. What about gardeners, cooks, etc.? Novice corrected. Screech didn't say he won't recruit people. But he may not plan to recruit more people below the level of Mage Saint. Bo-Ray thought about it. Shook his head and sighed. Oh my god. He is really a principal who strives for perfection. Students who accidentally listen to their discussion, Huh? He also wants to recruit Mage Saints to serve food? Is it so extravagant? Everyone was skeptical. But seeing the relaxed attitude of the instructors, it didn't seem like they were doing it on purpose. Suddenly, they felt that Screech was indeed unfathomable. More than 200 freshmen walked to the entrance of the cafeteria one after another. After Sieshichen's modification, the cafeteria had several more doors, and was divided into 3 floors, to cope with the increasing number of people. Novice and his friends divided into several teams to enter the cafeteria, and indeed saw several cafeteria entrances open. A casual glance showed that the food was the same. Bo-Ray waved his hand and said, Just go and line up. The dishes are the same. Just find a seat for yourself. The cafeteria opened 6 entrances. In addition to the 2 sparring partners, there were 4 teachers who didn't have much to do. They didn't talk much. Or rather, no students wanted to talk to them. Because they were the 4 admissions teachers who had dealt a heavy blow to the freshmen. Each student who brought a plate over could get 2 dishes and a soup, which were basically made from Warcraft plants and some medicinal herbs. It was also very cheap. Only 3 copper coins for a meal. Before training, the coins were charged into the school's Easy Pass, and they could be used by swiping the school's Easy Pass when needed. And the remaining money could be returned to them at any time. If they can stay here officially, the college will also provide a certain amount of work-study quotas and student loans to ensure that freshmen who want to become magicians have the right to pursue their dreams. It must be said that in these aspects, Screech has won the hearts of many civilians, and many students from poor families have made up their minds to stay. Of course, there are also students who complain. After all, compared to those exquisite and tempting corn soups, the Warcraft soup is still too rough. It looked like it was not something you would be happy to eat. But the students who complained still ate it because they were hungry. A morning of training had already consumed all their energy. They hated it, but had to eat it. After eating it, they found that it tasted quite good. It tastes quite good. I thought it was unpalatable. It's only 3 copper coins. It's for the sake of the freshmen. Screech's students are not only nobles and talented commoners. Ah, do they really care about the freshmen? I feel like they want to kill us. Someone has already complained on the forum. No wonder I heard that Screech had a forum for venting when it was promoted. If you don't vent, you die. Right? On the 3rd floor, several instructors from Bori sat in a room to eat. They ate the same dishes. They chose the room just to get to know each other about the new students. It's much better than I thought. Ophelia was the first to speak. They seem to be able to adapt to college life very quickly. Those who have been selected are still stronger, said Chris, shaking his head. But I don't think they can adapt to college life quickly. Vera was puzzled. Why? Chris reminded, checking for duplicate homework, calling the teacher. Monthly exams? Make-up exams? Contribution points? Many basic courses. Screech's PUA. These are not what you can experience during the elimination period. They are only responsible for improving the endurance, perseverance, and physical strength of the freshmen. But it does not mean that they can help the freshmen adapt to the complex and ever-changing college courses. Chris's reminder made everyone vaguely remember the days when they were dominated. Everyone was silent for a moment. And Julian put on a sullen face and said super peacefully, "Hide it for a while. The surprise will always be revealed bit by bit. At least don't let anything go wrong during the training period. Let the teachers worry about the future." Chapter 143. Under the discussion of Meow Meow. The freshmen's eating speed was not slow. Some of them were even fast and posted on the forum after finishing their meal. However, they were not too presumptuous. Although the forum guaranteed their privacy and would not investigate unless they made a big fuss, they were still relatively unfamiliar. They just posted to try to cry out how painful it was. As the forum owner, Bo Rui was notified when someone posted on the post for the first time. After feeling it, he went to the school's Easy Pass and was happy. It seems that they are not in enough pain. The discussion is so restrained. Bori, stop making sarcastic remarks, Villa said quietly. Take the time in the small black room. Would you dare to complain about Screech under Screech's management? Bori asked. Should we continue training? Otherwise it will be too late. We have to climb the back mountain in the afternoon. Check on the dormitories at night, and then send them to practice. Although your sudden progress is very touching. But, Chris calmly put down the spoon. It's still lunchtime. And we just finished eating. So it's not suitable for exercise. Bo Rui, QAQ. Today's Bo Rui is the one who didn't win the verbal battle. Meow Meow gave the freshmen enough rest time. A total of 30 minutes. Enough for them to digest. 30 minutes later, dragging their sore legs, many freshmen still had the energy to observe the instructors' faces. They had just complained about each other on the forum and wanted to find out whether the other party knew about it. Instructors like Darren, who didn't listen to what was happening outside the window, led the team to start training according to the plan without leaving any loopholes. But troublemakers like Bo Rui first joked with the freshmen with a smile. I just browsed the forum and found that many young students are full of energy and have time to chat on it. Freshman in Bo Rui's class, Bo Rui said to himself. It's a pity that your speaking skills are too poor and you don't have the ability to cause trouble. In the future, you should do less of this kind of thing that can only waste time. There is no expectation. Fortunately, it is an anonymous forum. Otherwise it would be so embarrassing. Although their forum name can only be changed once every 3 months. It is indeed a nickname. And it is difficult to guess who is behind it. The freshmen could never have imagined that the expected scolding would come. And it turned out to be scolding them for not having the art of language and not getting into trouble. Just at this moment, Chris led the team past Bo Rui and added, It's like this. If you want to get into trouble, you should learn from your instructor Bo Rui. He went to the monster park to induce the monsters to go into heat and affect our sleep, but ended up getting a good job as an assistant instructor. Bo Rui. Lucius' eyelids jumped. Why didn't I know he wanted to drag us into it? Chris was silent for a while, and was also shocked. Screech knew everything. But you didn't know? Oh my god. Where did this caveman come from? Screech's metaphor was indeed not in vain. Lucius's face darkened. I just remember that someone made our whole class wear pink bunny hair bands and lose face in front of Fanny. Someone, Bori whispered back. Screech is narrow-minded. What does it have to do with me? Altian Bori? Besides, if I hadn't been so helpful as an assistant teacher, Screech wouldn't be in such a good mood. Speaking of this, Chris suddenly looked at Bori and said, Later, every assistant coach of Screech had to stay up late with Screech. Did you set a good example? Bori was silent. No. It happened so long ago. Why do we have to settle the score now? Bori looked at Novice pitifully. Novice, your good brother is going to be bullied to death by these shameless bastards. Novice coughed lightly. Everyone is just giving examples of the troubles they have caused in the past. When I joined the class, we had a fight together. Chris was instantly gloating. Yes. Lucius also beat Anna. Tut. Anna is so pitiful. Lucius, Anna. Is she the saint of the Church of Light? A freshman asked cautiously. He was one of Anna's admirers. And for Anna, he even gave up being a Knight of Light and came to study at Screech. When he saw in the newspaper that Senior Lucius was surrounded by girls and left Anna alone, he was very angry and felt sorry for Anna. A philandering bastard. Now that I have met Lucius, I thought that such a self-disciplined Lucius would not be such a person. But I didn't expect that he would beat Lady Anna in the academy. A philandering and cruel bastard. The bastard saw the resentment in the eyes of the freshman at a glance. And he kept silent. Silent. And silent again. Finally, he said with a fake smile, "I hope you can successfully stay in Screech." Then, he was cheated and was irritated. Lucius gave orders with a cold face. "Let's go. Go to the training. And you must run a circle in the mountains this afternoon." The freshmen in Lucius's class fell in pain. Ah, why did you seniors tit-for-tat involve innocent people like them? Unfortunately, the freshmen have no right to resist. Even if there are a few troublemakers, they will be trained to be obedient by the seniors. The seniors who are proficient in tormenting people, PUA rhetoric, deceiving skills, and even the pain points of the human body have become the big devil in the eyes of the freshmen in a minute. The freshmen who resisted once could not bring themselves up for the second time, and started the afternoon training listlessly. Damn Instructor Screech! The afternoon mountain run didn't have much technical content. At most, it was a little tortuous smile. The freshmen didn't understand. It's just a mountain run. How could there be so many accidents? For example, in Ophelia's class. Her Highness Ophelia is a good instructor. She is not as mean as Instructor Bori. She is very gentle and responsible. But she always has some bad luck when leading the team. There was a small path that only one person could pass. But suddenly it started to drizzle. The whole ground was wet. And the ground was tilted. Everyone almost fell down with every step. Very embarrassed, Ophelia floated beside the team, and was very worried when she saw this. "Can you hold on? We be through this section soon. If not, we take a break. We're just an ordinary class. And we don't need to be as efficient as the special magic class." What else can everyone say? How can you say no in front of His Highness? Everyone gritted their teeth and shouted, "It's okay." Ophelia slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay. Come on everyone." After finally passing this section, they were already covered in mud. And then, damn it, in this weather, rocks can still fall from the mountain? The new students in the class almost caused a stampede. But Ophelia used the wind control technique to land everyone back on the dirt road smoothly, so that they were not hit. Ophelia patted her chest worriedly. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise you would be injured. If you were injured on the first day, I would definitely be blamed by Screech." Everyone felt a little guilty. If they hadn't reacted so badly, His Highness wouldn't have been so embarrassed. "Right?" Ophelia encouraged them. "Don't be nervous. Let's take it slowly. After all, we already know the dangers of the next place, and have ways to deal with them. When this mountain run is over, we will definitely gain a lot. Woohoo! Her Highness Ophelia is so nice and gentle." They clenched their fists. "We can. Yes, of course you can. You are all freshmen carefully selected by Screech in the future." Ophelia blinked and smiled gently. "Come on. Come on. Success is not far away." The freshmen were full of motivation, and even had no complaints about going through this slippery and sloping muddy land again. Ophelia continued to float in the air and watched everyone break through. Before reaching the next stage, she stopped everyone and asked them to discuss how to get through this path with rolling rocks. She was so conscientious that her colleagues on the other road, who were secretly watching with magic telescopes, shook their heads and sighed. Is there anyone who doesn't know that Ophelia is a magician of all disciplines? What are they so moved about? Julian didn't understand, and was greatly shocked. How could we predict whether the mountain road would be rocky or slippery? How could we predict the changes section by section? Such a crude performance. But there are still people who believe it, and even show a disgusting expression that she is doing it for our own good. Julian even suspected that Ophelia had secretly learned Ariel's charms. Otherwise, how could she be more bewitching than Genevieve next door? Genevieve next door at most made the freshmen feel that if they didn't work hard, they would embarrass the beautiful senior sister. So they had to work hard. But this side? It's almost become a belief. Julian silently took out the telescope again to peek at the progress of other colleagues. He didn't have high requirements. Just average performance would be fine. As long as he wasn't the last one, he could continue to dawdle. Next door, Bori and Sansi. Oh! They are so excited that they are about to fight. Let's change to a control group. Darren, Herbert, and other aliens. They are not of the same species, so it is normal for them to be ruthless. Let's change one by one. Next door, Vera and other female classmates. Julian was shocked. Everyone's progress was faster than him. He hurriedly got up. "Hurry up. Stop resting. We are counting down." "Huh?" The freshman who had just sat down for less than 5 minutes looked up blankly. What's wrong with the countdown? What's wrong with counting down? Counting down means punishment, Julian said unhappily. The freshmen were eager to try. Instructor, are you going to be punished or are we going to be punished? If it was the instructor, they wouldn't be unable to. Well, those who understand will understand. Of course it's you. So I can be lazy. But you can't, Julian said confidently. If I'm lazy, it's embarrassing at best. But if you're lazy, not only will you not have food tonight, but you also be punished in a weird way. Hurry up. Speed up. Finish running the mountain. And you can play at night. The freshmen were skeptical. But they stood up in the end. They didn't want to challenge the so-called punishment. Who knew what Screech's punishment was like? But at night, could they really play as they pleased? The freshmen who had gone through a morning of devilish training were not very hopeful about this. Chapter 144. Friends, have you ever seen the back mountain full of mud men, where even the monsters have no place to live? Aya has seen it. Not only has she seen it, she is also one of the mud men. Aya was very melancholy. When she was trying to stay, she never thought that she would have such a headache. They dragged their tired bodies down the mountain step by step. Some even sat on the ground and slid down the hillside, feeling hopeless. Not to mention Aya. Even those gentlemen and ladies who used to wear all kinds of jewelry were now covered in dust. I don't know which country these bumpkins came from. The instructor who led them also comforted them by saying, "Look at how strong our school training uniforms are. No matter how you dawdle, they can protect your bodies. You don't even need to spend money to buy new ones, which can save you as much living expenses as possible. These new clothes are really easy to use after being improved. In the past, we had to change our clothes every time we did some strenuous exercise. Not only were they disposable, but we couldn't buy them with gold coins, but only with contribution points. Some seniors had no contribution points, so they had to sew them themselves." Speaking of deep feelings, the instructor even shed tears. For this senior even studied the array pattern on the clothes, striving to restore it 1-to-1, just for the remaining few contribution points. "You are now enjoying much more." The instructor wiped his eyes. "You don't even need to spend contribution points to buy it. It's a bargain for you." The freshman, frightened, scared to sweat. It's not because of this self-sewing fear, but the instructors really feel that they are taking advantage. How miserable it was before. Just when everyone was about to say something, an instructor next to him said, "No way. When has Screech ever been generous? Didn't Novice collect contribution points at the beginning? Look, after he became a regular employee, he collected less contribution points?" The instructor who was reminiscing about the past. "Shut up, Herbert. Novice also paid 50,000 gold coins. Aren't they happy now?" Isabella reasoned. "Bori told me that Novice is the invincible grudge in the universe, who was cheated and had to count money for Screech." Herbert was silent for a moment. "But the 50,000 gold coins are a combination of private tutoring fees, physical training fees, teaching fees, etc. Later, when I became a regular employee, all the money was returned, and I only received contribution points. I would rather he charged me 10 times the money." Novice smiled and interrupted. "That's hundreds of contribution points. Are you willing?" The two instructors looked straight ahead, looking at the sky and the earth but not at Novice. "Well, it's getting late. Everyone go take a shower. Have a meal after taking a shower. We have to check the housekeeping." Isabella made small talk. "Everyone remember to wash your training clothes. The academy currently doesn't have a magic washing machine, so you can only wash them by hand. But it doesn't matter. Just rub them while taking a shower and they be clean," Isabella promised. "The academy will definitely not cheat you in such a time-wasting place. Believe me, freshmen, first, it's not believable at all. Whether they believe it or not, they can't dirty the cafeteria anyway." And the freshmen, covered in mud, dragged their bodies to the bathhouse tiredly. Oh yes. In order to promote the relationship between the freshmen, Sieshichan built a big bathhouse like the one in the north, with no cubicles, only a shower head, and a sensor that senses the hot water from the school. Of course, the supporting facilities are still very good. He is not the stingy principal who deliberately does not even build a door to save money. He really wants the freshmen to live in harmony. On the contrary, the instructors made an appointment to soak in the medicine liquid, directly skipping the process of taking a bath. Anyway, they are not dirty. Hee hee. The freshmen couldn't control the time they spent showering on the first day. They couldn't help but scrub their bodies clean until the water was clear. And then, they slowly started to wash clothes. Washing clothes is also a huge project. Even with the help of the formation, the dirt will fall off quickly. But it is very laborious. After everyone finally finished washing, their eyelids were already fighting. And they didn't even want to move at all. They still have to eat. Can you not go to the assembly? It's okay to skip dinner. Right? Yes. Yes. I don't think I'm hungry at all now. Can I go back to sleep? I really don't want the training to be as difficult as today. I feel like I can't wait to fall asleep every day. No wonder they can become magicians. This kind of suffering is really too hard for ordinary people to bear. Everyone chatted until someone said. The instructor said that dinner must be eaten. Otherwise we can't make it tonight. All freshmen, haha. I knew there would be no so-called freedom at night. When the resentful freshmen dragged their feet to the cafeteria entrance to gather, they saw instructors who looked more refreshing and ruddy than the others. And suddenly, everyone had a little insight. I always felt that the instructors were a little bit asking for a beating. Before they could think carefully, the instructors in front of them waved their hands and asked them to go in and line up for food. Bo-Rui even kindly told them the next schedule. I will check the housekeeping later, and then give you a little surprise. One of the freshmen asked sincerely. Can I choose not to? Bori also answered sincerely. If you are not the last training class, then you are she. Guess which class is last in our class? Freshman, damn. They don't want to guess. The little guys were so dejected that even a more sumptuous dinner couldn't win them back. Why does Screech School of Magic treat us like human beings? A freshman complained in a low voice. What do you mean? The freshman heard someone talking to him in a gentle voice. And the believers were also aggrieved. So he told them about his anger these days without saying anything. Is this the academy life that a magician should experience? Even swordsmen can't do this, the freshman said at the end, his face full of sadness. If we train like this in the future, how can we have the energy to learn magic? Don't be nervous, kid. Existence is reasonable. The current training volume is indeed not small, but it is also a kind of tempering. A new experience. The person who approached him gently soothed him. Think about it. Although you are suffering in this miserable situation now, no one else knows except you. The victims. Everyone has something on each other. So how can you tell others? When you have completed your training, even if you leave Screech, you will have grown up. You are a student who has undergone devilish training for several months, while the others are just fragile magicians. When Miriam unexpectedly refused to accept you during the interview, I would have suspected that they had some shady dealings. The freshman seemed to be thinking about something, and the man sighed in an aria. John must think that he was so lucky to find a magician who is both capable and talented. It would be a great loss if he could not grasp such a great opportunity. The freshman seemed to be bewitched by this fantasy, and subconsciously asked, Is it really possible? I can really do it? Of course. But it all depends on your persistence. As long as you grit your teeth, you will be the brightest among the students. The freshman's resentment suddenly disappeared, leaving only a faint joy. Yes. Now he works hard. He has obtained Screech's study secrets. Even if he does not stay in Screech and goes to Malum, he will be the best among the freshmen. He turned excitedly to look at the person who spoke to him. Brother, how do you know so much? Is it the instructor next door? He looked at the person who came and hesitated for a long time. You seem to be a bit like Instructor Novice? The person blinked. Actually, I am Novice's brother. My name is Snavy. Because I am too weak, I can't train. But Novice is very strong. Principal Screech is even willing to keep me to keep him. He made a prayer gesture. Praise Screech. The freshman said oh twice in confusion. It's the instructor brother. Hello. Hello. Do you know any other little secrets of Screech? That's a lot. Who would avoid an ordinary person with no ability? The visitor shrugged and smiled. But I can't say anything casually. I'm a spy helping Novice to infiltrate the freshman camp. I have to get along with everyone. Although the freshman didn't understand the relationship between getting along and not being able to say. He said yes. So it was? The freshman asked bluntly. Will you tell the instructors about our words? Of course not. I'm a mediator. Mainly to mediate everyone's emotions. He said, deliberately guiding. In fact, The forum is a good place. But because the instructors are now in charge of the forum, everyone will inevitably feel restrained. But it's not like this. Snolly coughed lightly. This is a little secret. I'm telling you secretly. Don't tell Novice. He aroused the attention of the freshmen around him, and everyone came closer with curiosity, saying that they would never say a word more. Snavy said mysteriously. In fact, your seniors have cursed Screech madly in their diaries. Screech and they all know this. But they just don't point it out. Why? The freshman was very surprised. Aren't they afraid of being questioned? Snavy pondered. Although Screech likes to joke with students, he is still a generous principal. He is usually very strict and will not take students' complaints to heart. After all, everyone needs a channel to vent. Right? The freshman nodded, believing it. Yes. I just need a channel to complain. Otherwise life is too hard. Snavy smiled and added, it feels like there will never be a day. And there is no hope. Right? The freshman nodded frantically. Yes. Snavy added. So, unless you do something on the forum that will affect the relationship between classmates or violate the rules of the forum, they will not find it out. And they can't just check who said it. Novice is the vice president of the student union of the college. He told me that if we need to investigate the forum spokesperson, we need to get the approval of the president, vice president, and forum owner of the student union before we can investigate further. So it is still very safe. The freshmen were moved by what he said. Then, who is the president and forum owner? Snolly smiled mysteriously again. Someone you can absolutely trust. The president is Her Highness Ophelia, and the forum owner is Bori Amos, the enthusiastic Iron Rose Junior leader. I see. The freshmen believe in the character of these two people, plus Novice, who has gained a good reputation in one day. They suddenly feel that forum complaints seem to be really safe? Chapter 145. The arrival of Snavy opened up a new world for the freshmen. Especially Snavy is a very talkative brother, who always casually talks about what he saw and heard in Screech, which makes the freshmen very happy. The seniors kept silent when they asked questions, but someone finally answered their questions. Brother, tell me more. Do you know what surprise the instructor prepared for us? The freshmen were eager to ask questions from all directions. Snavy pondered for a moment. Surprise? Is the principal's dormitory inspection a surprise? Freshman, ? Snavy patted his forehead. Oh, this may not be a surprise. You are still waiting to scold the principal. No. We plan to scold the instructor. A freshman said frankly. Our class instructor is simply amazing. You never know what he is talking about. Is he so eager to win? It's just that I walked a step slower. But he can be sarcastic to me for an entire afternoon. Snavy was very excited. Which instructor? So awesome? Instructor Lucius. The freshman was full of sorrow. I'm in the ordinary class. I just want to work hard to become a magician. I don't want to surpass the special magic class at all. Otherwise, why didn't I go to the magic class? That's right. Another freshman also complained. Are those with S in their names very competitive? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have chosen these instructors. I would have gone to Her Highness Ophelia's class. How great. After a pause, the freshman added, I didn't say anything about you. Snavy. You're very good. Snavy's eyes curved. I know. The instructors actually want to do good for you. But maybe their methods are wrong. They have suffered a lot from the teachers and been caught in a lot of rain. So they just want to hold an umbrella for you to prevent you from taking a detour. Are you really not tearing up the umbrella? Seeing the lively atmosphere here, I couldn't help it, and came over to blink her eyes and talk. I feel like the seniors seem very happy. Snolly's eyes flickered. Then I don't know, but they must like you very much. Otherwise they wouldn't want you to stay. Nonsense. What's the point of talking about liking you in one day? I think they just want to see us suffer. The freshman clenched his fist and said, I don't believe I can't hold on. When I enter the academy, I will challenge the instructors to fight every day. Good. What a great ambition. The freshman chattered and made a mess. And the fatigue of the afternoon disappeared just like that. They didn't even notice when this Brother Novice left. The morale was very high. And what about Brother Novice? He turned to another corner with his plate in his hand. This time he was chatting with a group of girls. He smiled and flirted with them, making them embarrassed. Then, they started talking to each other. First day. Is there anything inconvenient? Snavy said nonchalantly. Don't get me wrong. My brother is novice. Look how much we look alike. He is now the vice president of the student union of Screech School of Magic. He was unable to become the president because he was short of 1 vote. And he has been upset about it. Although I can't practice magic, I always want to do something to help him. Snavy sighed with a hint of melancholy. If he can make more contributions to the freshmen, maybe Screech will take a closer look at him? Oh my God! What a loving brother! The sympathetic little guys immediately talked about various inconveniences. Roommates. I'm a little worried, a little girl said timidly. My 3 roommates are all noble ladies. They are very beautiful and proud. I'm afraid they don't like me. Dislike is a minor thing. She just occasionally thinks. If she is lucky enough to choose a dormitory with commoners, will she not be alone in the next few years? Snavy was surprised. Then you two are destined to meet. Have you tried to communicate? The little girl shook her head shyly. I don't dare. They all look very powerful. She was even worried that she would touch their things and not be able to pay them back in the future. Snavy chose his words carefully. Perhaps you can try to get along with them first? Although not everyone can stay. Your classmates in the future may include nobles, commoners, and even other races. If you don't take this step, it may be difficult to feel the kindness of your classmates. There is still a lot of time now. If we can't get along, we can ask the instructor to coordinate to change dormitories. It is still necessary to explore the accommodation environment. The little girl also thinks so. But she doesn't dare to make up her mind. Being able to pursue magic has already consumed her courage in this life. Snawley didn't urge her, let alone say whether it was good or not. He just talked about his brother's campus life. I can only watch them learn magic. And I always pay attention when I'm bored. Snavy told a little story. I remember it was your instructor's Bori in NASA. Do you want to hear the story? Several girls came closer and looked at Snavy with sparkling eyes. Yes. Snavy smiled. I have to say, your instructor Bori is a person who is very good at making friends. He is just like the happy pill in the class. Instructor NASA was very silent at the time. Do you know how it feels for a genius with high magic talent to have his talent taken away and can no longer learn magic? I don't know. But I think Instructor NASA felt deeply about this. But he still didn't give up. He came to Screech. And he didn't even have any resentment towards all the nobles. He was willing to try to accept the olive branch offered by Instructor Bori. And then became friends with his classmates. They accepted each other. He is a real hero, Snawley said, shaking his head and laughing. Not only those who defeat the monsters are heroes, but those who can defeat themselves are real heroes. When you first go to the Magic Association for the assessment, you should still be able to see him in the Stern Entertainment News. His talent on the crystal ball was dim, and everyone looked at him with pity and regret. But he still succeeded. He will become a great fire magician in the future. Talent is not a barrier to his progress. His heart has long been extremely strong. Everyone was moved and even subconsciously moved closer. Can we become such a person? Snawley spread his hands. I don't know. Anyway, I can't do it. Whether it's Instructor NASA, Instructor Bori, or other instructors, they all have legends. Maybe, when your relationship is better, you can try to ask. The deeds of heroes should always be remembered. And the spirit of heroes should also be passed on. Everyone nodded. And the little girl clenched her fists. I will try to communicate with them. Instructor NASA can do it. And I can do it too. Although she would definitely not be able to survive if she had experienced what Instructor NASA did. She can slowly learn from Instructor NASA, the little girl enviously said. It would be great if I could enter Instructor NASA's class. Snawley smiled slightly. It's simple. I will make a suggestion to Vice President Novice, and wait until the midterm, and have a competition to change instructors. He blinked his eyes without thinking it was a big deal. When the time comes, your instructor will beg you to stay. Otherwise, when the game is over, no student in your class will stay. That will be so embarrassing. The freshman's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Is it really possible? Wow. If you say that, they won't be sleepy. Grit their teeth and tighten their belts. They must stay until the instructor is changed. Snobby took out a notebook. I write it down and help you convince Novice when I go back. The freshmen were moved to tears. Brother Snavy, you are such a good man. Good man. Snavy just smiled and said nothing. The first floor became even more lively because of the appearance of Snavy. On the third floor, Meow Meow felt something was wrong. Is the first floor too lively? Villa looked around and could only see that the hall on the first floor was full of people. Shouldn't they be eating listlessly? Why are they like they are full of energy? Chris pulled Villa back. I don't know. Let's eat first. And we talk after dinner if there's anything. He pushed Vera to sit down on the seat, eating and saying, today's training shows that the quality of the freshmen is good. If possible, I don't want to eliminate too many people. Lucius hummed. But in the end it depends on the freshmen's own initiative. If they don't work hard, it will be useless for us to work hard. After a pause, he said sarcastically, just like us cheating in the exam. All Meow Meow, Ophelia was helpless. Lucius, you can put aside the fact that you can't speak. You will be easily beaten like this. Lucius snorted coldly and stopped talking. Novice was multitasking as usual, picking out the dishes that Bori liked for Bori, chatting with him, handling things with school easy pass, and even noticing whether Bori had eaten. Bori, play the forum after dinner. Bori hummed perfunctorily. I know, Dad. Novice, the child has grown up and deserves a beating. Chris couldn't help laughing. Has your relationship progressed to this point? Novice sighed. Maybe I'm becoming more and more like Screech? There's no way. Bori always wants to call Screech Dad when he sees him. Bori looked up dissatisfied. Novice, if you want to be called Screech, you can't always bring me with you. I don't want to call you Dad. Novice didn't comment. Isabella yawned. Okay. Everyone hurry up and eat. After eating, go check the dormitories and talk about the housekeeping standards. It's time for them to practice physical training. Otherwise, they won't be able to get up tomorrow. Speaking of housekeeping, Anna asked carefully, now that we are short of staff, who will check the internal affairs? The student union is still an empty shell, and it is really difficult to maintain it. The teachers, Julian said. You can't count on us. Right? I think Screech will arrange it. Being an instructor is already very tiring. He really doesn't want to take on another job. And besides, Julian is desperate. It seems that our class will be the last in today's training. I really don't want to know what the punishment is on the first day. But please don't implicate me. What? Aren't we the ones who decide the punishment? Isabella was shocked and turned to look at Ophelia. Ophelia? Then what were the purposes of all the creative ideas they wrote before? Ophelia said tactfully. The punishment is decided by drawing lots. And it includes not only our ideas. There are also teachers. Screeches. You can tell with your toes that as long as the teachers want, they can always draw their lots first. So it's normal to be unknown. Isabella's eyes were dull. It's over. It's over. The teacher's lot. Won't it also affect us? In fact, it has already been done. Bori suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him subconsciously. What do you mean? Bori looked at the various contents that suddenly appeared on the forum, sighed and looked at Nathaniel. First of all, congratulations to Nathaniel. You are popular among the instructors. Please read the forum for details. Nathaniel's face changed, and he lowered his head to look for the school easy pass. Secondly, congratulations to Novice. You have relatives. Bori clapped his hands and blinked. The rumor that you took your brother to study. The whole Screech knows it. Novice tilted his head in confusion. I? Take my brother to study? Who is my brother? Why can't he remember which illegitimate brother he brought here? Bori said seriously. Novice, do you want to think about it again? That's your dear, weak and sickly one, who can't learn magic and can only watch you learn. Brother Snowy. Novice, Why do I feel something is wrong? Chapter 146. Instructor NASA gave me the courage to reconcile with my roommate. Collect all kinds of gossip from the instructor's casual chats. Brother Snavy is really good. He is mature, charming and easy to talk to. For Snavy, I will try my best to stay. Let's all complain about your instructors. Instructor Novice's brother Snavy is an angel on earth. Reliable news. Seniors are not qualified to check us at will. Everyone can go to the forum as much as you want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 17. Lucius looked more and more mysterious as he counted. Novice, your brother is really popular. There were 17 posts that directly and openly mentioned Snavy's name. Someone even said that they wanted to marry Snavy. Lucius was puzzled. Did he forget that he had to check the dormitories tonight? Isn't this enough to make the juniors tap their toes? What a bad taste. In comparison, the post on the front page that cursed Lucius, the instructor, for being sarcastic and top cancer seemed so low-key. At least it won't be embarrassing and socially dead. Novice stammered for a long time. Maybe. The teacher has his own considerations. He couldn't make it up anymore. So he guessed. Look, everyone is more determined to stay now. And they are more courageous to complain about us on the forum. Which is a good thing. Lucius was impressed by Novice's skill in lying with his eyes open. It was obviously Screech's own bad taste to tease students. But he made it sound so pure and refined that Screech was doing good for everyone. Lucius almost believed it. But even Bori didn't dare to lie so openly this time. He whispered, "Why is Screech here again? The freshmen don't really believe that they will make us cry and beg them to stay in the future. Right? Novice. This is a beautiful dream. With dreams, they will work hard to move forward. And then, they become a pool of stagnant water when they encounter reality," Villa added, flipping through the forum happily. "The funniest thing is this. Snavy said that it takes 3 parties to agree to check people. If it's fair in the future. Now, they are all classmates in the same class. Don't they find anything wrong?" Novice said with difficulty. Maybe the teacher believes us and won't do this." "You are wrong, Novice." Ophelia shook her head and smiled. "He believes that we will not tell the little ones even if we know it." "Bori, I plan to open the box." Ophelia blinked cunningly. Such a naughty student must be trained. Otherwise the future campus life will be boring. Bori smiled. "I think so too." "Novice, what do you think?" "The minority obeys the majority. What else can Novice do? He is a staunch Screech party member." "What Screech thinks?" "He thinks." After verbally agreeing, the 3 of them entered 3 commands respectively. And the entire freshman news appeared in front of them. Wow! This post encouraging freshmen to complain about seniors was actually sent by Stephen, Bori exclaimed. He was a former auditor. So naughty. It's obvious that he is suitable to be our administrator who stirs up trouble. In my team, Novice was in a very complicated mood. I will pay attention to his training. Ophelia covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh my God. The one who complained about Lucius is from our class. I thought it was from Lucius's class. Lucius came over curiously. What a pity. Is there anyone from our class? Give me the list. Julian looked at this and that, and asked tentatively, Is there anyone from our class? Yes. Bori patted Julian on the shoulder. He's still a naughty boy. He said that since he was going to be punished, he might as well watch the instructor wear women's clothes. Julian, He collapsed. Ah. Screech didn't see it. No way. No way. Bori was in a good mood. You never know. Julian, get ready. We have to draw lots tonight. Villa also smiled. Screech has a lot of bad taste. Julian, don't be so kind next time. Julian was hesitant to speak. Wow. He was just a little lazy. Why did you treat him like this? I won't dare to do it again. Never again. The instructors counted the names of the little guys one by one and got a key list. This list is not a targeted list, but just a screening of potential freshmen who can be tricked. They guessed that among this group of people, there is a high possibility that the instructors who will torment the freshmen in the next term will appear. This is all to cultivate high-end talents for the college. Beau Ray put away his list and shook his head. It seems that the president and vice president of the student union and the forum moderator will still have to choose people who have little relationship in the future. Not everyone is as kind and good as us. Ophelia nodded. That's right. But we should be able to serve for a few more years. By then, the system will be more perfect. So this is not a problem. Novice sighed softly. There is still half a point left. Let them be happy for the last time. It feels like there are not many happy days left. Novice thought about it, and saw the message from Screech in his school Easy Pass. In the class group, homeroom teacher Sieshichin, did you see the forum? Shh. Don't let it slip. Teacher Sieshichin, in order to keep the principal mysterious until the opening ceremony, I decided to wear a hood tonight to check the dormitories. The main teachers are Ariel, Han, and Fanny. I won't say anything. Please cooperate with the teachers. Teacher Sieshichin, also. Please promote me. Snavy. Especially Novice. And give me more say. Okay? Remember my personality label, weak and sick. No magic. Easy to talk. Soft-hearted and kind. Please pity your group pet Snavy. Teacher Siashichin and all members. Do you understand? If you don't do well, the teacher will change the pink bunny hairband tomorrow. Novice, eh? He felt the sudden silence on the third floor, and realized that everyone saw these 3 whitewashings, and seemed powerless to explain. Novice was the first to reply with mixed feelings, and suddenly felt guilty for colluding with the teachers. Psychological Committee member Julian, Teacher. Teacher, does your punishment include the instructor? It's not included. Right? Is it? Homeroom Teacher Siashichin, ? Aren't teachers Ariel, Jiang Shui and Fanny in charge? Psychological Committee member Julian, haha. So that's how it is. Illusionist Ariel, baby. Guess what? Baby doesn't want to guess. Julian knocked his face on the table in despair, muttering in a low voice. Tomorrow. Tomorrow Julian will definitely fight for the 2nd place. You wish. Today's 2nd place Darren sneered. I will increase the amount tomorrow. These unpromising freshmen. Don't think I will be punished, Julian argued. Can't we take turns to be the last one? No. Lucius refused gracefully. There is no last one in my life. Losing to Novice is my only bottom line. No. Chris raised his eyes coldly. My class must be in the top 3. If you can't do it, don't think about resting. It's a blessing for them to choose me. No. Villa blinked and smiled sweetly. Julian. I don't want to be punished by the teacher at all. We are dukes. We should have some dignity. Julian collapsed. We are future demon kings. So we have no shame? It was just a moment of carelessness. Just a short period of laziness. He regretted it. The other students all looked at Julian with sympathy, but they had their own thoughts in their hearts. Valentina was the most innocent. She directly said her plan. Tomorrow, if anyone drags me down, I will beat him up. We dragons are very painful when we beat people. Ophelia coughed lightly. Remember to bring the healing potion. Don't delay the training. Valentina nodded. I know. Princess. Hee hee. The princess is really considerate. Valentina has added a filter for the princess today. No matter how upset Julian is now, he has a group of classmates who have learned the saying I'd rather die than my friend die very well. Now he can only roll up his sleeves. Otherwise, he will be the stupid instructor who is punished continuously. Being gentle to the freshmen is equal to being cruel to oneself, which makes the instructors in the class, who are slightly softer, change their minds at the same time. Now we have a lazy Julian. What about tomorrow? We don't need to be in the top 3. But at least we can't be too dangerous. Right? Everyone looked at each other, and even took precautions, fearing that the other party would learn their tricks. Hey! I didn't expect that tearing the umbrella was not so smooth. The little guys were very depressed, and couldn't help but browse the forum. Maybe reading the forum can make them feel better? What kind of angel is Snai? Yes. This is a summary post, recording all kinds of information that the little angel Snai told us. 0. The original poster comes first. The original poster is the one who got the news that the instructors don't know who is behind us. Snai said that if you want to see the name of our poster, you must have the consent of the president, vice president, and forum owner. We are very safe. 1. Praise Snai. Snai is really an angel on earth. No. A god of light on earth. His hair is so dazzling. His green eyes are so wise. His character is so pure and kind. But it's a pity that he is too weak to learn magic. Why does God treat him like this? 3. I also had some news. According to every issue of the Stern Entertainment newspaper I tracked before, I'm sure that the instructor who studied the array pattern to mend clothes is Chloe. If you don't want to spend contribution points on your torn clothes, you can build a good relationship with instructor Chloe. It is said that contribution points are difficult to obtain, although we bought it with gold coins. It is hard to say whether we will need contribution points to buy training clothes later. You know, the instructors seem to be very fair. 7. Haha. What fairness. I think the instructors just want to torture us to death, exhausted. But it doesn't matter. According to the grapevine, Snavy decided to persuade the teachers to exchange classes in the midterm. Brothers, it's time to work hard. Today we work hard. Tomorrow the instructors will ask us to stay. Whispering. I heard that the number of people they bring back is still considered as performance. It should be very important. 8. I can prove this. It is indeed very important. Our class instructor Lucius is simply, from the beginning to the end, He either mocked us for being tall or scolded us for not being men. Otherwise, how could we not even do XXX well? Someone in our class was stubborn and asked him why he was so fierce. He said that keeping people was related to his face and contribution points. 13. Wow. If we don't work hard. 15. That's a pity. Stupid. You can't be cruel to them if you can't stay. Of course you have to stay. But the performance belongs to other instructors. Let him work for nothing. 20. Brother 15 is really cruel. Hey. Our class instructor is pretty good. He is very gentle. Yes. It's that instructor NASA. I just know that the instructor's talent has been deprived. I want to learn from the instructor and hope to follow him to the end. 32. My Genevieve is also very good. She is so sweet. Soft and charming. I feel like I'm falling in love with her. That is, she seems to really understand what I am thinking. Which is a bit bad. 47. So many people are talking about the news. So I will also share one. It is said that the class of instructor Julian will be punished tonight. There is a rumor that it will be a lottery. And there is a high probability that the instructor will be punished together. 77. Ha ha. So cool. So cool. Is the first instructor going to suffer? Excited? Then can we strike to threaten the instructor? 89. Well, I think you need to think about whether you will be killed by the instructor before the strike tired. The instructor of our class is Instructor Chloe. Today, there is a student who is playing tricks and wants to rest. And Instructor Chloe has been targeting him for the whole morning. I won't say how she targeted him. Anyway, everyone is very obedient now. 111. There is a question. If the punishment of drawing lots may punish the instructor, won't we be more miserable later? 147. So what? We have to suffer together. Who is afraid of whom? 207. Lucius, reply to 147. Really? I don't know if this is from our class. How about we do extra training together tomorrow? I'm sure you will be satisfied. 208. Chris, reply to 147. So naughty. Maybe it's from Novice? It doesn't matter. Our class will also do extra training. 3 brothers. Whoever is out of the top 3 is a dog. 209. Novice, reply to 208. Chris, not necessarily. The students in our class are pretty good. But we do need to train more. We can't let the special magic class be overtaken by you. 210. Bo Rui, reply 147. Oh, some of them look like our class. And they are as naughty as me. Come on. Let's hold hands, and try not to be caught by the teachers. 211. Chloe, reply 89. What? Not satisfied with me? 212. Herbert he. Dears? Remember, you have to train the instructor you choose even if you have to kneel down. This is all for your own good. 213. Villa, you guys are such a nuisance. You guys came out in such a neat row. Let's talk about it. Villa's darlings won't let Villa down. Get punished. Or feel sad. Right? For 22. Who is 147? Who is 147? I want to open the box. I want it President Ophelia at Vice President Novice at Forum Master Borui. Open the box. Woo, I can't bear it. 577. Let's go. Who can beat the instructor? Luckily it's anonymous. 887. Think about it from another angle. The instructor accompanied us to be punished. Actually, it was pretty good. 1000. Thanks to Screech School of Magic. I witnessed the unity and friendship that can be broken with a single poke. 3 good brothers in my dormitory fought at the entrance of the cafeteria because they all suspected that the other party was 147 PS. The little expressions used by the instructors are really useful and too realistic. Bori and others just replied out of bad taste. Anyway, whether they reply or not will not delay their training according to the plan. I didn't expect to see such a happy thing. Bori crossed his legs and shook his head. I know why Screech likes to tease us so much. I like to tease them too. Ha ha. Novice sighed. It was fine before. But the topic got off track after 47 came out. I suspect 47 is Screech. The rumor that such an instructor might also be punished is really not something that half of the freshmen can get. Don't doubt it. It is. Chris made the final decision. This interjection is not my last name or Screech's. Ophelia teased. Novice. Why don't you speak up for Screech this time? Novice was silent for a while. Then said slowly. It's a good thing. It allows us to form a united front with the freshmen. The end of the school motto is sweet and sweet again. It can also arouse the passion and motivation of the freshmen, and promote the training of the instructors for the next school motto. Bori gave a thumbs up. Novice, I will only respect you when it comes to praising Screech in the future. Novice changed the subject. Now we should take them to see our unreliable teachers. If Screech doesn't speak, there should be fewer pitfalls. That being said, Novice still affirmed Screech's unparalleled record in cheating students. Are you dreaming too much? Lucius said sarcastically. Novice, I didn't realize that you have such a thick filter for teachers. Have you forgotten that bastard old man teacher Han? Oh my god. It is said that his disciples have decided to expel the master from the sect in order to get themselves back. Are you sure that such an old man will cheat less? Not more? You reminded me, Chris said seriously. Everyone, be careful. Don't get cursed. And don't let the freshmen get cursed. If you get cursed, you will be embarrassed in public. And if you get cursed by a freshman, you will definitely be the last one to receive mysterious punishment from the teachers tomorrow. Chris couldn't even tell which one was more cruel. Chapter 147. Although the instructors gave the freshmen a full half an hour to chat in the group, when the instructors appeared in the forum, everyone silently moved their positions. After all, there was still a barrier between them and the instructors. The instructors didn't care. After all, after they met the teachers of Screech, the freshmen would take the initiative to find them to form a group. But they didn't expect that this incident would happen so early. At that time, the instructors were dressed neatly, walking down from the 3rd floor, finding their class teams together, and taking them back to the dormitory in batches. Because it was the first day of housekeeping inspection, and the principle of ignorance was innocent. They did not plan to punish the housekeeping on the first day, but just let everyone see what a qualified dormitory should look like and meet the teachers by the way. The instructors adapted well, except that they did not want to meet the teachers. They took the freshmen back to the dormitory hall, and the teachers were already waiting. There were about 3 classes of students living in one dormitory building. The teachers planned to walk about 10 minutes in one building, and they could check all of them at one point, and then let the students go to practice. Are you here? Ariel raised her eyebrows slightly. Her tone was very gentle. Not bad. Everyone is in a relaxed state. The first place to check was the number 1 dormitory building where the class led by the 3 good brothers Novice, Lucius, and Chris lived. 3 teachers and a principal wrapped in a black hood stood at the entrance of the corridor, holding 2 bamboo sign boxes in their hands, which almost made the 3 instructors weak in the knees. Novice called people calmly, Teacher Han, Teacher Fanny, Teacher Ariel, Principal Screech, good evening. After calling out, Novice took another step back without leaving a trace. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped back, the 2 good brothers behind him also took a step back, making Novice's retreat seem very in the public eye. Novice was silent for 2 seconds and looked at them speechlessly. Did you call anyone? Lucius and Chris were also silent for 2 seconds. You are the president. You speak for us. The freshmen were confused. What happened to the instructors who were always strong? Ariel's gentle face couldn't hold back, and she covered her mouth with a smile and said, Fanny, it seems that your students don't miss you. Alas, it's a pity that you always think about promoting them in the entertainment newspaper. The 3 brothers, Fanny sighed. What can I do? I am just a rookie teacher who has just entered the ranks of great magicians. Maybe my students want to challenge me? Is that so? Little guys? Navia suddenly remembered the dark and beaten life as an auditor, and his smile froze. Teacher Fanny, congratulations on your improvement in magic. Lucius Chris nodded like Novice, which was very unfashionable. Old man Han stroked his beard and waved his hands. Oh, you guys are really annoying. The little guys are now instructors, but you're still teasing them. Let me see. There are a lot of good seedlings this year, Old man Han said, flicking his whisk, and was about to take a few steps forward to see how many good seedlings there were. Lucius' eyelids jumped, and he asked hurriedly, Teacher, isn't it 10 minutes for one building? It may be too late to greet you again. Right? Old man Han slapped his forehead. Look, I forgot to tell you. Xiaoxie. I pity the freshmen who have no channels to see the teachers. So I increased the dormitory inspection time to half an hour for one building. Don't worry. It will definitely be enough. Fanny snorted and laughed. And we don't have to check everyone. We just need to select 1 male and 1 female from each class after we finish explaining the standards. We will definitely have enough time. Little guys, do you know me? Fanny smiled at the dense crowd of freshmen gathered in the hall on the first floor. You should have heard of my name. Right? Fanny Stern. Just call me Master Stern. The freshmen's eyes lit up, and they called me that obediently. Ariel smiled sideways. What a lively little guy. Old Man Han nodded. Yes. I just happened to have a few. The three brothers, Novice bravely asked. Teacher Han. Is this talisman for a single person or a group? Old Man Han subconsciously glanced at Xieshichan. Then touched his chin. Well, I have both. How about we draw lots? Don't be nervous. The teacher is just giving everyone a welcome gift. We are all family. Don't be so defensive. Isn't that right? Little friends? His cheerful face looked like a kind old man. Without any airs. The freshmen nodded constantly, thinking that the instructors definitely didn't want the teachers to block their training plan. The little guys who had just been humiliated on the forum decided to go against the instructors. What else can the instructors do? Lucius comforted himself. It seems to be a collective thing. It doesn't matter. Chris nodded. It may be to increase the freshmen's understanding of the teachers, so that they are not too caught off guard. Novice was surprised. Chris, when did you also brag about Skricky? Chris curled his lips. Novice, is it a good thing to know in advance that the teachers are the king of pits? How come he can think of bragging about everything? This Skricky brain is hopeless. The three instructors stood by with their arms folded, watching Old Man Han take out a large number of talismans from nowhere. Suddenly, it seemed that it was not a bad thing to use them for the freshmen. The freshmen received a welcome gift from the three teachers. Each one was happier than the other, and even their voices were much sweeter. The teachers did not just chat. They not only solved the problems, but also drew lots to select the dormitories that needed to be inspected. Don't be nervous. Dormitories are very private places. We won't barge in casually. However, a collectively managed dormitory can increase everyone's cohesion. So we will conduct regular inspections of everyone's dormitories during the school training period. Fanny explained the reason. Of course, after enrollment, there may be occasional dormitory inspections, but we will demarcate private spaces, and we have no right to visit anyone in private spaces. Her voice was gentle and cheerful, and everyone liked this teacher at once, and even thought that she was worthy of being the editor-in-chief of Stern. And her words were pleasant. Of course, there were students who wanted to talk to the principal, but they were intercepted by Ariel in advance. The principal has been busy recently, and his throat is uncomfortable. He can't see the wind for the time being. When your school training is over, you will be able to see him for the first time. The students obediently stopped disturbing the principal. The principal walked beside the teachers like a ghost, without any sense of existence. But only the instructors knew that he was not without a sense of existence. He directly communicated with the teachers through the school's easy communication channel. What had nothing to do with him? For example, before the dormitory inspection, Fanny read her school's easy-to-read document many times, and only said it after reading it. We will be very strict during the school motto. First of all, the quilt must be folded neatly. A neat quilt can not only reflect everyone's good upbringing, but also, then, Fanny clapped her hands, and Xieshichan's teaching stick flashed slightly, and a quilt like a tofu block appeared in front of him. This standard is enough. The freshmen are almost like old people on the subway looking at their mobile phones. The three instructors all changed their expressions, took a big step back, and asked the students frantically in the small group. Student counselor Chris, have you ever folded a quilt that looks like a tofu block? Sports counselor Bo Rui, ? What block? I never fold a quilt. Okay. Deputy Benavis, it's over. You should be prepared. I think persecution will come late. As soon as the voice fell, Fanny giggled. Good question. What should I do if I don't know? Of course. Ask your almighty instructor for help. If the instructors don't understand, they can always use magic to help you get into shape. The instructors on the scene, The freshmen were confused, and had not yet realized the evil intentions. Soon, Fanny pointed out several very demanding requirements. For example, books on the table must be neatly placed. The table must be clean and tidy. The small sofa must not have wrinkles. And the stools must be neatly placed. A freshman asked, what if the housekeeping is not up to standard? Ariel smiled. According to the deducted points, the ranking of the training will be deleted on that day. Similarly, The last one needs to accept the lottery penalty. 3 instructors, damn it. I have to figure out how to make a tofu block quilt if I don't sleep tonight. The freshmen also vaguely realized that it was a bit of a pitfall. But perhaps the teachers were too fast. Before they could react, they saw the teachers starting to check the dormitories. The 6 dormitories checked were all relatively clean, mainly because no one went back to the dormitory much today. So naturally, there was not much mess. Except for the bed. Fanny casually tapped. And the bed was instantly tidy. Clean and without even a wrinkle. This is the standard. And everyone in your class can come and watch it later. Fanny clapped her hands. Now you need to tidy it manually. But when your mental strength is high, or you learn magic, you can directly use the cleaning and tidying technique. Isn't it convenient? What are the advantages of the cleaning and tidying technique? The 3 brothers looked confused and hurried to ask everyone in the class. Fortunately, Asuto has read more. Prophecy of Asuto, a spell that is mainly based on mental power and carefully organized by mental power, which requires very delicate mental power operation. What's wrong? Novice was silent for a while, and told them the situation. Suddenly, a dozen little guys in the group began to cue Asuto frantically, asking where the book is. They never thought that as an instructor, they could be harmed by teachers to such an extent. Time passed while the instructors checked for deficiencies, and the freshmen were full of confusion. In order to give everyone some time to adapt, Fanny kindly said, "We will start checking the housekeeping from next week. Don't worry. Screech is very kind, and won't do such hasty things." The freshmen and instructors all breathed a sigh of relief. Sieshichan gestured to Fanny, and Fanny smiled with a crooked eye. "Okay. You can choose to rest or go to practice first. We are going to the next dormitory." After a pause, Fanny said to the freshmen meaningfully, "Good luck to you." Freshman, ? Why does this tone feel weird? Someone complained quietly. Get rid of the feeling. Chris's cold voice startled people. Gather in 5 minutes. Go to practice. Finish the bath early and rest early. Got it. The freshmen didn't dare to joke with the stiff Chris. Seeing Chris's vigorous and resolute appearance, they quickly organized the team and didn't dare to delay time. Although I still don't understand it in my heart. I don't know why I am so anxious. Before they could figure it out, the instructor sent everyone into the hot spring pool like dumplings. Everyone was at a loss, with water drops on their faces. Hot springs can reduce pain, and more people can stick together. Be grateful that the facilities at Screech have improved. Lucius sneered. Soak in it, and come out when the time is up. After saying that, he looked at Chris and Novice, and the 3 of them nodded together. And then Novice and Chris chanted a spell loudly. Advanced time cage. Advanced 1,000 miles of ice. One of the 2 spells was like a cover, blocking the freshmen in the big pool tightly, and the other made a series of small holes, which just stuck the freshmen in the hot spring, leaving only a small head. The freshmen were already a little panicked at this time. What was this going to do? Imprisonment? The next moment, Lucius also recited a string of spells leisurely. Advanced dark entanglement. One by one, black shadows like vines fixed the freshmen's limbs around the ice surface. They could move at a small range, but not in a large range. A brave freshman swallowed and asked, Instructor, is this a punishment? No. This is protection. Novice explained with a smile. The medicinal bath later can improve your physical fitness, but it will be a little painful. There are so many of you, and we can't take care of each of you one by one. So we might as well take precautions. The freshman was puzzled. How painful can it be? We can even catch rocks today, Lucius said meaningfully. It won't hurt much. It's just an unforgettable feeling. Don't worry. The instructors will be responsible for your safety. Although these multiple safeguards are like a small dark room, they don't seem to be necessary. The freshmen muttered in their hearts. But they didn't care. Seeing the instructors leave temporarily, they whispered to each other. Forget it. Screech does seem to emphasize safety. It was previously advertised that the death rate of students must be 0 when going out for study tours. The instructor should be doing this for safety. But this is too restrictive. It feels like I'm just left with my head on the ice. It's so weird. But Instructor Chris is amazing. This ice doesn't feel cold at all. His control is so strong. Instructor Lucius is the same. If my hands can't move in a large range, I can't feel that I am entangled. Hey, although he is really annoying, his talent is really strong. So, what is this gray-white hood of Instructor Novice for? The freshmen were very curious. Soon, they got the answer. Instructor Sansi carried 2 buckets of liquid medicine and added them to the hot spring for dilution without paying, and used magic to help accelerate the fusion. When the liquid medicine was completely integrated and began to work, the freshmen suddenly felt a slight itch, which slowly climbed from the soles of their feet to their calves, thighs, waists, all the way to their heads. The most uncomfortable thing was that this tingling was not external, but more like an itch that slowly came from the bones. There was no place to scratch it, and after a lot of ineffective movements, they were out of breath. But it didn't work at all. It's so itchy. So itchy. Ah, what is this? I feel like there are ants crawling on my bones. Don't tie me up. I want to scratch. I feel so uncomfortable. Is this the unforgettable one? Didn't the instructor say it would be a little painful? Ah. The freshman who had adapted well hadn't finished questioning when he suddenly screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He began to move frantically in the narrow range of motion like a twisting maggot. But it was no use. He was tied up and couldn't move at all. But the pain was like the bones starting to grow again. Like the flesh and blood were constantly regenerating. Like something was surging in the body. Like blood was constantly impacting their blood vessels. Not only was the blood surging all over their body, but they felt like they were about to explode. Ah! Help! I don't want to soak anymore. I want to go home. Save me! Save me! Whoa, Mom. Some people with sensitive constitutions have already started to cry, while others are still worried about being embarrassed and grit their teeth to persist. But after a while, they still can't help but groan. Then, their brains seemed to be hit by something, and they became confused. The burning feeling of the fire spread from their flesh and blood to their skin. They could feel the impurities in their bodies being gradually discharged. And they could also feel a burst of lightness. Yes, a little comfortable feeling? But this feeling is more like a flash in the pan. The next moment, the surging pain hits the body again. Even those who didn't cry before can't stand it now and burst into tears. Lucius hugged his arms and observed the freshmen in his class. They needed to rescue the freshmen when they couldn't stand it. But this body-refining liquid was uniformly prepared according to the minimum dosage. Theoretically, no one would be unable to stand it. On the contrary, those with good physical fitness could gradually increase the dosage later. They cried so miserably. Lucius shook his head. Look at their snot and tears. So pitiful. Luckily your time cage can block the sound. Otherwise my ears would be numb. Luckily it can block the sound. Otherwise their ears would be numb too. Chris shrugged, rarely showing a smile. I don't know how many people will back out tomorrow. It would be bad if they were scared away. No. Mr. Strength and Mr. Speed are at the school gate, Neva said tactfully. Skreeg said that only by defeating the guard with the lowest magical power in the academy, except the Muggle headmaster, can you leave the school gate. Chris, eh? Chris asked curiously. Mr. Strength and Speed. Is he a relative of Valentina? Nevis was surprised. Why do you ask? Chris chose his words carefully. In this day and age, I have only seen one person. Screech. Who doesn't know magic and doesn't use martial arts. And can beat us? A group of high-level magicians who have practiced martial arts. To tears. Oh! Then, there was Mr. Strength and Speed. At present, the only people on the continent who can compete with Screech without magic and rely on physical strength are the dragons. Right? Novice was silent for a moment, and whispered, I think so. I tried 2 sparring partners before, and they acted, well, a little naive. But they didn't seem to want Valentina to know. So I didn't tell her. Lucius understood and was even more speechless. When will Screech stop using this kind of language trap? The guards with the lowest magic power in the whole academy, except for the principal. The dragons don't rely on magic, and they can be sent to hell with one punch. Okay? Not to mention the freshmen who haven't learned magic. Novice groaned for a long time, then said guiltily, well, then Screech is not wrong. Chris curled his lips, lowered his head, and began to write the application. Lucius came over curiously. What are you doing? Chris calmly said. Applying for healing potions. I'm afraid our class will become a big user of potions. But even if he was beaten black and blue, he couldn't delay his training. He, Chris, couldn't fall out of the top 3. And he wouldn't accept the freshmen dragging him down. Lucius was reminded by Chris. And he started writing the application without saying a word. The freshmen will definitely have to pay for the potions after they enter the school. But only if they apply. They don't need to spend contribution points to buy the healing potions. While the three of them were guarding their own class to practice physical training, other classes also came in a mighty way. Ophelia looked at the big hot spring pool with a little surprise, and looked at Novice with understanding. Novice, can you help us make a barrier? Novice agreed with a crooked eye. Of course. My pleasure. Ophelia, Freya and Valentina walked to another hot spring pool together, and after letting everyone go into the hot spring together, Ophelia completed the multiple restraints by herself, and then waited for Novice to attach a layer of soundproof cover. Ophelia sighed. I'm really worried that by the end of this night, our class will be half empty. Novice answered subconsciously. No. Screech said that you can only leave if you beat the guard. Otherwise you can only wait to be eliminated. Ophelia was silent. It took her a long time to come back to her senses and whispered, Oh, he is so domineering. The freshman will not be in a good state like this. Right? Ophelia was a little worried. Freya stamped her feet and understood. Your Highness. No wonder Screech wants to punish the instructor as well. She felt very aggrieved. They are afraid that the freshmen will not work hard, and they want us to find a solution. The freshmen wanted to go home, but couldn't. So they could only wait to be eliminated. I guess many of them were desperate at this time. And they might even give up like Julian. But Xieshichan made the instructors responsible. The freshmen might be so frustrated that they don't care about the punishment. But the instructors won't. Freya gritted her teeth. Scritch really screwed the students. Ophelia sighed softly. Sure enough. It's not easy to tear the umbrella. Who let their teachers screw the students equally. Chapter 148. This was a very dark night. Even in the days that followed. The first day of the freshman school motto was given a sacred holiday name. Learn to be strong day. Yes. It was so fair and just. After a physical training session, more than half of the freshmen wanted to run. They didn't even have the chance to complain on the forum. They were too tired. Now they just wanted to run to bed immediately and have a good sleep without being disturbed. All the bones in their bodies were numb, and their legs were very sore. They didn't even understand why they came to Screech to suffer. It can be said that it was this time of body-refining liquid that made them realize how much the untalented seniors paid to learn magic. Some freshmen admired. Some freshmen found motivation in goals. And some freshmen decided to leave. Anyway, they are not students of Screech now. Right? Of course. Of course. The freshmen are still too tired now. They don't have the idea of escaping at night. They can only fall asleep in the dormitory in a mess. They decide to get up early tomorrow and firmly refuse the instructors. They want to leave. Especially those who have magical talents. They think they really don't need to suffer such hardships. They are not muggles without talents. This is the only way left. The freshmen have their own thoughts. They fall asleep quickly in the thick night. Very sweetly. And those disturbing thoughts are gradually suppressed. Let's talk about it after we wake up. It was the first time for the freshmen to have such a satisfying sleep. They were still a little unresponsive when they were awakened by the familiar roar of the beast the next morning. Aya yawned, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and slowly got up from the bed. I don't know if it was because the teacher's introduction yesterday was particularly concise, thanks to teacher Ariel. But when Aya got up, she subconsciously folded the quilt and made the bed flat. Although it didn't look so neat, it was also an improvement. After Aya came back from washing up, she saw her roommates still resting with their eyes closed, and hesitated. Yes, she could see that everyone was awake and very sober. Aya suspected that it was because of the medicine she had taken yesterday. When she was awakened by the roar of the monster, she not only did not feel irritated, but also felt that she should have gotten up at this time. After washing up, she was even more energetic, not sleepy at all, and her body did not feel sore. She felt that her body was full of strength. This made Aya more willing to stay. Indeed, physical training was uncomfortable, but Aya had no talent for magic. This was her only way to control her life. And it was also the first time she felt the power. She was unwilling to give up. But her roommates were all nobles. So maybe they didn't have so many ideas? Aya hesitated for a long time, still thinking about the words that Snobby had comforted the sister she saw on the forum, and mustered up the courage to say, There are 15 minutes left before the meeting. Don't you plan to go? One girl reluctantly put down her arm that was covering her eyes. I'm hesitating. Yes. The medicine worked very well. She could feel the changes in her body, and she was happy to see it. But the pain last night, and the whole day yesterday. The girl wrinkled her face. I have a way out. I can't be like you. Without distraction, muster up the courage to rush forward. Aya was stunned, and subconsciously pointed at herself. Me? Courage? Yes. The noble girl finally got up, resigned to her fate, and pushed the person next to her. Wake up, Duowei. Get up first. Duowei had no desire to live. I won't go. I don't want to go. I go down the mountain today. Alia, go by yourself. They came together. But now she is destined to say goodbye to her best friend. Alia shrugged helplessly and looked at the other girl. The girl shook her head slowly, obviously thinking the same thing. Alia could only walk towards Aya and continue the previous topic. I was behind you during the perseverance test. I estimated that the time was almost up, so I didn't continue. But I saw that you persisted to the end, so I recognized you. Aya is very powerful. I was a little embarrassed. I'm weak, but you have a chance in Screech. Alia knew Screech very well. On the surface, I subscribed to all the Stern student entertainment newspapers, and I know our seniors well. They must have been surpassing themselves and breaking through themselves, so they are promoted so fast. But if we follow Screech's pace, we can also shine. Alia said, tied her hair, cleaned herself up casually, and waved to Aya. Let's go to the gathering first. I can't say whether I should stay, but I always feel that Instructor Borui is not so easy to talk to. Can they really leave if they back down? Alia felt that the little bully in the royal city was not so easy to talk to. Aya nodded, and Alia's easygoing nature made her feel a little more at ease. I'm sorry, Alia. I thought you wouldn't want to talk to me. So, I thought you didn't want to play with our Miss Jiao. Alia smiled. But I read the post yesterday. I think the teachers of Screech may have their own considerations when allocating dormitories. But students who can be selected into Screech should be easier to get along with. When the theoretical exam was over and the students were eliminated, almost everyone cursed at Screech. And there was even a noble lady who had been at odds with her. Alia had some guesses at the time. Perhaps the first level was mainly to see if the students were easy to get along with. Then she found that there was a commoner girl, a noble from a remote area, and her good friend Duowei in her dormitory. Alia felt that this was also a test from Screech. Come to think of it, the commoners and nobles of the previous class lived in harmony. If this class was divided into different classes, it would be too inconsistent with Screech's previous situation. Alia began to observe her two roommates. If her roommates were good, she would take the initiative to get along with them. They would live together for 5 years in the future. Unfortunately, Alia backed off on the first day. Screech is really a magic school, Alia thought, rubbed her eyebrows and looked at Duowei. Duowei, are you really not going? I think you know the reputation of Instructor Borui. Even if you want to leave, you have to find a time to leave. Right? For example, at lunchtime. Duowei was silent for a few seconds, then got up resignedly. Okay, you two wait for me. I'll be there soon. She subconsciously asked the last roommate. Friends? How about we hold on for a little longer? If you don't go, it seemed like the three of us are ostracizing you. Duowei. Alia was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. Alia looked at her last roommate. Do you want to go? I'm just a little worried. There will be a lot of punishment for being late. Last night, Instructor Julian's class was punished, and he said it would be punished today. I always feel that the price of not going will be heavy. The roommate closed her eyes, sighed heavily, and got up, saying softly, Here we are. In the end, they arrived at the meeting place on time. For Aya, although her roommates might leave soon, they also gave her courage. Don't worry. Take the initiative to communicate, and you may get unexpected results. Of course, these are all things in the future. They still need to survive the last half of the morning under the guidance of Instructor Borui. It seems like something unexpected happened. Borui glanced at his class and found that only about 40 of the 80 students came. He shook his head and sighed. Hey, everyone knows that the teachers at Screech are difficult to get along with. So why are there still students who are stupid? Aya and the others always felt that something was not right. The next moment, Borui asked them with a smile. After yesterday, everyone should have understood part of us at Screech. Right? Is there anyone who wants to leave? The students were silent. Silent. And no one dared to say that they wanted to leave. Bo-Ray comforted him. Don't be nervous, instructor. I just think that a forced melon is not sweet. So I will give you a chance. He blinked. For students who want to leave, further training will only waste time and be more tired. It's better to stand up now and let the instructor find a way for you to part ways in peace. Some freshmen felt that there was a trap and asked cautiously, Don't you want performance? Yes, Bo-Ray admitted carelessly. But if you don't really want to stay, you will definitely make trouble during training. If you lead the freshmen who originally wanted to stay astray, won't our performance be even worse? But the 21 instructors may not agree. We held a small meeting yesterday. We guessed that after what happened last night, many freshmen are willing to go to academies that are more suitable for them. Forcing them to stay will only make them more sad. It is better to choose to fulfill their wishes, Bo-Ray said with emotion. Oh my God. I am so kind. You know, it is really not easy to make this decision. I have to overcome my desire for performance. Yesterday, Lucius slammed the table and said no. And it was Ophelia who persuaded him for half an hour before he reluctantly agreed. The instructor pointed at Lucius while giving examples. This instructor who always takes the blame had a dark face. He put his hands behind his back and asked coldly, Those who want to leave, please stand up. I don't want to ask you for the third time. If you don't stand up now, don't even think about backing out in the future. The freshmen believed most of it. Sometimes it's like this. A nice tone can make people feel like there's a trap. Cold words can arouse people's desire to resist. And using both hard and soft tactics. It's so true. Come to think of it, Instructor Ophelia is so kind, and she's the president. Maybe it was her who proposed it. It's hard for other instructors to refute it. Right? After thinking about it, everyone felt it made sense. Bo-Ray asked again. Is there anyone? Some people stand up. I will take you down the mountain with a freshman in the dormitory. With us here, it will be smoother to go down the mountain. The freshmen were so moved that some freshmen, who were hesitant, began to feel sorry for the instructors and hesitated whether to stand up. However, there were also some who stood up directly. No matter who it was, the instructors' expressions were different. But there was no more change in their expressions. As if it was a foregone conclusion. Are they disappointed? Somewhat. But more fortunately, although they passed the perseverance test, they still felt that they could not bear it when they thought about the life in the next few months. It can only be said that they are not destined to be together. Dewey and the others also wanted to stand up. But Alia subconsciously held their hands one by one. In their confused gaze, they uttered a sentence. Let's wait and see. Her sixth sense told her that something seemed wrong. Both girls were relatively soft, thinking that they might as well not go out. At worst, they would regret it later. And it would be okay to wait and see. Several hesitant freshmen did not move. In the end, less than 10 people from Borui's class stood up, including those who did not come. There were about 50 people. Borui counted the people, made a mark on the notebook, and sighed. My performance. The sincere feelings made the soft-hearted freshman want to come forward to comfort. Borui put away the notebook. Forget it. Let's waste this morning. Let's take some time to see off your one-day alumni. Meeting is fate. Alia frowned and asked subconsciously. Instructor, won't there be many people like us? Bo-Ray shook his finger. Don't worry. There is a lot of space at the foot of the mountain. And there is a space-folding formation. It's just a matter of sending someone off. It will be quick. As he said in a brisk tone, it seems that the little guys in the dormitory have been sent down together. Let's go. It will be too late if we don't leave now. He called the freshmen in his hands to line up and turn around and follow him down the mountain. Alia and the others were in the middle of the team. Dewey felt that Instructor Bo-Ray couldn't hear her, so she whispered to Alia, Why don't you let us stand out? Alia was silent for a while, and whispered, Don't you think that Instructor Bo-Ray seems a little happy? Dewey. She didn't understand. No. The instructor seems very sad. His performance has dropped by 50 people. Alia hesitated, and finally said dryly, I can't say for sure. It's just a feeling. Anyway, I think they seem very happy. She couldn't convince her roommates. But fortunately they had already left the line. So her roommates didn't think much about it, and followed the team down. Aya looked at Alia and Borui thoughtfully, with an absurd premonition that Alia seemed to have guessed it right. Boru in the front row paused for a moment when Alia finished speaking. Although he quickly returned to normal, he still reflected on himself. Is it really that obvious? Not really. He is a man who specializes in micro-expression studies. Little Boru resisted the urge to look back and continued to lead the team down the mountain. It can only be attributed to the super sixth sense of this freshman. Well, remember? They are all good seedlings that can be focused on training. Chapter 149. After a day of training, the freshmen have taken shape. They lined up neatly and walked down the mountain. Each team followed their instructors. Those who wanted to leave stood in the front row, while the others followed behind. It looked like a farewell. They even packed their luggage. Some who were hesitant to leave also took their luggage with them. They wanted to see if there were no accidents, and they would follow. Anyway, they were all going down the mountain, and the instructors didn't know who was going to leave. Right? It was this strange word that said we were going to see them off. The clever freshmen vaguely sensed something was wrong, but they couldn't tell what was wrong until they entered the folding space one by one and were arranged by the instructors to sit on the stairs. Each instructor said something similar. Sit down. You probably be here this morning. Freshman, ? Alia couldn't help asking Bori. Instructor, we're sitting here. To see them off? Yes. Bore hurriedly glanced at his pocket watch. The gate is about to open. I will see the freshmen off first. You sit down and don't run around. Do you understand? Alia nodded blankly, watching the instructors lead the freshmen out of the small doors, and couldn't help but hesitate. Really? Just seeing them off? Dewey stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Alia. Alia? Alia came back to her senses and looked at Dewey. What's wrong? Dewey asked. It seems that it is quite troublesome to go down the mountain. If we don't follow this time, will we have no chance later? Alia said calmly. Isn't there still elimination? It is said that it will be once every 2 weeks. If we can't hold on until then, I really don't think it's safe. Dewey pouted. Okay. I have to endure it again. Bang! A loud noise came from the platform in the center, and many students subconsciously looked towards the center. 2 burly young men at least 2 meters tall slowly stood up, leaving a pit at least 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep in front of them. One of the young men clenched his fists. I'm Screech's Muggle Security number 1. Hurry up. I heard that some students want to leave the college directly without me. The freshmen watching the farewell, their fingers trembled slightly, and they felt as if they saw their deceased grandmother at this moment. No. That can't be said. It should be said that they are only one choice away from death. In Boru's class, a freshman asked with difficulty in a voice that everyone can hear. So, the instructor brought us here. He didn't need to ask. The impatient security guards below had already spoken out. I am Muggle Security number 2. Strength. The young man showed off his developed muscles, and then said, the Screech School rules state that no one can enter or leave the academy except for completing tasks, traveling, and receiving Screech Mission Hall souvenirs. Of course, there is one exception. Screech adheres to the principle of being friendly to students and only hires Muggle security guards who are not magicians or swordsmen. So, the speed security officer grinned. As long as you can beat one of our Muggle security guards, you can come and go as you please. The strength security officer also smiled. But as security guards who neglect their duties, we will be punished. So we will never allow this to happen. The freshman, damn it. Do you Screech people want to look at that huge pit and talk to them about the meaning of Muggle? They don't even know the word Muggle anymore. The freshmen in the audience were silent, and Alia finally understood why Instructor Boru had such a strange mood, and why he wanted them to come to see off their friends. Is there any need to see them off? What to see off? To see them off to the end? To see them off on their way? This is too outrageous. But the freshmen didn't even dare to curse at this time, because the 2 security guards were too powerful. They were really afraid that as soon as they opened their mouths, the security guard would say, play with them. I can't afford to play. I can't afford to play. Dewey swallowed her saliva and said in a trembling voice, Alia, you are right. Screechy is really a good college with strict admission and strict graduation. Dewey couldn't laugh anymore. Let alone them. Those freshmen who originally wanted to stay now have a look of eating shit, and they are at a loss with deeper hesitation. Yes, I am a little worried about their future. As for those who are hesitant about whether to leave but have brought their luggage, they can only feel grateful. It was a close call. Fortunately, I was not moved at that time. Otherwise, before that, the freshmen who were sent down the mountain, someone hesitated and asked. Alia whispered. Look down. Everyone looked down subconsciously, and was shocked to the point of being speechless. Under the stage, boxes in the small door were pushed out one by one, and each box contained 5 freshmen. The instructors who pushed the boxes coughed lightly. Everyone will experience it for 5 minutes. Those who can stand up after 5 minutes can leave. The freshmen in the box were hopeless, and some even cursed. But there was nothing they could do. Their instructors were thick-skinned and not afraid of being scolded. The instructor said calmly, We were supposed to win, but we thought that a forced melon would not be sweet. So we negotiated with the college and said that we would just have to hold on for 5 minutes. Then why can't we just leave? That's right. We are not Screech's students yet. Why can't you let us go? You Screech are so domineering. I don't want to stay, Ophelia said loudly. Everyone, I know you are very irritable and want to leave. I understand your feelings. But the school has its own rules. This is the rule of Screech. Since we are here, we should respect and abide by the rules. She glanced at the freshman and slowed down her tone. Don't be nervous. If you really want to leave, you can leave as long as you fail the assessment in 2 weeks. The expressions of several leaders who used to be auditors suddenly became subtle. That's right. But if someone gives up, they will be required to train for at least 2 weeks. Anyway, after the first time, all the auditors tried hard but not that hard. And there was no instructor who gave up. But these? The former auditors looked at their classmates and sighed silently. Didn't they know about Screech's trickery a long time ago? In any case, the qualification competition to compete with the Muggle guards was finally decided. Boxes were pushed out one after another. The guards put on appropriate restraint rings and said, Come in boxes by boxes. Most of those who could come to Screech were ambitious. Since they were destined to fight, they were not afraid. They ran in the opposite direction as soon as they came out to increase their distance. Then, the 5 freshmen who came out were grabbed by the security guards one by one and thrown into the pit in the blink of an eye. The speed security guard smashed the pit wider and said, I'm coming. Don't worry. I know my limits. Damn it. Who can be so reassured? They thought it was bad and were about to retreat. But the speed was too fast, and they couldn't avoid it at all. So they could only close their eyes and wait for the beating. Scree is a magic school. No matter how hard they beat it, it shouldn't be. One after another roars sounded in the deep pit, and the freshmen on the stage could only hear the shouts and the figures of the security guards beating people up and down. It's just funny, but I dare not watch it. What kind of Shura scene is this? Bang, bang, bang. The security guards' iron fists don't care about speed. They have been specially trained to hit the pain points, making the freshmen limp and collapse in the deep pit, unable to move at all. My whole body aches. Okay. 5 minutes are up. Beauroy's voice is like the sound of nature, like a spring in the desert, bringing hope to the freshmen. The security guard stopped quietly and asked politely, Can you stand up? If you can stand up, you can walk. If they really stood up at this time, they would probably be ready to leave. So there was no need for them to keep them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Beauroy hurried over. Okay. The challenge failed. Hey, don't blame the instructor for not telling you. Everyone has this experience. The freshman with a purple face choked with sobs. I don't believe it. You just want to beat us up. Beauroy, While Beauroy was pouring healing potions into the freshman, he said, Your injuries will heal after drinking it. Once you are well, go to the class station and say farewell to the students behind you. After a pause, he suppressed his laughter. I do want to beat you up. You are too naughty. But it is true that everyone has this experience, including us. Don't take it personally. The speed guard patted Beauroy's shoulder carelessly. Yes, Screech said that there will be no students in this academy that I haven't beaten up in the future. Beauroy's muscles were tensed by this slap. He turned back with a grin. And sure enough, the speed guard took off several suppressors. He forced a smile and gritted his teeth. Mr. Speed, This 4 seems a bit beyond the standard. Mr. Speed scratched his head and whispered. But Screech said that in order to promote harmony between freshmen and seniors, any freshmen who are beaten more than 20 times will be punished by the instructors. Bo-Ray couldn't help but ask loudly. Doesn't he feel sorry for his Mew? Wouldn't we instructors have any face in this case? Did you really not lie about the news? Mr. Strength curled his lips. What lie? Screech said it himself. Just to show the freshmen a showdown of strength and strength. So that they are willing to stay. Bori was suspicious. A showdown of strength? Are you sure it's not you who will kill me with one punch? Mr. Strength hummed. Maybe. Maybe I hit you 3 times, and you be the first 7? Principal Screech said that. I don't really understand what he meant. Bori understood what he meant. Fine. You can't expect Screech to have a conscience. Bori closed his eyes, and glared at the kids he brought with him. Go back. When it's time for training, don't even think about running away. Freshmen, If the instructors tell them one more word, they won't run. After a run through the school gate, the instructors are unhappy. The freshmen who want to leave are unhappy. And the freshmen who don't want to leave are unhappy. And after going around in circles, there is only... Sieshichin looked at the field with a telescope. And his smile widened. Great. There are energetic little guys again. Fanny didn't need a telescope. She could see clearly. Anshin, are you sure they won't seek revenge on you? Sieshichin said confidently. Isn't the relationship between teachers and students in our college like this? It just so happens that the teachers who are in seclusion will work harder. Otherwise, there is a risk of being bullied by students at any time. And they will understand. Sieshichin added. They will understand the good intentions of the teachers. And then work harder to become a more perfect self. Fanny nodded and smiled playfully. Then come back and challenge us. Sieshichin, Ariel covered her mouth and laughed. Fanny. Of course, the principal is not worried. First, by the time the kids have a chance to retaliate, the principal will probably have retired. So the new principal will have a headache. Second, Ariel blinked. If we ask honorary alumni to return to school to teach freshmen, the kids will definitely be on the same page. Who would be willing to challenge a difficult devil teacher if they could just tear up an umbrella and watch them experience the pain they once experienced? Sieshichin knows what reincarnation is. Anyway, Fanny, who heard about it for the first time, was even more moved when she looked at Sieshichin. Let's get back to the topic. Let's not talk about the teachers who secretly observed the freshmen. The first freshman class to take the plunge, the Bori class, was suffering. There were nearly 50 people in total. Everyone in each box was beaten equally for 5 minutes. Even if they were healed by the healing potion, they still limped to the stands. They were really convinced and learned their lesson. In the future, when there is something to talk to the instructors, they will definitely not be so naive again. Until the students in the 21 classes were beaten up one by one in 5 minutes. Some students have already posted what Instructor Borui and the security guard said on the forum in anger. Now, everyone is waiting to see the fun. Didn't they say the instructor would also be beaten? Why didn't they see him show up? Isn't this just an excuse to appease us? Oh my god. If that's the case, I'd be really disappointed. No. At that time, Instructor Borui's face fell. It must be true. Ha ha ha. I like Screech so much now. Just for his equality. I fell in love with him. Ah? But he made the school rules. It doesn't matter. Just wait for the instructor to get beaten. The freshmen who were good at doing things quickly set the pace. They were beaten so hard that they were in phantom pain. They must watch the instructor get retaliated against. Otherwise, their hearts will never be able to calm down. Fortunately, Screech Academy is first class in terms of keeping its word. I don't know what they discussed. But in the end, the instructors were divided into 5 groups. 2 groups against Mr. Strength. 2 groups against Mr. Speed. And the remaining novice. It's so funny. Only 15 people in novice class backed out. So they didn't need to be beaten. Bori looked at novice with great envy. He even suspected that novice had cheated. Novice raised his hands to express his injustice. The classes I teach all forced themselves to pass 2 perseverance levels just to come to Screech. It's normal to have such a result. Right? Unfair. Bori muttered. Your students are so special. If any of them want to leave, you will be punished too. Novice, Little Novice said nonchalantly. But what can I do? Snavy is my brother. Bori, Damn it. Novice has learned bad things. No matter what. Their duel was finally decided. They were in groups of 5. Just like the freshmen. But they were fighting against the sparring masters, who had taken off 2 inhibitory rings. The sparring masters first demonstrated their strength after taking off the inhibitory rings. The freshmen even lost their voices when they saw the lightning-fast movements and the powerful force. Instructors, is it really possible? Before they could think about it, the instructors of the first group quickly dispersed into a formation, their faces becoming serious. This group was led by Lucius, assisted by Borfreya, and then brought in 2 alchemists with weak constitutions, Arabelle and Fry. They were fighting against Mr. Strength. Mr. Strength laughed. I'm starting. He rushed towards Fry at a very fast speed, and Fry teleported without changing his expression. Exchanging places with Lucius, Lucius narrowed his eyes slightly, and also reached out to wrap Mr. Strength's fist. Then used Tai Chi to unload the force many times, and finally pushed Mr. Strength out by using the force to counter the force. He was very casual about it. Only he knew that his arm was numb from the shock. Mr. Strength laughed. Not bad. Not bad. You've made progress. I'm going to be serious. Damn it. Lucius gritted his teeth and jumped back. And Bori hurried to make up for it, using a fast and roaming method to attack Mr. Strength's weaknesses. Mr. Strength didn't dodge. He punched whenever Bori came. And his simple and unpretentious boxing method forced Bori to move several times to dissipate the force. But in the end, he was not as embarrassed as the freshman. They fought back and forth, with the assistant using magic to move around in many directions to help interfere. And the secondary attackers and the main attackers took turns fighting, although they were also hit several times. The freshmen could find that their instructors, even if they were hit in the chest, just groaned, without any trembling or avoidance, and still carried out every decision as they pleased. The sound of punches hitting flesh. The instructor's speed visibly stagnated, but they moved quickly, relying on martial arts, magic, and various close cooperation. They could maintain their advantages as much as possible under the attack of the guards. It can be said that even if they didn't win, it was still so cool that the freshmen couldn't take their eyes off. The few words and fragments of images at the appraisal meeting were not as exciting as the current 11. Some freshmen even shouted loudly when Bo-Rui used his clever strength to throw the guard out. Bo-Rui also proudly blew a kiss to the stage. And the showy Mr. Power kept targeting him afterwards, which was miserable. No, Mr. Power. You are fouling like this. After being knocked away by Mr. Strength again, Bori yelled. Lucius. Lucius is challenging you. He actually doesn't consider you as his first opponent. Lucius's face changed. Bori. You fucking. Before he finished, Mr. Strength looked at Lucius with a chuckle. Oh. It's all. I've been playing with you for so long. It's time to be serious. Lucius, eh? It's not that they became punching bags after Strength got serious. But after Strength got serious, they got beaten more. Everyone lost the qualification to show off. They had already spent too much energy to keep themselves from being too embarrassed. After a full half hour, when Mr. Strength finished beating people, the 5 instructors were already panting. But they could still move. Bo-Rui even bent one leg, took out the healing potion and gulped it down, then wiped his sweat. I haven't been beaten for a long time. I actually miss it. Lucius looked strange. Are you the masochist that Screech once mentioned? That Stockholm Syndrome? Bo-Rui smiled. Lucius, have you ever been hit by the Iron Rose, Captain? Lucius said sarcastically. Of course I have been hit by the young leader. But isn't the young leader called Novice? What does it have to do with you? Altian Bori? Bori clenched his fist. Okay. You look down on me. Altian Bori. Right? 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Don't bully Bori's poverty. Come and fight. Lucius was speechless. Okay. I'm not Novice. I don't want to play childish role-playing games with you. Get off the stage. Bori pouted. Oh my god. Lucius is such a boring man. If the bored Lucius knew about this, he would really beat this clever little Bo-Rui to death. The instructor of the first group went down, and the instructor of the second group followed up. They all rotated their strength and speed. The difference was that each of their groups had different fighting methods, which were more suitable for their teams. The similarity was that their fighting was tacit and united enough. And it was exciting enough to even make people understand that this was a battle of the weak against the strong. Even if they didn't win, they still lost gloriously. All the freshmen looked at the sweaty instructors, silently applauded when they left the field. Perhaps they still couldn't reach the level of the instructors, but at this moment, they seemed to understand what was most attractive about Screech. It wasn't the magic they learned, nor the various perverted and tricky projects, but the spirit of never giving up. As long as there are many ways, even the weak can fight well. The freshmen watched the fight for a whole morning, and some even got beaten. While they deepened their understanding of Screech, they also had more inner plans. Perhaps if we dig deeper, they actually want to stay. If one day in the future, they are the protagonists of such a passionate scene, how wonderful it would be. After the morning fight, the freshmen no longer wanted to leave. Of course, the main reason was that they couldn't leave and didn't want to waste their time. At most, they would just wait for 2 weeks. What's the big deal? They thought to themselves. But they didn't expect that accidents always arrive so quickly. Instructor Julian's class, who was punished yesterday, will come to receive the punishment today. Ariel and Fanny came over with a box each, which was full of potions. She blinked. Little guys, do you remember what you drew? The kids in Julian's class. Instructor Julian himself. Julian, who was hoping for a chance, asked Ariel. Teacher, do I have to follow this punishment? Can it be erased with contribution points? Ariel was surprised. Oh my God. This punishment actually made you say such a stupid thing. Julian, you will be punished twice by Screech. Julian, shut up. Julian had no desire to live. But he really didn't want to be a bunny girl all day. This is not the treatment that a tough devil should get. Chapter 150. No matter how hopeless Julian was, he was destined to pay for his laziness. Under Ariel's endlessly smiling gaze, Julian closed his eyes righteously, raised his head to pick up a can of medicine, and gulped it down. He was an instructor and had to set an example. Pain. If I had known, I would not have come to tear up the umbrella. Julian could guess without opening his eyes how his group of nosy classmates were looking at him with such fierce eyes. He felt a soreness all over his body, as if his skin had melted and become extremely delicate, and his scalp felt heavy, as if it had grown heavy long hair. He didn't dare to think about what he looked like now. Wow! Bori, the busybody, whistled first and looked at Julian teasingly. Where did this beautiful girl come from? Can you have a romantic encounter dance with Bori? No! Julian didn't even dare to open his eyes. He decided to be blind all day today. What's that saying? He is trying to cover his ears while stealing a bell. Yes, Julian is going to do the same. Anyway, he doesn't need eyes to train these useless freshmen. Bori continued to tease Julian. Are you really so cold-blooded? You broke my heart, Ms. Julian. I am so sad. Herbert put his arm around Bori's shoulder with a smile. Mr. Bori, please don't be sad for the goddess. You still have me, Natha, and Novice. Bori was silent for 2 seconds and cursed. Am I not worthy of a lady by my side? Lucia said slowly. Bo-Ray, you are a student of Screech in life, and a ghost of Screech's student in death. Are you qualified to be accompanied by a lady? Bo-Ray, Chris resisted the urge to turn around and join in the fight with Bo-Ray. He was silent for a while, looked at Julian, who refused to accept the reality, and decided to help him. He asked loudly, Julian, do you feel a heavy feeling in your chest? Julian was stunned for a moment. His face suddenly changed. He opened his eyes and subconsciously touched his chest. Flat? Julian slowly breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Chris. Chris, do you still have classmates to love you? There is no such word between us. Chris said calmly and sarcastically. I won't fall out of the top 3. And you won't be able to see my ugly appearance. Then why not add fuel to the fire and add insult to injury? Julian, impotent and furious. He puffed up his cheeks, turned his head, and looked at the group of freshmen he led. Smiling, the instructor has taken the lead. Is it time for you to take the potion too? Freshman, my mood is a little complicated. Julian looks like a young boy. His facial lines are softer, and his eyes are more round and cute. His chubby face is blushing. His long hair is loose, and a pair of white bunny ears are swaying in the wind. Add to that pink skirt and a pair of pink high heels. Oh my God! She is a bunny girl. Not to mention the boys. The girls will be amazed when they see her. Julian wanted to tear up the umbrella again this time. He carried the box and took the initiative to feed his freshmen one by one. Every time, He was like a witch feeding potion, gritting his teeth and saying, "Be good. Just drink the potion." The first obedient freshman stammered, "Teacher. Instructor. In fact, there is nothing." The instructor stuffed the bottle mouth into his mouth without mercy, and gurgled it into his stomach. After drinking a whole bottle of potion, Julian shook his hand in disgust and stared at the freshman without blinking. "I haven't seen how the potion works yet." The freshman was about to say something, but before he could say anything to the instructor, he felt his whole body getting hot, and he was completely wrapped in white mist. Of course, this cover did not prevent Julian and the others from seeing clearly. Julian could see how the potion worked on this 1.8-meter tall guy step by step. First, his skin became soft. Then he changed his clothes, grew his hair, and then, the freshman touched his legs at the first moment, and the panic on his face gradually faded away. "I was scared to death. Luckily it didn't fall." Julian, okay. Training can also make a talent. Xiao Zhu is now suddenly calm, and he walks to the next freshman. This freshman is proactive, and he doesn't need Julian to feed him. He just drinks it all up. Julian watched him finish drinking, and he didn't want to watch anymore, and continued to look for the next one. A total of 80 freshmen. All of them turned into bunny girls. Unlike boys, the bunny girl clothes of girls are not so revealing. But the girls all grew huge rabbit teeth. Their mentality collapsed. "My, how long does our potion last?" a freshman asked vaguely. Ariel giggled. "Don't worry. It's only one day. It will be gone by this time tomorrow." The freshman looked desperate. "I can't leave. And I have to be a bunny girl if I stay. What's the point of studying? Oh, my teeth. So ugly. Did you really not lose anything? Why do I always feel like my legs are empty?" Compared to the size in Julian's team, the freshmen in other teams actually felt a little happy. On the contrary, it wasn't them who were punished. Their instructors. The freshmen subconsciously glanced at Chris, Lucius, Novice, Bori, and Vera. It seemed that they would not be willing to be punished. So, they are actually very safe. The freshmen were even happier when they thought about it. If there were no photo stones, they would have wanted to take a photo. It's not a big problem. Xieshichan has the most photo stones. He sat under the shade of the tree, looking for various angles to place the photo stones, leaving a beautiful trace of his children's happy moments. When they see these images at the end of the school year, or even when they graduate, they will definitely be moved. Right? Xieshichan was moved by himself. In the field, Julian suddenly felt a chill. He turned his head and looked around without saying a word, and soon saw a young man holding a stone and fiddling with it. It's Screech. Yes, the 21 Meow Meow now feel that their sixth sense is incredibly strong. As long as Screech appears nearby and starts to make some discordant movements, they can always feel their heartbeats stop at the first time. Julian looked at Xieshichan's extremely skilled movements and the stone that was so familiar that he couldn't forget it at all. His eyes widened, and he even had the urge to grab the stone right now. "Aw, Screech! Stop it! What are you doing? How could he treat his dearest student like this?" Julian gritted his teeth, and suddenly remembered that Novice was not beaten by two sparring men. New and old hatreds. He wanted to beat Novice now. He felt so distressed to see his brother, but he couldn't beat him. Julian had a calm face and turned his head to look at the pink bunny girls in his team. Education in a Stitch manner. "Okay. Line up and start training. See you. If you didn't work hard yesterday, you make a fool of yourself today. And the training volume is increasing today." He glanced at the instructors who were still watching the excitement, and said with a narrow mind, "What's the point of looking at me as a bunny girl? Looking at Darren as a bunny girl is really stunning." Darren, who was also shot while lying down. Yes, Julian is 15 years old this year, and her height is close to 1.8 meters. Even with the potion, she is still a 1.8 meter tall girl in high heels, with broad shoulders and long legs, which is actually a bit inconsistent. But Darren is different. Julian tried to persuade the freshmen in Darren's class from a distance. Our instructor Darren is only 1.6 meters tall. When he puts on high heels, he is just a cute little girl with fair skin, beautiful face, long legs and thin waist. He is afraid to face people. "You are talking nonsense." Darren, who was not watching at all, rushed over and cursed. "Julian, don't think about surpassing me. I will train more today." Bori, who was joining in the fun nearby to let the freshman rest, hurriedly grabbed Darren. Okay. Okay. Brother. Don't fight. Snavy is watching. He is not in good health and can't stand being bullied. Bori meant something. Darren's face changed, snorted coldly, and immediately threatened the freshman he led. If I wear a bunny girl suit tomorrow, we will die together the day after tomorrow. Darren, freshman, they are not willing to do such a thing that hurts others and does not benefit themselves. Is there really anyone who would do such a thing that hurts others and does not benefit themselves? The 21 instructors, who are spokespersons for hurting others and not benefiting themselves, hide their merits and fame. Even after tacitly glancing at the weak little photography expert Screech in the corner, they silently began to train the freshman. In fact, they really couldn't be sure that when Screech was there would be some consequences that they didn't want to face or accept. At least, recording ugly videos is the least detrimental thing Screech has done to his students. God of Light. Why does he like pink so much? Lucius muttered. This is too incongruous. Could it be that Screech himself wants to? Lucius, I need to kindly remind you, Novice said concisely and sincerely. Screech has very sensitive ears. Lucius, It was a close call. I was almost caught by the petty Screech. Chris sneered. Then it's too late for you to remind me. Isn't it? Teacher Ariel hasn't left yet. Lucius, Lucius turned back subconsciously, and Ariel raised her eyebrows slightly, smiling and spreading her white palms. It seemed like a threat, but also like a compromise. Lucius didn't dare to move. Damn Screech's teachers. How can they be so versatile? Can't they leave a little dignity for the students? No. As time went by, the shade of the big tree in the playground was filled with teachers who were not in seclusion. Julian didn't need to count. He knew which teachers were coming with his eyes closed. Old Man Han, Jiang Shui, X, Eugene, Mo Shuzi, Ariel, Musin, Mance, Hard, Fanny, Aurora, Screech. All the best teachers in the school gathered here. They even called it a good name, to see how the young people who will be trained in the future are doing in their studies and life. Julian was almost suffocating. In particular, when they were resting, the teachers would come over and take a look, seemingly casually, and then be very surprised. She looked at Julian. Wow, little Julian is so beautiful today. Jiang Shui even blinked. Do you like pink so much? The teacher will make you a pink battle robe later. I guarantee you will fall in love with it at first sight. Wow. The freshmen in this area are really impressive. Do you want to ask Screech for advice and make the training uniforms pink in the future? Black is too heavy. I think rabbit ears are good. We are all children, so we should be more childish. How about everyone wearing ears in the future? Why don't we add the tail? It's so cute and can help them train their balance. Well, if pink is too tender, why not bright red? It's so festive and can teach students to be themselves with their heads held high. Teacher Han, what's the meaning of red? Little guys of 13, 14, 5 or 16 should wear green. That's more energetic. Julian hesitated to speak, and the freshmen in Julian's team also hesitated to speak. Finally, after the teachers left, Julian looked around vigilantly and told his freshmen tiredly, be obedient. Okay? As long as you're not the last one. No, Julian said cautiously. If you're not the last three, I don't care what you do. I'm a Buddhist. As long as he doesn't get punished, everything will be fine. The freshmen were also frightened by the terrifying teachers. While agreeing to Julian, they didn't forget to ask, are all the teachers in the college so? He found a more positive adjective. Lively? Julian said meaningfully. Lively? This is nothing. You will know when the assessment comes. Julian suddenly remembered that they were beaten up today for tearing the umbrella. So should we tell the freshmen not to be lazy and take the assessment? He glanced at the freshmen, thought about it, and didn't say anything. It's better not to say such things. If there are really lazy people, the length of stay in school will increase, and their elimination rate will be reduced. Screech has no reason to cheat them. Julian was still worried and reminded them. Don't be lazy. Train well, and hard work will not let you down. The freshmen nodded absent-mindedly, not knowing if they had listened or not. Julian was too lazy to care. Anyway, judging from the success of today's training, they shouldn't be in the bottom three. Right? He peeked at the progress of the students around him with concern. And after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and trained for a while longer. Wow! Why did I have a brain twitch and tear up the umbrella in the first place? Chapter 151. Report. Shocking news. Today's punishment list and punishment content are out. 0. Ha 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 ha. Our class is finally not the last one. It's worth it for my instructor Julian to punish us as a bunny girl. 1. You. Forget it. Tonight's punishment list. TSK. I can only say that it's a good thing that our instructor didn't win. Otherwise I'm afraid our class will die tomorrow. 5. Let me do it. Does your class have any shameful habits? For example, bunny girl whips or something? 7. Forget it. Have you ever seen a whole class of pink bunny boys? Have you ever seen a person whose lower lip bleeds from a bite of rabbit teeth? Have you ever seen a person whose lower teeth were knocked off after a fall? I have seen it. I am one of them. After experiencing it, I think instructor Julian is so cute. Even with a teaching stick, he is still a cute instructor. 16. Woohoo! I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him. Damn, Lucius. Why are you so competitive? I want to learn from instructor Julian to play badly. I want to make instructor Lucius regret it. 27. Question mark. Shit. The idiot's on the 16th floor. Leave our class. Leave. 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 45. So, what is the punishment? Why don't I know? But you all seem to know it? 66. Don't think about it. It was teacher Ariel who said she wanted to give everyone a surprise. Except for punishing the freshmen in the class. No one else knows. 87. It's obvious that they won't say what their punishment is. TSK. I'm actually a little gloating. Ha ha ha. My instructor is really reliable. As expected, choosing a reliable instructor is more important than whether you have talent or whether you will work hard. 143. Let's go. Smiley also said that everyone has a chance. So why gloat now? This post is not pure and has been deleted by Administrator 02. Lucius's face was as gloomy as water. He deleted the entire post with a series of operations, but still failed to relieve his anger. Their training today has ended. The results of all classes have been issued, and the classes that should be punished have been called to draw lots. Now the freshmen are training their bodies. And Lucius is angrily deleting posts. Damn it! Is Screech crazy? Lucius yelled. Isn't he afraid of losing me? Chris was as quiet as a chicken, not daring to speak out to anger Lucius. After all, today, he almost became Lucius. Anna on the side advised Lucius obediently, Brother, don't be angry. The freshmen are watching. It's also because we don't have such a keen sense of smell. So we didn't discover the teacher's tricks. Ophelia came over leisurely, rolled up her trouser legs, sat down, and said with a smile, Thank you for your hard work. I wanted Chris to help me test the waters. Lucius, Chris felt that he was wronged and could not help but speak to himself. I just went to help Vera a little. Don't say it as if I knew it in advance. Ophelia blinked. It's just a guess. Who doesn't guess what the teachers are thinking? After this, the instructors sitting around were silent. Yes, they knew that the teachers had a trap and knew that the teachers would not let them go easily. But they still had a fluke. And then Lucius was caught. Today's punishment list includes Darren, who was ranked last, Lucius, who was ranked first, and Novice, who was in the special magic class but failed to maintain the first place. The three instructors stood in a neat row. When they learned that they were going to be punished by drawing lots, 2/3 of the instructors' faces changed drastically. They didn't understand why they were being punished. Until Old Man Han touched each of them happily. Hey, look at you guys. We are all very fair. How could we randomly choose people? That's you kid. You have so much extra training. You got the first place. But the freshmen are also ruined. Right? This is called forcing the growth of seedlings. We Screechy don't do this. Lucius almost collapsed. How can this fail? How can this fail? This amount of training is not even half of what we did at the beginning. Isn't Screech worried that we are forcing things? It's not forcing things. Jiangshua smiled. Besides, you are the future honor students. Maybe even legendary students. It's normal to be a little special. Special treatment for special times. Ariel raised her eyebrows and smiled brightly. Baby, you were responsible for whether Screech could survive at that time. It's normal to be a little tired. A little hard. And often break through yourself? Don't these students have a responsibility to the public? Why are they so hypocritical? Lucius refused to accept it. There was nothing he could do. The rules were like this. And he still had to be punished. Lucius took a deep breath and managed to calm down. What are the rules? We, as instructors, can't know? This? Old Hans stroked his beard and shook his head. If you know it. What's the point of this school motto? Darren doubted. Are there really rules? Ariel hummed. The rules will change every day. So don't take chances. Shit. What's the difference between this and no rules? The teacher will judge whether they are good or bad. Lucius closed his eyes, wishing he could pout on the spot. Old Man Han was still muttering beside him. Oh, you are still thin-skinned. It seems that the strength is not enough. Lucius, Ah. Where are Old Man Han's students? Where are they? He is going to find them now, to kill the teacher together. Novice was in a complicated mood. After Lucius finished asking, he couldn't help but ask one more question. What about me? Why do I have to do it too? He was neither the first nor the last. And he didn't do any extra training. It was a normal amount of training. But at this time, Jiang Shui said to him with an exaggerated expression, My baby. How can you think so? You are leading the special magic class. Novice had a bad feeling. And he hesitated to ask, So? Ariel sighed. The special magic class is the face and signboard of our Screech Academy, referred to as the Fast Class. It will be a place dedicated to training honorary graduates in the future. You don't even know how to put pressure on students and release their talents. This is too unqualified. Novice. But you didn't say anything either. Novice suddenly felt like he had no way to defend himself. Besides, the current magic class selects students who are willing to challenge 2 perseverance tests. They may not have the comprehension, memory, learning ability, martial arts talent, and magic talent. If they can't keep up with the progress in the future, they will definitely be adjusted according to their comprehensive strength, using everyone with different strengths to conduct extreme training. Novice is not snowy. How can he do it? Old Man Han said something fair. Navius is young after all. Unlike Xiexichan, who has all the students in the class. He could also divide them into evening self-study classes and take care of everyone. Yes. Novice nodded constantly. This is not something an instructor can do at all. Old Man Han changed the subject. With this level, it's a bit difficult to lead the magic class. How about we give him some extra training at night? Novice, ? Lucius looked at Novice. Okay. You naive bastard. You expect Old Man Han to say something good for you? It's better to hope that Screech will find his conscience and exempt you from punishment. After a pause, Lucius felt that this was even less likely to happen. And he seriously changed his words. No. It should be, it's better to hope that Screech will find his conscience today and wear a feather hairband. Novice, Can't hold it anymore. No matter how naive and innocent he is, or how much filter he has, Novice still can't hold it in front of the punishment. Especially when Darren drew the orc suit. Lucius drew the truth. And he drew the energy potion. The teacher said that everyone's punishment today had to be combined. Novice's fingers trembled. I'm going to find my brother now. Is it too late? It's too late. Bori patted Novice's shoulder with sympathy. Look, your brother is here, bringing his big bag of photo stones. Novice looked back subconsciously. Xiexichan was selecting photo stones from a small bag and discussing with Fanny where to put them. I think it's best to put them on the outdoor wall clock of the teaching building, where the view is good, and you can definitely take pictures of everyone's heroic figures, Xiexichan said, imagining, in the future, everyone will know what an interesting and inclusive family we are at Screech. Who wouldn't want to come? But won't this really ruin everyone's view of Screech? Fanny was a little worried. Who said it was for publicity? Of course, publicity still depends on word of mouth among students, Xiexichan said. This is a school documentary, and it should be left to the students as a souvenir. The faces of the instructors, who were going to be punished tomorrow, were dark when they heard Xiexichan's words. Yes. Doesn't it depend on word of mouth among students? With his increasingly excessive posture, and his strong power that made it impossible to leave even if he wanted to. Which freshman wouldn't want to find a few more good friends to sync with? If scribe selection was not too strict, Novice would have wanted to trick all the illegitimate children of his former father to come to class. After the punishment, many of the classes that were not punished went to practice early. And the punished classes did not leave because the instructors did not leave. So they could only stay where they were and wait. Oh! Bori's class did not leave either. Perhaps because Bori was a fun-loving person. And there were many fun-loving people in their class. And they were very good at joining in the fun. So they saw that the instructors who were punished walked towards Snavy, the weak resident member. Tacitly, Dewey sighed. Brother Snai is really favored. Teacher Stern talks to him so kindly. He doesn't look like an ordinary student. Ian nodded. It seems that Instructor Novice must be highly valued by the Academy. Right? I think so too. Belinda from the Magic family also nodded. Instructor Novice is very powerful. He is only 17 years old. But he is already a very powerful magician. This is unprecedented. Alia felt that this might not be the case. Although the two of them were close. Not intimate. Like good friends joking with each other. She always felt that Editor-in-Chief Stern trusted and believed in Snavy. This was not the way to behave towards a person who was loved by everyone. But rather, to ask for the other person's opinion. But who could convince the famous Editor-in-Chief Stern, Fanny Stern, who had now become a great magician, and ask for his opinion? Alia's heart tightened suddenly, and a name suddenly broke into her mind, making it difficult for her to ignore it. Anshin Screech, the man who created miracle after miracle, whose shadows seemed to be faintly visible in every issue of the Stern Journal and the entertainment news. Alia was frightened by her own guess. She tried to tell herself, no, 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 it's not like that. How could a busy person like Principal Screech have time to mingle with them and answer their questions? However, her always accurate sixth sense told her that the accuracy of this guess was very high. Very high. Just as Alia was hesitating and struggling, she met the eyes of Snavy, who was suspected to be Principal Screech. The principal pushed his glasses. His gentle green eyes slightly curved, and then his index finger gently touched his light-colored lips, silently making a hushed gesture. Alia could also see that the emerald square ring on the other's index finger was shining mysteriously under the light, just like his eyes, making it hard to guess his emotions and thoughts. Alia was stunned. Over there, Principal Screech seemed to be just doing a casual move. He quickly put down his fingers, folded his hands, and spoke to the instructors, who came over angrily. His expression was very innocent, and his eyes were very clear. He didn't show the gentleness that was strong and had an amazing control. He really changed a lot. Alia? Dewey shook her palm. Puzzled. Why are you suddenly dazed? The instructor said he was leaving. Ah? Alia came back to her senses, rubbed her eyes, and shook her head. Nothing. Let's go. I was distracted just now. Then she accidentally discovered a big secret. Exciting? Here. While Xieshichin was perfunctorily dealing with the three good friends, he glanced at the freshman who accidentally discovered that he was unusual. After making sure that they had all left, Xieshichin suddenly said, It seems that the teacher's identity was discovered by a freshman just now. Lucius said without thinking. What does it have to do with us? Shouldn't this be your own problem? Xieshichin smiled innocently. But, if you hadn't exposed it, how could they think I had a problem? You all don't love the teacher. The weak, helpless, delicate, and non-magic muggle. It's really difficult for the teacher to play the role perfectly. Lucius, damn. Must it be so bad? Nevis rubbed his eyebrows. Teacher, we will discuss this later. We are here to talk to you about the randomness of punishment. Lucius snorted. That's right. Screech, don't you think this is too much? Xieshichin pondered for a moment. I feel sorry for what happened to you. But it's not my business. Lucius and Novice, ? How could it not be him who came up with such a bad condition? Xieshichin smiled and said, Okay. The teacher knows you've suffered. Just hold on. The teacher has been very busy recently, and hasn't paid much attention to freshman training. He has delegated power. If you really want to know, why don't you go and please the teacher in charge? Are you really not the teacher in charge? Lucius' tone was cold. Xieshichin nodded without hesitation. Of course not me. I'm working on teaching aids publishing recently. How can I have time? He said it firmly, without even a trace of guilt, which made Lucius and Novice suspicious. Lucius tried to find signs that Screech was taking advantage of the loophole. But Xieshichin suddenly said, By the way, little guy, you have a good foundation. It's time to specialize. It's also time to learn to cultivate your own power. Have you ever thought about trying to learn how to build an influential power with the teacher? As he spoke, he looked at Novice. Lucius is fine. His parents will help him plan. Novice, do you want to join me? Of course. Novice agreed without hesitation and eagerly. This is what Screech is planning for him. Screech wants him to learn to build a power. Isn't it because he is afraid that he will suffer in the future without a background to support him? Novice's eyes sparkled. Teacher. What is it? I am willing. I want to do it with you. Don't worry. Shichen smiled and shook his head. It's still in preparation. But if you are interested, you can also give me a development plan. Fanny, and I will teach you how to develop it step by step. Shichen casually told them the following content. It's mainly about making a newspaper. First, with Fanny's experience, it will be easier to get started. Second, the 3 major magic newspapers in the magic world, Breno and Stern, have successfully transformed, but Arnold is still maintaining the old system and is destined to be eliminated by the times. This is an opportunity to rise. These 3 days, the teacher is going to publish teaching aids, integrating useful teaching materials and notes, so that more people can learn magic and understand magic. In this way, the development of the new newspaper will not lack materials in the early stage. He said it very clearly, and it was obvious that the foundation had been laid, and it was just a matter of implementation. Lucius asked in confusion, You have done everything. Why did you come to us? It's like this. Shichen nodded his head. The teacher is very busy. You know, the teacher is still busy with popularizing literacy and communicating with Merim and other magic academies, as well as your future teaching freshmen. I really can't spare time to do more. So this is just an idea of mine. If you don't seize the opportunity, it will inevitably be a pity. Right? Shichen blinked. And this is not difficult. With teacher Fanny and the college teachers here, any ideas can be easily implemented. So I think, why not give it a try and give you a chance to practice and avoid being in a hurry after leaving school? As he spoke, he analyzed the advantages and disadvantages, difficulties and key points, and said, You can go back and discuss it with everyone. You can start with a campus newspaper, or run other small businesses. When the teachers are here, you can do it with confidence. This is the experience and strength you have accumulated for the future. Think about it carefully. Lucius hummed, and his thoughts drifted to what Shichen said. Indeed, although he could inherit his mother's church, managing the church was not an easy task. His mother was in poor health. If he and Anna could exercise earlier, they could share the burden with their parents and would not be deceived by those cunning foxes. What moved him the most was what Screech said, that they were confident now. With Screech, the teachers of various magic departments in the academy, and various mysterious teachers, Teacher Fanny, they didn't need to worry about anything at all. With someone to back them up, they would be more willful and would not worry about the cost of trial and error. That's good. Novice had the same idea. And he always felt that Screech said so much to tell him that since he had cut ties with that family, he should look forward and create his own glory. What is there to be afraid of? They are his courage. Novice was moved by his own imagination, sniffed, and said firmly to Shichen, Teacher, I want to run a newspaper. I want to tell everyone about Screech's magic. Shichen smiled wider. Okay. Then Novice must work harder when he goes back. Time is very tight. Novice nodded, and he was still moved until Shichen and Fanny, who was silent, walked away. Damn it! Lucius's cursing woke him up. Novice was at a loss. What's wrong? Lucius's face darkened. Screech is cheating us again. Novice, huh? He is so good. How could it be possible? What about running a newspaper or not? Career or not? That's not something that can be done now. Lucius became more and more excited. He is just changing the subject. He doesn't want us to discuss punishment with him. The first time, he used his exposure to divert the topic, trying to make them feel guilty and accept the punishment. After Lucius pointed out the key point, he used something that would happen in the future to divert their attention, and then escaped. The cunning Screech. Lucius gritted his teeth. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? He may not be the person in charge, but he can be the one who makes suggestions. Wasn't it him who suggested to Screech that the freshmen change classes? Novice, No. No rebuttal. Navies may still be immersed in the mood that the teacher is good to me, and I am the treasure in the teacher's hands. Now he even thinks that Lucius is making a fuss. Isn't it just a change of subject? If the teacher doesn't want to say it, then don't force it. Isn't it just a punishment? If the teacher wants to see it, then let the teacher see it. Why break the defense? Navies whispered, Lucius. Are you broken? Lucius sneered. Can't I break the defense? Do you have to be like you? A naive person. Who has to say thank you? Teacher. I like you very much after being cheated? Oh my god. Which naive princess is this? Why don't you let a sloppy swordsman like Bori take you to wander around the world to experience the evil of human hearts? Novice was hesitant to speak, and finally just complained in a low voice. I understand you are in a bad mood, but you can't say Bori is sloppy. He is still very handsome. Lucius. Lucius is going to explode. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Why can't you send him a normal classmate and partner? But must send Novice, who has a bad brain. He turned and left, fearing that he would fight with Novice on the spot. And it would be even more infuriating if he couldn't win. Damn. It's so annoying. Just like that, Lucius, who had suffered too much in one day, manipulated his administrator account to delete all the posts confessing to Snavy and the posts about punishment while the freshmen were crying and training. Lucius, who was still not satisfied after deleting them, gritted his teeth and went straight into battle, posting a long and sarcastic post complaining about Screech. This post was also pointed out by the old students to be sure to read when the new freshmen entered the school in the future. These are all tearful confessions from the seniors of the previous class. Although they are obscure, if you understand them, you will benefit from them throughout your school life. I have gone off topic. Anyway, now, the punishments for Lucius, Novice, and Darren have been decided and will be implemented at noon tomorrow. Seeing that their classmates are about to suffer, everyone tacitly did not disturb them too much. Especially Chris, who almost wanted to be invisible today. It was too thrilling. He was almost punished. He didn't know how he would cry if he really replaced Lucius. God bless. I hope Screech can wear more silver feather hair bands in the future. Or sunflower ones are fine. Give them more love. The instructors were extremely silent tonight, but their freshmen were not so silent. It is impossible to get used to something like physical training. It is impossible. I didn't know it on the first day, but my legs were shaking on the second day before I even put it in the pot. When they thought that this kind of life would continue for at least a month, they felt that there was no hope for their future. A brave freshman saw that his instructor was in a good mood, so he asked the instructor, Instructor Chris, how long will our body training last? Chris hummed in confusion. It's hard to say for sure about this kind of long-term persistence. Right? At least a year? Oh, I don't know how long it will take you. But we are still training now. Seeing the freshman's face turn green, Chris, who was in a good mood, comforted him. Don't be nervous. After practicing with the sparring partner in the future, you will find that body training is actually just tickling, and it has no deterrent effect at all. Freshman, eh? The brave freshman looked at Chris with a hard-to-describe expression. Sparring master. Are they the two guards of speed and strength? Chris nodded yes. They are very strong physically, and they are our sparring teachers for anti-strike training. Screech Academy is currently short of funds and teaching staff, so it is normal for them to have multiple roles. For example, Eugene is their theory teacher, experimental teacher, and magic potion provider. For example, Ariel is not only their theory and practice teacher, but also their psychological counselor, their illusion experiencer, and the king of scams. Chris has become accustomed to the multiple identities of teachers. Anyway, remember to think a few more layers when you meet a teacher, and basically you won't be scammed too badly. But he won't tell the freshman, no matter how happy he is. Otherwise, no one will suffer the same pain as him. Wouldn't it be boring? The freshman got an answer that was worse than death. Their little faces were pale, and they were determined to be eliminated. Even if you are lazy, you will be eliminated. Xieshichan, who was alerted by the instructors, was working with Jiang Shui to solve problems for the freshmen. It was Hollinger from the Magic Association, who was a former auditor and now a freshman in the special magic class. When Hollinger left Screech, Jiang Shui and the others temporarily blocked his contract. When he reported to the academy, Jiang Shui would help him cancel the contract. Now it was time to cancel the contract. In case of problems, Xieshichan came to act as a guard. Although he was not as versatile as other teachers, he had a school teacher, so it was easy to solve any problems. At least 80% of this batch of freshmen will stay. Xie Shichen and Xiao Xiao communicated in their minds. How about giving me the reward first? Xiao Xiao, question mark, it choked. Host. You just borrowed the principal's value before. Now you have to borrow even the reward? Xie Shichen blinked. But the college is too short of teachers. It will be too late to recruit after the task is completed. Xiao Xiao. Think about it. The new teachers will have to adapt. Right? Xie Shichen analyzed to Xiao Xiao. They have to go to class. They must be familiar with Miao Miao. Right? There are so many new students. Maybe they have to guide new students who are not related to their majors. So they have to get familiar with the new students. Right? If they are the class teachers. My God. I have to train them in advance. It will take at least several months to do so? If they don't come early, how can they adapt? Xiao Xiao, I can't refute it. The most important thing is that Xie Shichen made the consequences of all this very serious. As if it didn't agree, Screech Academy would suffer huge losses in the future. The principal's value would be unstable. And the principal who couldn't pay off his debts would decide to become a deadbeat and write off all the previous debts. If Xiao Xiao were a real person, she would probably burst into tears. It could only make a half-hearted decision in one round. If the elimination rate is lower than 5%, I will give you a reward in advance according to the 80% retention rate. Yes. Xiao Xiao finally gave in. It had no choice. Who let Xie Shichen control it so well? Xie Shichen's eyes flickered. Less than 5%. There are about 1,600 people now. And 5% is almost the number of students in a class. Then, his seedlings had better do him a favor. Otherwise he will have to intervene. Xie Shichen thought calmly. In front of him, Jiang Shui quickly put away the formation and blew away the marks on her hands. Okay. But you have to pay attention to Holinger. Don't meet with the Magic Association in the next month. Your contract is stained with blood. If you meet, there will still be some residual oaths in the future, which will bind you. Holinger bowed to Jiang Shui gratefully, and then said seriously, I can't leave the school during the school training. Jiang Shui choked. Then she remembered the harsh conditions set by Xie Shichen. She coughed lightly. Yes. That's fine. Go back and rest. Come to me anytime if you have any questions. Holinger bowed again in gratitude. And Xie Shichen, who came to protect him, also bowed, and then strode out of the empty lecture hall. Jiang Shui looked at Huolinga's back and shrugged. It seems that he is another good seedling. Xie Shichen was surprised. Has Teacher Han predicted the fate? No. It's just that he seems to have good luck and is brave enough to fight. He may be the backbone of our Screech in the future. Jiang Shui said with a smile. He should have a grudge against the Magic Association. But he can remain calm and has a calm personality. I am very optimistic about him. Xie Shichen listened to Jiang Shui's words and suddenly wanted to look at the original world line. Who is this Hollinger in the original world line? He thought about it briefly and didn't go deeper. No matter what, he is now a student of Screech, and the future is destined to change with the development of Screech. Oh, Mr. Jiang. Xie Shichen remembered something very important. Novice has absorbed some fallen angel fragments now. It will take several years for him to digest them. This period of time is too long. And it is inevitable that something unpredictable will happen. Look. How about you accompany Novice when you are free to collect the remaining soul fragments and seal them in Novice's eyes? Jiang Shui, It's not that she didn't want to go, but she felt that Xie Shichen's understated words were a little, sympathetic to this fallen angel, being treated as a small snack at home or something. Jiang Shui suddenly remembered. Is little Novice still blind? Will it have any impact in the future? Yes. He can't see, and his vision is limited. Xie Shichen nodded. So I want to collect the fragments for him as soon as possible and absorb them as soon as possible, so that he won't be a one-eyed student after graduation, which will be a bad reputation for our Screech. Jiang Shui, For a moment, I really didn't know whether Screech was telling the truth or joking. Okay. When the time comes, you give me the location and I take the students on a flight. It'd be quick. Jiang Shui agreed readily and asked, by the way, can I leave the school? I remember the contract said that I can't leave Screech School of Magic casually. Xie Shichen said calmly. It's okay. I approve it for you. You're running for the students. And you haven't used any power beyond the world's tolerance. What's wrong with that? If it doesn't work, He'd go to Xiao Xiao and cry. Xiao Xiao and the organization behind him should have a way. Xiaoxichen's calculations are always crackling. Chapter 152. On the third day of the school training, the freshmen had not even been in Screech for a week. But they felt like they were training for years, as if they had already reached the graduation season. On this ordinary morning, after a very rigorous training, the Pink Bunny boys and girls suddenly found that their bunny army leader, Instructor Julian, seemed a little different. Today, he was sunny and positive. It was hard to describe the specific performance, but he was full of energy. When he walked, the little round tail behind the Pink Bunny girl's skirt would sway, which was very cute. The freshman asked quietly, "What's wrong with the instructor? Why are you so sunny and cheerful?" The smarter one raised his eyelids and answered weakly, "How can I not be happy? The punishment will disappear immediately." The freshman who asked was at a loss. "Ah, is that it? Why do I feel that there is more?" "It is more." After lunch, Julian waved his hand and took the rabbit soldiers, who had all returned to normal, and said enthusiastically, "No training at noon today. Let's go and watch today's punishment." Julian smiled brightly. "Let's see what punishment the famous instructors Darren, Lucius, and Novice received." Freshmen, ah, they really won't be beaten? They couldn't stop their instructors from going to get beaten, and they could only follow them. Although they were a little worried, they still wanted to know. Yesterday's complaints were all deleted. All by Administrator 02. Anyone with a normal eye could guess who this administrator was. Definitely one of the 3 instructors who were punished. Considering that Instructor Lucius complained about the teacher and Screech in real name later, they had reason to believe that Administrator 02 was Instructor Lucius. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that they needed to join Instructor Lucius in the fun. They hoped that their instructor Julian would be more powerful and not implicate them when he was beaten. It was only the 3rd day, and the freshmen had already become very skilled in finding safe shelters. It was really sad. Julian didn't care what they thought. He had to join in the fun. Not only today but also in the future. He wanted to see his good friends' dark histories one after another, so that he could barely calm his resentment. He thought he would be the first and most impatient one. But when he arrived, he saw Chris gathered in the playground. Julian was very surprised. He left the students and greeted Chris. "Why are you here so early?" Chris glanced at the dark-faced Lucius not far away without any expression, and said concisely, "Take it as a warning." Julian was silent for 2 seconds, and said sincerely, "Me too. I guess after watching this, he will definitely work harder and never slack off again." Right? Julian was sure. Then Julian found that not only he came, but all the other instructors came. Even though they didn't bring new students because of the lack of space, they still came in an orderly manner and gathered in a circle to join in the fun. Not far away, Xiaoxichen was still standing in an inconspicuous corner, and began to fold his hands and wait to observe the emotions of the students. Only in this way can he grasp the general direction and achieve the results he wants. Ariel and Old Man Han are still the ones who preside over this punishment. Oh! This time Jiang Shui and Mo Shuzi are added because there are too many people and they need some help. First, the animal ear potion, then the truth potion, and finally the physical potion. Ariel took out the boxes one by one, and then asked with a smile, "Are you going to drink together? Or drink the same?" The students were silent. In fact, they didn't really want to be selected. Ariel covered her mouth and chuckled, "Don't be nervous. Everyone has a chance." Then, "Instructor, set an example?" The 3 instructors became even more silent. After all, they were not as shameless as the teachers, and could say anything. But even the most silent students would be called by the teachers. Just like drawing lots to answer questions. All controlled by the teacher's mood. Ariel called the soldiers and generals, and called on Novice, smiling and hooking her finger at Novice. "Come on, baby. It's time to set an example." Novice, who was called out, looked helpless. Everyone who was joining in the fun stretched their necks involuntarily. Wow! It turned out that Novice, who looked very similar to Screech, was punished. Maybe the teachers themselves had some thoughts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called Novice first. Novice was the one who had a filter for Screech after all. And he adapted well to this kind of punishment. To him, nothing Screech did was strange. And it was normal for him to do a potion. So, although Novice was a little entangled, He still took the potion very calmly. He looked at the potion for 2 seconds, closed his eyes, and drank it all in one gulp. It tasted like strawberry. Eugene, who came to watch, folded his hands and said calmly, "Considering that you may take potions frequently, I made a potion with fruit flavor. Freshmen and instructors who often take potions, This thoughtfulness is actually not that necessary." Soon, Novice's head was slightly itchy. And a cute dog ear with white fur appeared, and it trembled slightly with Novice's slightly confused eyes. Novice tilted his head. "Actually, it's pretty good. Of course, our teacher will never lie to you." Old Man Han stroked his beard. "The next one is the truth potion. As long as you have nothing to hide, you don't have to worry about it." "What kind of punishment is this?" Novice hesitated for a moment, but still drank it. It was still strawberry flavored, and he didn't feel anything after drinking it. He smacked his lips, and always felt like he just drank 2 bottles of drinks, until the 3rd bottle of potion. The energy potion. The energy potion without the word God seemed to be more awe-inspiring and took effect more quickly. After Novice drank it, he found that his whole body seemed to be full of endless energy and wanted to run a few more laps. Old Man Han smiled and said, "This way, you can train seriously. The teacher's punishments are arranged according to what you need most." Novice didn't believe it. "But didn't you say it was a lottery?" Novice was stunned, subconsciously closed his mouth, and looked at the teachers in confusion and shock. Why am I? No. Why am I?" He closed his mouth with difficulty. His face flushed with shame, and even his ears began to burn. How could he say a word like a woo? Old Man Han acted like a young man who was just making a fuss. "What's the big deal? Your animal ear potion is wolf-shaped, and the energy potion gives you endless energy, so you have to vent it out." He just shouted a woo briefly, which was a sign of Novice's good control. Novice was silent. He knew it. How could the teachers have good intentions? Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide. "Little guy, how can you say that to the teacher? The teacher will be very sad." Novice looked up blankly. "Huh?" Ariel laughed. "Baby, the truth potion will make you say what's in your heart." Novice was shocked. "What?" Lucius was shocked. "What?" The freshmen were shocked. "What?" "Say. What?" Ariel giggled. "Of course it's the truth that you don't want to say. Baby, you don't really think that the truth potion is a potion that can only tell the truth, right? Punishing students, You teachers are really good at playing. Aren't you afraid of conflicts among freshmen? Teachers are really not afraid. They just have to have conflicts, and then slowly resolve them." Ariel waved her hand. "Okay. Go down, baby. Who are you going to call next?" Or, as soon as her eyes met Lucius, Lucius immediately took a step back and pulled Darren out. 1 second late is 1 second late. I'd rather die than let my friend die. Darren was carried by Lucius, like a little chicken. He hated that he was just a dwarf, not a dragon, and couldn't suppress Lucius. Damn Lucius. Let go. 2 relatively harmonious instructors fought over a punishment. Jiang Shui shook her head. "Why are you in such a hurry? Don't fight for it. Teacher Ariel and I each have one. We both have one." The 2 Meow Meow who were trying to let the other party go first. Damn it. When will Screech recruit some normal teachers back? Unfortunately, no matter how much they shouted, their punishment came as promised. After they finished drinking the potion, a large number of freshmen began to drink the potion. The expressions of the freshmen were as painful as if they were being tortured. Having seen the miserable state of the instructors, who would be willing to drink it? Instructor Darren was fine. After drinking the medicine, he only said a few words and meowed, and kept cursing Lucius, revealing all the gossip about Lucius. For example, there were rumors about Lucius and the whole class. Lucius became even more sarcastic. "What a bunch of fools who don't know how to adapt. Bah. How many times have I said bah? Use softness to overcome hardness. Use bah to overcome hardness. Are you guys competing to see who is more vampire with your punching power? Even corpses are softer than you. Also, the rumors are all fake. Don't believe everything. Use your brain. Okay? Why? Why can't I delete the post? Confess to Snavy. Ha. What's so good about Snavy? You have to suffer in the future if you worship him so much now. Ah. Damn potion. Of course. This is just a famous scene of the instructors, and the freshman's words can be said to be a mess. I have always been full of desire to complain about Screech, And now that the truth potion has come out, it can be said to be a large-scale complaining scene. Scolding the instructors. Scolding Screech's teaching system. Scolding the school motto. All kinds of chirping. It's very lively. There were a few fights in the middle, but the instructors didn't care, and they just promised that no one would get hurt. Why care? Anyway, as long as it's moderate. Except for Novice, who is still working hard to train the freshmen to break through the limit. The other instructors are not so Buddhist. But they are not so mean. The premise of tearing the umbrella is to ensure that you don't get wet. Just when everyone got through another day of training without any danger, they learned a shocking bad news. Today's punishment list is all their freshmen and instructors. Bo-Rui even looked around carefully in disbelief, counting one by one. And there were indeed 21 classes. He shouted, "Novice! Novice! Today's statistics are wrong." Novice witnessed his class getting first place. But he didn't join in the fun. After being called, he walked over slowly. What? Maybe it's the third day, and the teachers are a bit too wide. No. Bo-Rui was silent for 2 seconds, pointed to the list and said to Novice, "Our whole class is on the list." Novice, ? Chapter 153. This made Novice a little dissatisfied. He had worked very hard today, and even taught students in accordance with their aptitude. Roughly divided the students' physical fitness, and gave them different training levels. He felt that he had done the best he could do so far. But why was he still punished? Bo-Rui also comforted him. "Don't be nervous. Novice. Our whole class has failed. There should be some new rules. Just ask and you will know." They didn't need to ask. The teachers told him directly. It was also very clear. It was a video clip from CS Shichen chatting with the freshmen. CS Shichen's disguise as Snavy was very successful. And during the training break of that day, the freshmen easily got along with him. Not only that, the freshmen also complained to him about how fickle the instructors were, which made the instructors' faces fall. CS Shichen listened very seriously, passing on the message from time to time, which was enough for the freshmen to chatter with CS Shichen about all the things they could and couldn't say during the break. Instructor Lucius is really fickle. On one hand, he says we are not working hard, but on the other hand, he often lets us rest. A freshman said tangledly. It should be today's punishment that made him start to avoid it. Anyway, the amount of training is not bad. It would be better if there were less weirdness. CS Shichen nodded. Don't you feel very tired? The freshman waved his hand and smiled. No way. Today's training volume is much less than before. But I still have to go to exercise at night. Hey, it would be better if I didn't have to exercise, CS Shichen said. After the previous few days of training, you must feel very relaxed during today's training. It's best if you can adapt. Yes. Yes. The teachers in the academy are very good. If we had training like yesterday, we would have fallen asleep as soon as we got back to the dormitory, without even having time to tidy up our rooms. A freshman complained. I don't even dare to go to bed, for fear of being deducted points, and then being treated sarcastically. CS Shichen suppressed his laughter. Maybe Instructor Lucius is just like this. Don't you think he's quite cute? The freshman thought for a moment and whispered. He's cute when he bleats, but he's very fierce at other times. Finally, Lucius freshman sighed. If the training is like this, we'd be more likely to stay. CS Shichen agreed. That's right. But Screech Academy has trained untalented magicians after all. There may be some other requirements in the future, so we still have to be vigilant. The freshmen were curious. Was our instructor like this at the beginning? That's not the case. CS Shichen pondered for a moment. They are still very tired, and they have to increase the content of theoretical learning. And the training intensity is also higher. Novice lost a lot of weight at that time. The freshmen took a breath. It was too scary. Fortunately, it was the seniors who taught and trained them. Otherwise they would not smile now. The video ended. Ariel looked at Lucius with a smile. This is the reason why Lucius' class was punished. Then Ariel took out another video. This is Chris. No need to watch it. Chris refused decisively. I accept the punishment. If Lucius's class still worked hard. Chris's class was compared to Lucius's class. Although they also worked hard. They had longer rest time, and the main point was that they didn't get first place. He was willing to accept this punishment. Ariel deliberately asked, Are you sure you accept it? Don't need to watch it again. Chris closed his eyes and nodded. Sure. What else? Public execution? Even Chris was like this. How dare other instructors question? Everyone kept silent, lowered their heads, as if they had made a big mistake. Indeed, in order to avoid being punished, they had many concerns, which was not good. Miami reflected deeply on themselves. This was originally a kind of training for themselves. Why should they fail to do what they should do well because of fear? It violated their original intention. Miami felt that they were simply unworthy of the teacher's trust in them. Then, they heard Novice's puzzled voice. What about me? Why was I punished? Yes. Everyone raised their heads. If they were punished for not doing enough training. What about Novice? Why was Novice also punished? Ariel said, I forgot to mention that in order to cultivate everyone's cohesion and spirit of unity, we have temporarily established a rule that if more than 80% of the students are punished, the whole class will be punished. Your principal Screech said that this is called sharing happiness and difficulties, and not isolating and excluding classmates. Novice, feeling sorry for himself. He took a deep breath. What is our punishment? The punishment for more than 20 classes is the same for everyone. So it shouldn't be a punishment. Right? Everyone looked at each other and thought so. And even felt that the teachers couldn't think of a better punishment. Then, reality hit them hard. Old Man Han came over happily. You are lucky. This time, the teachers will accompany you in the punishment. Are you happy? Meow meow. Question mark. What? What do you mean by teachers accompany you? What kind of punishment requires teachers to accompany you? With trembling hearts and pale faces, Meow Meow's voices were filled with fear. Which teachers? Which teachers? Could it be a battle royale or something like that? Everyone made various guesses, but they never expected that they would not play by the rules. Ariel smiled. All teachers. Meow meow, What kind of happy punishment requires all the teachers who are in seclusion to come out and participate? Bori closed his eyes in despair. Navius. I knew that Screech would never be lenient when it comes to collective punishment. Navius had a complicated expression and murmured in a low voice. No wonder he found an excuse to punish me. Has he made plans long ago? The confused and helpless expressions of the classmates made Old Man Han even happier. Don't be nervous. It's a good thing. We won't participate. We are just responsible for your safety. Safety? Lucius questioned directly. What kind of punishment involves safety? Tell me the truth. What do you want us to do? Old Man Han coughed lightly. Children, do you remember the animal adventure in the previous battle assessment? As soon as the voice fell, the 21 Meow Meow all turned black. The animal adventure was a strange level in their challenge area, but it was not that difficult to pass. They gave a strategy and left without paying too much attention. But this does not mean that it is an easy project to pass. How to say it? Mainly because this level is particularly difficult to describe. The rules are, with the help of magic, students become powerless little animals, and then are thrown into a specific assessment area, which contains various magical beasts, various magical plants, and even various formations. They have to rely on the body of this little animal to dodge and escape until they reach the end. It is not a simple dodge training. It is indeed a bit troublesome for Meow Meow, but not difficult. It's so funny. Compared with the treasure chest maze, this is simply a simple version of the level. But for freshmen. Lucius took a deep breath. We're also randomly picking animals this time? Drawing lots? Ariel blinked. Don't worry. We won't do anything. Your lot is absolutely real. Chris opened his mouth. What animals are there? It's not that he wanted to ask. He remembered that he once passed the level and got a turtle randomly. That time was really unbearable to look back. Fortunately, the teachers still have some conscience. They said that they are all small animals such as rabbits, foxes, kittens, and puppies. Not that difficult. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is really a rare piece of good news. Yes. Fortunately, I am a senior magician and can use lucky magic. It doesn't matter. I can use unlucky magic. Arabelle, how can you be the first to provoke conflicts in our class? Everyone, don't quarrel first. Didn't the teacher say that we need cohesion? What if? The students were alert and silent, looking at the teachers who were still smiling and not moving, and finally decided to quarrel with sign language. Yes, it is so useless. They are really afraid of the teacher's sudden ideas. After the Mio-Mios finished their argument, the teacher smiled and asked them to go and inform the students in the class of the good news. The Mio-Mios were all numb. But what can they do? Who makes them the instructors who are in a thankless job? Tired smile. But still have to be the bad guy. Of course. The Mio-Mios are still good at pushing the blame, saying that the training is too easy and does not meet the standards set by Screech. So they played a wilderness survival game for them. Bori even gave this game a name, hide-and-seek competition. In fact, the freshmen, who had a vague sense of foreboding, did not really want to participate in this competition. They even thought about how to do this competition when they went to practice in the evening. In order to keep the surprise, the instructors did not mention turning into animals. So, when the freshmen were preparing to leave in the morning, they were still in the dark. What? Don't you need to bring anything? Really? Alia repeatedly asked her unreliable instructor. But, we brought a lot of things when we were training. Do we not need to bring anything when we go to the back mountain this time? Of course. Don't worry. Our safety is still guaranteed. Bo-Rui vowed. The teachers will accompany you throughout the whole process. You are absolutely safe. Alia, She hesitated for a moment and asked carefully, Our safety? Instructor. Does this we include you? Bo-Rui, This? You understand it yourself? Alia was silent. So did she understand it? Or did she pretend to be deaf and dumb? Chapter 154. There are still only a few freshmen with such a keen sense of smell as Alia. Most of the freshmen are eager to try, and even very surprised. They have been training for 3 boring days. And finally a particularly fun game has come. The hide-and-seek game in the back mountain. And the teacher escorts the whole process. Plus the instructors have reduced the amount of training without exception. And now the freshmen are very confident, thinking that this is the beginning of the college to show them all the good things of the college. The screening process in the previous 2 days should have been a warning. Now it was time to give them a sweet treat. Every freshman was smiling very cheerfully, until they saw more than 20 teachers crowded together at the entrance of the back mountain. And they were all surprised. Who doesn't know that all the teachers at Screech are great magicians? And who doesn't know that Screech only recruits magic saints as teachers now? The arrogant words of Principal Screech at that time were confirmed at this moment. The freshmen were sure that these teachers were all at least at the level of great mentors without exception. And some of them were even magic saints or above. Because the teachers are so full of aura, it can be said that there is no possibility of cheating them. Are we going to train with the teachers? I'm so happy. Yes. My parents persuaded me to come to Screech, saying that the teachers here are very good. I also read the student newspaper of Stern Entertainment. Only the publicity of Screech is the most exciting. Wow. Me too. The great teacher Maksuzi in the publicity is really powerful. He can split the mountain with one sword. He is simply a model for our swordsmen. I came here just for Master Maksuzi. I like Master Stern more. She is so gentle. Her with magic is superb. My mother said. If I can get the guidance of the master, I will be at least an intermediate magician when I leave school. Am I the only one who likes Master Han? Although he always punishes students before. He is really strong. In the publicity, he is so cool when he uses the formation to repel the monsters. The instructors stood in front of their team, listening to the freshmen praising the teachers one by one. Even Screech, who was not present, received a lot of praise. They listened to the freshmen's yearning for the teachers, their excitement and nervousness about being able to get close to the teachers, and their lively and cheerful voices. And their expressions became more and more subtle. Even Nyamyu, who couldn't learn micro-expressions, couldn't help but take out the mask and put it on herself, and then went to chat with her good friends. Bo-Rui also went over to chat with everyone, because he was afraid that if he listened to the freshmen's chat anymore, he would be reluctant to take action against them. It's so pitiful. So pitiful. How could they be fooled like this? Bo-Rui shook his head and sighed. I don't know how many freshmen will scold the teacher after today's game. Being a novice is more naive. Chris made the final decision. Well, I'm a little worried about our class, Nathaniel said with a sad face. Do you know? Our class has learned about my deeds, Snavy's deeds, and novice deeds. Now we have infinite good feelings towards the college, instructors, and teachers. Won't this cause him to be cheated to the point of having nothing left? Don't be nervous, Nathaniel, Ophelia said with a smile. I asked Screech. He said the training punishment this time will not involve the instructor. Nathaniel breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, the freshmen can do whatever they want. He chose to respect the blessing. Lucius crossed his arms, puzzled. Punishment? Isn't this a punishment for us this time? Why is there a punishment? Ophelia was silent for a moment, and said softly, Lucius, why do you think that this hide-and-seek is a punishment? Yes. The law does not punish everyone. Vera blinked and said jokingly, can we call it punishment when a group of us are punished? This is called training in a different way. Lucius, they really know how to have fun. Who says it's not true? Miu felt sympathetic, and always felt that after the school motto began, everything was a little out of their control. Oh well, it was out of their control from the beginning. They were just ruthless and helpless tool instructors, without giving the instructors much time to communicate. Several teachers rose into the air together, raised their magic wands with a smile, and recited a string of difficult spells. The next moment, colorful magic elements fell from the sky like meteors, falling around every freshman and instructor. The freshmen opened their eyes wide in shock, and they couldn't help but smile, then reached out and gently touched their magic elements, feeling like they were in a dream. So beautiful. Is this the gift from the teacher? The freshmen just had this thought, and suddenly their vision changed, and they were stunned. In front of him were weeds taller than himself, trees that seemed to reach the sky, and teachers who looked like giants. Something was wrong. Something seemed to be wrong. A freshman looked down subconsciously and saw his hairy hands and feet, and his mind collapsed. What is this? Ah, what happened to me? I seem to have turned into a little rabbit? The freshmen chattered, their hearts filled with panic. They looked at the teachers involuntarily, as if only in this way could they barely calm down. As usual, it was Ariel who came out to explain. Don't be nervous, kids. What you are seeing now are all very normal scenes. Ariel comforted. The adventure we are about to take in the back mountains requires you to turn into small animals and hide from various low-level monsters. While training your hiding ability, you will also get closer to monsters, sense monsters, and understand them. This is a very meaningful game. Don't worry. No one will die. No. Someone will die. A freshman realized something was wrong. What about injuries? Injuries are not included, but we will treat you as quickly as possible, Fanny said, spreading her hands, because there have been incidents in the past where students played rotten because they could not get injured. We have made some rule improvements, related student Julian, silently covering his vest. He really didn't want to be surrounded and beaten by freshmen just after finishing the school training. Compared to the freshmen's expressions of collapse as if the sky had fallen, Miu and the others were much calmer. Vera looked at his furry body. It turns out to be a little bird. It seems that this time it is quite good. Flying? Chris hesitated for a moment. Then you should pay attention. Flying animals may be more likely to encounter natural enemies, such as snakes, eagles, and even other ferocious monsters. Vera puffed up his cheeks. Chris, don't hit me casually. Chris shut up. The instructors looked at each other's bodies and confirmed that they were all small animals that were not pitfalls, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. It's hard to say what will happen to the freshmen, but they won't lose face. That's enough. The freshmen were still discussing possible accidents, when suddenly, Hader raised his magic wand and chanted a spell, and a teacher and a class of students disappeared on the field. In order to ensure accurate positioning, Hader teleported one by one, and when everyone was teleported, another half a point had passed. After arriving at the destination, the teachers who followed the team hid their bodies and read out the rules. There are several rules for this evasion training. 1. This training will officially start at 9 a.m. and end at 5 p.m. 2. Students in each class need to try their best to dodge the oncoming monsters and have full contact with them in order to understand them. 3. When all students receive non-fatal injuries in the venue, teachers will not help. 4. Only when the class reaches the finish line after 5 o'clock, the training is considered complete. 5. This evasion training does not depend on performance. As long as you can reach the finish line, you will be considered to have completed the training. 6. The map has been given to each trainee. You can choose to go with the instructor or go on your own. But please remember that if you fail to reach the destination at 6 o'clock, the content of the training will become more difficult. Please pay attention to the time. New students, failure to reach the destination in time means that you are not capable enough. It will become more difficult. How can they pass this? Everyone cursed and cursed. Even if they saw the map, they were extremely unhappy. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is no punishment for this training. As long as you can reach the end, it's fine. They patiently looked at the map in their hands. The route was a bit confusing, but there were many marked supply points. But this destination. Why is this destination different? The freshman's pupils trembled. With so many destinations, could they go to any of them? Or was there only one for them? They didn't need to think about it, because their instructor had kindly told them, it's impossible to have such a simple option of going anywhere. Among these 21 destinations, only one belongs to our class. Freshmen, The instructors were very kind this time, saying, these destinations may be related to our habits, or there may be other connections. We must find a pattern. Otherwise the mountain is so big that we can't finish it. We know when we find one. Freshman, Finally, one freshman couldn't help but ask, Instructor, did you get through this before? Is it so outrageous? The instructor looked kind and said, this is Skricky. Doesn't it feel like your life is complete? Your life is fulfilling. And your study career is colorful? That's right. This is the academy that we tough guys and tough girls should join. The freshman said in a low voice, yes. What if there is no? No. The instructor stretched out his tone, smiled slyly in the freshman's expectant eyes. Then find a way to have it. Otherwise you won't learn to smile in the next 5 years. Freshman, The instructor's kindness scared them, and they always felt that something great was going to happen again. In fact, the instructors thought so too. This was too simple. Difficult for freshmen. But it was just running away. A bit tiring. Not much fun. They suspected that something might be wrong with the teacher. The instructors thought about it. But they didn't change their expression and asked the freshman, do you want to join me or form your own team? The freshman hesitated for a moment and came up with a brilliant idea. Can't we act separately? Go to each destination, and then gather the information? They have the school pass. Such a smart kid. The instructor smiled more kindly. Look at your school pass? The freshmen subconsciously lowered their heads. And they couldn't use the school pass. The instructors kindly reminded, if you go alone, you should form a team of at least 10 people. And don't get separated from the main group. Otherwise it might not be good. The freshmen understand that there are many monsters in the back mountain of the college. And it is easy to get lost. It is really not easy to complete the challenge alone. Everyone discussed with each other before the start, and finally made a decision. Most of the students chose to follow the instructors. Although the instructors were a bit strict and looked a bit unreliable, they were still experienced. A few confident students chose to form a team and walk on their own. The instructors didn't care. It was easier to lead with fewer people. Anyway, the teachers were watching, so nothing would go wrong. Like the leader of the wolves, they studied the map and chose a more suitable destination to go and see. If they were lucky, this would be their destination. If they were unlucky, they could find a pattern with this. If they were unlucky, they might have to go to a few more places. I hope the teachers are not so crazy as to cast a bad luck spell on them. I don't know if the teachers will cast a spell of bad luck on them. Sieshichin crossed his legs and looked at the furry fur all over the mountains. He was in a good mood. I hope to pay more attention to the overall situation and slowly let the students adapt. That's what he said. But Xiao Xiao saw Sieshichin turn around and set a series of spells and methods to the teacher group on the 1,000 ways to guide freshmen to avoid. The last time Sieshichin did this, he gave the anti-cheating encyclopedia, which has benefited the teachers so far, and many tricks have not been used. Xiao Xiao felt sorry for these students, and she even couldn't understand. Aren't you afraid that the freshmen will choose to leave in the first round? You won't get any rewards if you do this. Sieshichin is of course not afraid. He smiled and pointed at the mirror he was using to observe the back mountain. Xiao Xiao, you don't understand this. We are in the magic world, not the normal modern plane. Even in the modern plane, students are keen on committing suicide. This is a magic plane that is keen on adventure. They were tricked. But so what? When they are done, they will feel refreshed, feel knowledge, and understand what they have gained. When Sieshichin starts to adopt a conciliatory policy, there will be no worries that the students will not stay. Oh! The premise is that the little guys are strong and the training is excellent. Otherwise, if the new students are not strong enough, they will not be able to stay. So I tighten the strings for the little guys. The key lies in the instructors. Sieshichin will not go far away. After this time, they will work hard to complete the training and find freshness for the new students. Oh! I dare not imagine how innovative my future students will be. Xiao Xiao, I'm really afraid that your future students will use everything they learned on you. Xiaoxia continued to accompany Xie Shichen to watch the students train. It was already past a point, and the freshman had almost encountered 1 or 2 low-level monsters, and slowly began to adapt to the process of running all over the mountains. Then, the teachers came, and the first one to play was Jiang Shui. She herself was a beast master, and beast taming was as easy for her as eating and drinking. She just drew a magic circle slightly, and yes, the freshmen she entertained, all had a first-level fire attribute monster in front of them. Chris led the most people, at least 30 people, and suddenly saw 37 first-level monsters surrounding them. Even though Chris had seen big scenes before, he couldn't help but feel a little upset at this time. Sister Shui, is it really okay for you to be so cruel? Even if Chris was upset, he didn't forget to build relationships. Jiang Shui laughed. Oh, baby, can't you use magic? Don't be nervous. Didn't the teachers tell you? If anything happens, the teacher will cover you up. This incident was caused by the teachers, but they just took the blame. Chris closed his eyes and quickly chanted a high-level spell, and the snow and ice froze the feet of 30 monsters. The instructors couldn't help the freshmen too much. 10 seconds. Run! The freshman finally had a tacit understanding with Chris. As soon as Chris finished speaking, the freshman followed the jumping figure and tried to slide forward. Yes, slide. The ground is full of ice. Just slide forward. But it's a bit difficult to control the direction, and it looks a bit embarrassing. After 10 seconds, the magic failed and disaster struck. Many monsters identified the little rabbit in front of them and chased after it without dodging or avoiding it, as if they had endless energy. The freshmen were chased and screamed, "Ah! Instructor! Help me! Instructor! Help me!" Instructor Chris himself could not save himself. There were rules for the use of his magic, and he could only use it in the most urgent cases. Otherwise, he would be sealed by the teachers. Now he is just a weak little white rabbit with good balance. Why save them? You will know what to do after you suffer a loss. The instructor quickly hid in a cave, staring at the freshman running around with his small eyes, and did not forget to command, "Run to the trees. Run to the small caves. Hide as much as possible." The monsters are controlled by teacher Jiang Shui. Although they may be injured, they are not so aggressive. As long as they reach the passing line, the teacher will show mercy. Look, isn't he safe now? Chris calmly commanded the students to find shelter as soon as possible. Just like him. The next moment, a pair of yellow-green eyes suddenly emerged from the narrow hole. Chris, feeling a chill on his back, remained silent for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He suddenly kicked out with both feet, and rushed out at a high speed as if he didn't care about his life. The creature in the cave also rushed out suddenly, revealing its full appearance. It was a snake as thick as an adult's arm, with a triangular head. It was obvious that the teacher had evil intentions. Chris's heart collapsed again. No, you are training new students. Why are you messing with an old student like him? He ran for his life. The freshmen who had been listening to him and looking for cover were stunned to see their instructor running around flexibly and being surrounded from front and back. They silently changed their goals. What shortcuts are there to success in this world? It's just running forward. The freshmen gave up their original plans and ran as far as they could without taking a breath. They could still vaguely hear Jiang Shui's sweet and leisurely voice. Don't take advantage of my loopholes. Chris, I am not Gore, a teacher. I am not merciful, and I can't stand anyone who secretly rests in my chase field. Right. Oris? Oris, who was hiding somewhere, was silent for a while, looking at the curious eyes of the freshmen around him, and stammered, Teacher Jiang Shui is an excellent beast master, summoner, and array master. He didn't say anything else. Those who understand know that you can't even think of taking a moment's respite from her pursuit unless she agrees. Hey, Chris is so miserable. Oris looked at his teacher. It was Vivian. Okay, give up. Oris had a heart attack. He is just a nobody in the class. Should he let Vivian, a witch-level prophet, accompany him? But actually, Oris guessed wrong. In fact, all the teachers in the class are pretty much the same. It's okay for those who have their own ideas. Everyone can figure out their ideas, and then try not to embarrass themselves. Those who didn't behave that badly before, it's really miserable to meet them now. Why? Because they think they can't be amazing. So they go to look through the guidance book given by Principal Screech, which is equivalent to them competing face to face with Screech. What a surprise! Anyway, Bori was not happy at all. He guessed that he might be too outstanding during the freshman period, which offended Screech. So Screech sent him a gift package that he loved. At first, when he knew that his teacher was Mr. Edward, the great mage of the fire system, he was relieved. NASA told him that Mr. Edward did not have so many fancy moves. He was just more serious and responsible. Responsible to the point of being a little old-fashioned. He was chosen by Screech mainly because he was responsible, cared for students, and taught well. When Beauroy learned that his teacher was Edward, he almost jumped up. Happy. What tricks could such a simple and unpretentious teacher use? Then he paid a heavy price for his contempt and complacency. This teacher Edward, in a very serious manner, released the conjugate bad luck magic for the whole class in the first round. Simply put, two people form a conjugate pair, and if one is unlucky, the other will get a little bit of luck. And the mechanism to trigger bad luck is also very simple. That is, to make the other party more unlucky. What an outrageous magic, isn't it? Especially, I don't know where Edward found the list, but it specifically pulls in those who are a little bit conflicted. From the beginning, you are unhappy with the other party. If someone asks you if you want him to be unlucky, of course you say yes. Then, you can get some breathing time. But how can the other party be willing to accept this? You have made me unlucky, so I will definitely make you unlucky. The other party also wants it. And then, he will be unlucky too. In this way, after pulling in the contradictions between each other, the unlucky mechanism can no longer be escaped. Even if someone stops the loss in time and doesn't think about the other party's bad luck, they will definitely not be able to help themselves when they really encounter danger. Right? And even if you really don't think about it, if you accidentally get into trouble, don't you think it's the other party's idea? This kind of thing is subjective. Bori never thought that there would be such a vicious magic. He guessed that it must not be Edward's idea. Sure enough, Edward honestly admitted, the principal gave us guidance and training. Don't worry. I will do my best. Bori, although he was not involved in the conjugate bad luck, he was directly unlucky magic. And he was also very sad. Teacher Edward, tell me, are there any other means? Bori asked sadly. Edward looked at the manual and hummed for a long time. Of course there are. Hurry to the end. I am not responsible for the end. Bori, Alia came over carefully. Instructor, the end is also difficult? The instructor's smile gradually disappeared. It depends on whether Screech is responsible. The admission teacher is responsible. Or other teachers are responsible. Alia choked. Still, there are different levels? Bori sighed. I hope Screech is not responsible. He said he was very busy. It shouldn't be. It seems. It's a bit hard to say. Damn it. Didn't you say Screech is not responsible? Lucius, who had already run to a destination to explore, was so angry that he jumped up and down. Don't come in. I've found a pattern to call you. Wait outside. Lucius looked at the ground below him, which was as hot as a hot pot, with an ugly expression. Is this the destination of NASA? Bang! The fire burst. Lucius hurriedly dodged, and rolling rocks appeared in front of him. Lucius's face changed drastically, and he started to break the formation without saying a word. Damn it. This is definitely Ophelia's end. What a crap thing. What's the most important thing? This kind of place doesn't seem to be related to their attributes. How can they find the pattern to find the end? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Does Screech have to be so outrageous? Lucius ran out of the formation in a panic with black hair all over his body, and turned around to find that all the freshmen he led were gone. He was at a loss. Where are my people? Shichen smiled and said to him through the formation, there is a confusing formation here. Lucius, don't be nervous. It's just an illusion plus maze. If you are sensible and smart, it's almost time for you to come out. Shichen tried to comfort him. You can't do everything for the child. You have to let the child explore on his own. Lucius couldn't stand it anymore, but this endpoint has no pattern at all. If we are unlucky, we still have to find 21 endpoints. How could it be? There must be a hint at the endpoint. Shichen said succinctly. It's not even 2 o'clock yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Lucius seemed to be thinking, it's already 2 o'clock. And you're giving us a hint? Are there any conditions? Sieshichin smiled mysteriously, his voice full of laughter. What do you think? The teacher is a person who pays great attention to education. Lucius, I've already given you a hint. This is a treatment only you can have. Lucius, Sorry. He can't afford to play. He wants to quit. Okay. Scritch. Are you worthy of the students who believe you are busy and cover for you? Ah. In just 2 hours, countless freshmen lost hope. Countless instructors were defeated. And basically the whole army was annihilated. They took a break in the 10 minutes of rest given by the teachers. And they couldn't even open their eyes. They were exhausted. Will we run like this again? The freshmen asked the instructors this soul-searching question without any prior agreement. The instructors gave all kinds of answers. But most of them meant the same thing. It's hard to say. The teachers at Screech always have ideas. Okay. I understand. The freshmen closed their eyes in despair. And even their smiles were full of bitterness. At this time, the teachers who were cool, powerful, and loved were all far away from them. In their eyes, there was only the devil teacher left. The one who watched them cry and scream when they were injured, then treated them carelessly, and then did not give them time to rest and let them hide. Good news. They felt that their evasion skills had been greatly improved. And they felt that if they were in human form, none of these first-level monsters would be able to catch up with them. They could run. Bad news. Their hearts were already cold. They didn't know when tomorrow would come. They only knew that 5 o'clock in the afternoon was so far away. As if it would never end in this lifetime. But what could they do? 5 o'clock in the afternoon was far away. But the 10 minutes of rest were so close. It felt like they had just sat down. And the teachers came out again leisurely. The freshmen finally understood why some seniors would rather play badly when avoiding battle. If they would not get hurt, they would play badly too. Okay. Okay. Hurry up. We are about to start again. The teachers' voices were like the devil. Trust me. After 2 hours, the supply point will be open. You can go to the supply point to rest and eat. A full hour of rest time. That's a lot. The instructors asked on behalf of the freshmen, what if the supply point opens, and we can't get there on time? The teachers pondered for a moment. The next time we start is at 1 o'clock. Isn't that enough time for you to get to the supply point? Okay. I understand. It seems that the rest time is only from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. If you miss it, you have to keep running even if you are hungry. The instructors can only remind the freshmen not to forget to find the nearest supply point and run around the supply point, so as not to reduce the rest time, which is not cost-effective. The freshmen now take the instructor's words as an imperial decree. What the instructors say is all their blood and tears experience. They memorized the supply points without hesitation, and then kept running around the place, fearing that they would make mistakes and be chased. But perhaps the most intense time was over, and they had gained experience, so they seemed to be more comfortable. If they were not still in a mess, they would have suspected that the teachers had let them go. In fact, the teachers did let them go a little bit, because a new challenge was coming. Hey, 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 you should be able to hear my voice, right? A smiling, gentle and affectionate voice that seemed to be able to drown people rang in the air over the entire back mountain. There is a familiar feeling, but it doesn't seem like him. Due and Alia whispered, it's a bit like Brother Snowy. But Brother Snowy's voice is weaker and not as strong. Alia fell into silence. Ah, it seems possible that it is your brother Snowy? The owner of the voice confirmed the reliability of the voice transmission from some channel, and his tone became more lazy, with a smile, and a relaxed feeling. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm sorry that I'm not chatting with you formally, until now, because of the busy affairs of the college. I may become your future principal. Ancient Scrige. Welcome everyone to choose Screech. Believe me, you will not regret your choice. Of course, I will continue to tell you these words later, at the opening ceremony. Now, the principal has a little thing, and needs your help. Screech's new students have always been equally focused on wisdom and strength. Therefore, in order for everyone to better adapt to college life in the future, our evasion training this time has been interspersed with a small test that is not difficult. During your chase, Scricky will introduce you to the monsters you encounter in a friendly manner. Please remember their characteristics, habits, weaknesses, and other related knowledge points. We will conduct a unified assessment after the training. Students who fail the assessment will receive a 2-hour magic broom flying experience package tonight. If there are students who have this hobby, they can choose not to learn. The principal's leisurely introduction ended here. He even gave the freshmen 10 minutes to sort out their emotions and moods. What a kind and considerate principal. The freshmen looked at their instructors involuntarily, as if asking something. In fact, the experienced instructors were silent for 2 seconds, and then grinned in unison. Come on. If you really can't do it, just give up. They can. This is the treatment you can only get when you become an intermediate magician. Don't you want to experience it now? Is it really okay? A freshman said cautiously. The principal said this is a punishment. Of course it's a punishment, the instructor said righteously. You have never flown before. If you go flying now, there will definitely be some adverse reactions. Isn't this a punishment? But isn't it too light? The freshmen were uneasy and felt something was wrong. Please, you have been training for a whole day. If there is a heavier punishment, how can you maintain the energy for tomorrow's training? The instructor said calmly. But you have to pass it if you can. Otherwise Screech will think you didn't try your best. The instructor just said that if you really can't do it, then give up. After all, this punishment is not very difficult. It's just a little weird and makes your heart beat faster. Their additions gradually put the freshmen, who were still skeptical at first, at ease. Yes, running away has already exhausted their energy. It is indeed a bit too much to ask them to study at this time. The instructors have reduced the amount of training recently. It is normal for them to say this? Chapter 155. To be honest, in fact, less than half of the freshmen believed the instructor's words. These days, they fully understood the nature of the instructors, and it was impossible for them to say for your own good. They could only train to death, and when they might be punished, they would be slightly lighter. The lie that this punishment was not a big deal sounded very big. So, at the beginning, everyone was ambitious and wanted to escape while studying hard. However, the first level fierce demonic sheep beast is on the stage now. Look carefully. The horns of the fierce demonic sheep beast. The freshmen tried their best to survive the pursuit of the large group of demonic sheep. They had to find time to look when they heard various keywords such as look carefully, look seriously, it's XX, etc. No one knew what the school was going to test. After finally taking a breath and starting to seriously record the knowledge just said, the principal's voice appeared again. Oh, the teachers are too impatient. My fierce demon sheep beast hasn't finished yet. The principal seemed a little annoyed that he spoke too slowly. It doesn't matter. Let's look at the second one first. This time, the one that appears is it 10 minutes? A freshman asked with a pale face. Yes, about 11 minutes. Another freshman tried to adjust his breathing. Don't be distracted. It's coming again. The freshmen closed their eyes in despair. Is this a hunt? Why do you have to do this to them? However, we have to admit that when it comes to memorizing knowledge points, the teacher's attacks are not as fierce as in the morning. Simply put, if they don't need to memorize knowledge points, they will be relatively relaxed now after adapting in the morning. So, what should we choose? Some people's eyes flickered, and they chose not to listen to the principal. They thought very comprehensively. If they listened attentively now, they would be very tired and miserable, and they might not be able to listen. At that time, they would most likely fail the assessment. And their training was also very bitter. It's not worth it. It's better to rest now. At least it won't be too painful. Of course, some people choose not to listen, and some choose to listen. Some of them want to prove that they can keep up with Screech's teaching progress. Some want to stay in Screech, and some simply don't believe in the instructor. So they are still gritting their teeth and insisting. Alia and I are like this. When their instructor Beauroy heard that they failed and were about to fly the magic broom, he couldn't stop smiling. Alia was alert and deeply understood the meaning behind the instructor's smile. It was just memorizing knowledge points while running. Much better than flying on a broomstick. Understand that even if Alia was seriously injured, she would immediately remember the principal's words, fearing that she would really play with the magic flying broomstick. She really didn't want to gamble on the instructor's character in this regard. Coincidentally, among the 21 instructors, the ones who dared to gamble on the instructor's character were exactly the classes that did not receive much punishment, and the instructors were relatively easy to get along with. Students like Lucius, who had been punished, Chris, who was strong, Ophelia Genevieve, who liked to play dumb, and Isabella, who liked to play tricks on freshmen, were all trying very hard not to be punished, because their instructor had become so considerate. There must be something fishy. Everyone was working so hard. And Xiaoxichen felt a little sorry. I prepared so many magic brooms. But I didn't use them much at Malam. Xiao Xiao, You deserve to be enshrined in the Imperial Temple. Xiaoxichen sighed in a pretentious manner. And unknowingly accelerated the learning speed for the freshmen. For a whole afternoon. 4 hours. They learned the living habits of 30 monsters. At first, it was about 11 minutes for each monster. Excluding the rest time in the middle. You can imagine how fast it was later. Anyway, I won't go into the specific process. I told the freshmen to be autistic. They treated every minute as the last minute of their lives. They gritted their teeth and finally made it to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The moment the bell rang, it was so pleasant and made them cry with joy. They didn't even think about what punishment they would receive later. Now they were so relaxed and liberated. Finally, it's over. The freshmen closed their eyes and lay on the grass on the back mountain as if they were dreaming. They didn't mind the dirt and were completely sublimated. In the future, they will no longer say that the training is hard. What kind of training is harder than now? There really is. Since everyone is rested for 10 minutes. Let's start the assessment on the spot. So that you won't forget everything after you go down the mountain. Principal Screech's gentle and powerful voice was also very powerful at this moment. I am such a considerate principal. The exhausted freshmen. They looked at the instructors with an almost unbelievable look. The instructors who had recovered straightened their clothes and looked calm. It's normal. We all went through this. There were also those who ran like dead dogs in the morning, snorting to the teaching building for class, and were called on to answer questions if they were not paying attention. There are also people who come back to select people to answer questions and explain the test papers on the day after the exam. And then, they are bullied by Screech after failing. Anyway, there are many ways. And the old students now see everything very Buddhist and kind. It's just that the freshmen are a little bit overwhelmed. How do we take the exam? As soon as he finished asking, as if he knew that they had calmed down, Xiaoxichen added, Open your school Easy Pass. A questionnaire has been sent to your account. Please answer it within 30 minutes and hand it in. Late submission will be counted as 0 points. Freshman, 3. 30 minutes? Xiaoxichen said in a playful voice. The timer has started. Shit! They hurriedly opened the school's Easy Pass and saw a questionnaire. After opening it, there were long questions and answers. About 90 questions. That's equivalent to at least 3 questions per minute. And the timer has already started. The freshmen cursed in their hearts. If it weren't for the tight time, they would have gone to the forum to complain. The instructors couldn't see the questions, and it was not easy to disturb the freshmen. So they just gathered together again. Guess how many questions there are? Ophelia asked with a smile. Chris was very confident. No more than 100. Bo Rui was very curious. Why? Chris shrugged. The freshmen haven't entered school yet. And there are too many questions. There will be no surprises in the future. He guessed that the 8-page test paper would arrive late. And Screech couldn't let the freshmen experience the beauty of the 8 pages in advance. Lucius's expression was subtle for a moment. I think you are right. He may have already prepared the make-up exam papers, and is just waiting to see the students' painful expressions of not having the focus in the make-up exam. Oh, that would be such a wonderful thing, Screech said. Herbert also imitated Xiaoxichen's bad taste and emphasized. Children, you finally understand the truth. For a very important thing, no matter how much preparation is not too much. It can be worth it if you can learn this truth. Bori laughed out loud. Then he cleared his throat and learned something. By the way, students whose scores are below 90 will not pass. You are all elite students. So you should set higher goals for yourself and break through yourself. Novice had a complicated expression. We are talking here. Screech should be able to see it. Bori. You. Bori immediately jumped behind Novice. Alert and timid, little Screech. Come on. Cover me. Novice, It's not Screech's fault. Sometimes, he also wanted to beat Bori. His hands were itching. Half an hour passed in a flash. Most of the freshmen submitted the questionnaire at the last minute. And many students didn't even finish answering it. The freshmen with good energy have already started posting on the forum. However, these are not what the teachers are concerned about. They are all working hard to correct the test papers and try to let the students see their punishment tonight. The instructors are not relaxed either. They take the freshmen down the mountain first and let them take care of things including eating, bathing and resting for an hour. The instructors will leave them to clean up their house on time at 6:30 and gather on time at 7 o'clock to prepare for physical training. The schedule was very tight, which made the freshmen feel a sense of urgency, and they began to speed up their movements involuntarily. They were afraid that something would happen if they were late for a minute. But fortunately, everyone lived a relatively stable life afterwards. The instructors were very friendly when they instructed them about housekeeping, and even told them that if they were worried about not being able to fold a quilt like a tofu block or spread a wrinkle-free bed sheet, they suggested that everyone sleep on the floor together, for people squeezed together, which not only enhanced their relationship, but also kept them warm. The weather at the end of this month was still very cold. What else can the freshmen say? They really didn't dare to move the quilts and sheets that were fixed by the instructor's magic. They even suspected that the school designed it this way just to make them sleep on the floor together. Anyway, everyone hurriedly made their beds as soon as the instructors made the suggestion. Some freshmen were glad that Scritch's dormitory is not too small, and everyone can squeeze in a row. Well, it's only a month, and it will be fine after the school training is over. Oh my God! Who can remember at this time that they used to praise the villa-style dormitory of Merrim next door? Principal Merrim probably never thought that he would lose to Screech's tricks. After finishing the housework, it was only 8 o'clock, and the freshmen asked curiously, "Are we going to practice now?" "No." The instructors pretended to be mysterious. "Take you to watch the flying game." Freshman: "Damn. I forgot there is a punishment. Must this punishment be given tonight?" Many freshmen who felt they did not do well in the exam were sweating profusely. They asked the instructors anxiously, "There are so many test papers. Have you just corrected them?" "Of course. We at Screech Academy still attach great importance to efficiency," the instructor said with emotion. "When our teaching staff was very weak, the teachers also gave us the test and the test papers on the same day. Then they did not give us a break and continued the class. But these blood and tears history will be slowly experienced by freshmen in the future." They followed their instructor to the playground, where they had been training recently. Those who arrived later had already seen many of their classmates arrive and sit down, with ordinary-looking brooms placed one after another in front of them. This time it seemed that Screech came out in person, wearing a hood and a mask, and the whole person seemed to be hidden in the dark. And then, he snapped his fingers, and a very familiar magic teaching mirror appeared in front of him. The teaching mirror lists every class and the students who are punished in the class. In a rotating manner, Screech tapped the teaching stick lightly, and the stick quickly wrote a series of words in the air. "Students whose names are called, please stand in front to receive the broom." It was a very simple and silent operation. The students looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to try it. Nathaniel looked at most of the students in his class and sighed. "Go up. It will be over soon." "Is it really that fast?" The freshmen stepped forward hesitantly and received a broom. They had acted very indifferent when they gave up, but now, they were a little scared. The instructors took out the students one class after another and stood in the open space, looking at the classmates around them who were just as bad as themselves. For some reason, they felt at ease. Yes, if the punishment was really excessive, they would suffer together, right? The freshmen looked around, trying to get a little sense of security, but there was none. Principal Screech explained the punishment in his gentle yet powerful voice. "Do you see the brooms in your hands? There is a red button on it, which is the autopilot mode. Press it once, and it will come down in 2 clicks." He said it lightly, but the students were facing a great enemy, staring at the red button as if pressing it would destroy the world. After taking a few deep breaths, they finally pressed the red button gently at Screech's urging. "Hold on tight. Otherwise there might be a little bump." As soon as the words fell, all the punished freshmen's faces changed, and the brooms in their hands shook violently. And in an instant, as if they were accelerating, they were suddenly thrown into the sky. "Ah!" The freshmen screamed involuntarily, and the raging wind kept pouring into their mouths. They could only shut up. And then, they were made to scream in embarrassment by the brooms that did not follow the rules. "Help!" The freshmen's voices resounded through the sky. The brooms automatically recognized obstacles, and each broom was very fast. But the area was not large, so the freshmen felt as if they were constantly turning, because the brooms did not care about the user's feelings. In order to avoid collision, they flew higher and higher, and then when they found their users falling, they turned around suddenly and stuck the users on themselves with a whoosh. The most painful thing was the freshmen who were forced to ride on the brooms. Falling from a high altitude to a broom handle with a small force area was really painful. Screech's voice was still looming in their ears. Really energetic. Don't forget to give them healing potions later. It will be bad if they get hurt. The freshman choked up. You also know it's not good. Wow. How can this be considered happy? The instructor lied to them. As for the instructors? Haha. They've already started digging out the photo stones. While digging, he said with relish, I finally understand why Screech likes to record us. I also like to record the students I teach. Bori, stop laughing. There are still many students behind you who haven't been recorded. Bori looked back innocently. The students in his class took a step back. He followed suit and smiled. Look, they didn't hear it. Freshman of the Borii class, I want to beat the instructor. Perhaps. This is also a reincarnation. Everyone's mood is so similar. And their mental journey is also very consistent. Maybe in the future, they will form an anti-Screech alliance together, with the goal of severely pitting Screech once. Of course, such ambitions, whether it is Meow Mew or Freshman, I am afraid they dare not say it. They will be calculated badly by the vengeful and petty Screech. The screaming chickens in the sky were still screaming. No matter how they moved, the brooms would always catch them in the first place. And then, they would challenge the difficult flight. Some kept circling and rising. Some went up and down. And some rotated on their own. They felt that their brains were turned into a paste. Finally they understood what Screech was talking about. This was not just a little bumpy. It was shaking their internal organs out. When the brooms lost their magic power and floated down, almost all the students' legs softened, and they sat down directly on the ground. Oh! Some of them could still stand up. But their legs were shaking, and they couldn't even move, let alone take the broom between their legs. When the instructors came to help them inject the potion, they tried to hold the instructor's hands tightly, and said in a choked voice, I hate flying. Don't. You have to learn it sooner or later. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing to accumulate experience in advance. The instructor's comfort made the freshmen even more desperate. Take the magic broom to learn? The freshmen asked with their last hope. Instructor Bori, who is still talkative, revealed the truth. He pondered for a moment and chose his words carefully. It could also be the teacher's teaching. If you meet an impatient teacher, you will be able to fly in one day. Freshman, haha. This is really a tactful and polite answer. It makes them want to be eliminated as soon as possible. The little guys dragged their tired steps, shaking with every step, and slowly moved to the medicine pool with the help of classmates from each class who were not punished. Yes, they still have to practice body training. No matter how tired, exhausted, or painful they are, they can't stop practicing body training. Sometimes going to school in Screech is really helpless. After all, no one knows which will come first, the pit or tomorrow. But at least they understand one thing. There is a reason why Screech College gave them such a good body training liquid. They can be more playful. This is really a sad fact. After this fun training, the freshmen have been able to adapt well to the strict training of the instructors. Even when Principal Screech asked them to write an assignment about their collective avoidance training, they didn't have any special emotions. Is this an excessive request? No. Anyway, 2 weeks passed quickly. They were about to be eliminated, and Malin was just around the corner. What kind of training could they not stand? There was nothing, and no one could stop their determination to leave Screech. These 2 weeks were so peaceful that even Xiao Xiao was a little nervous, worried that its host would collapse. The mission rewards have been applied for. If the host fails to complete the mission, then, host, you? Xiao Xiao talked to Xie Shichen worriedly. Xie Shichen was dealing with the communication and learning with Malin these days, and he had less time to bother with the students, which added a little to the peace. He heard Xi Xiao's hesitant question and rubbed his eyebrows. It's Friday? Xiao Xiao replied. Tomorrow is Friday. Fortunately you reminded me. I almost forgot something important, Xie Shichen said with a smile. It's time to give a sweet date. Xiao Xiao was at a loss. Ah, haven't you given a sweet date yet? Xie Shichen smiled but said nothing. He just notified the instructors to take the freshmen to the meditation room tomorrow afternoon. 1 class per classroom, and attached a flow chart for using the machine. This will be the first class meeting for the freshmen before they enter school, and perhaps it will also be their last one. But Xie Shichen thought that the freshmen who wanted to leave after the class meeting would probably regret it in their hearts. Teacher Xie Shichen and all members. Operating the machine tomorrow is a very demanding job. I hope you can pay more attention to it. Style Villa Scritch. So, the future we saw before was also controlled by you? Teacher Xie Shichen, to be exact. It came from your own inner thoughts. I just polished it for you. After all, you are still young. You have seen few scenes. And you don't have such deep feelings. Style Villa, click click click. Class monitor Ophelia, click 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 click. So, all this prediction of the future is fake? Bo Rui's face was dark. And he punched his bedboard. I was so moved at the time that I almost showed my underwear to Screech. At the same time, Chris recalled his future when he was a middle school student and passionate, and silently closed his eyes slowly. The boomerang pierced him. He guessed that Screech must have kept this image of the predicted future. How much he loves to collect students' footprints. The instructors, who were so excited and passionate at the time, but now are so socially dead, decided to use their imagination to help the freshmen realize their dreams. Every student should pay for their middle school years. Chapter 156. In order to ensure that there would be no mistakes, the instructors were very dedicated. On the night they received the notice, they did not even sleep and went directly to the meditation room to study the machine. With the help of Screech, everyone first surrounded Screech, watching how Screech operated the machine, and then showed amazement. Oh my God! It's so simple. And this scene, I can't imagine it. If I had seen such a scene at the beginning, I would definitely not want to leave. You said it as if you wanted to leave after seeing the scene you wanted. Isabella, don't think I won't beat you just because you're my sister? The Miles started to chatter, marveling at the ease of use and magic of this instrument. Xie Shichen didn't avoid them. This thing is not from our world, so it's best not to let the freshmen know. You hide in the observation room to control it. Understand? Understood, the Miles said in unison. Okay, then let's continue learning, Xie Shichen said, and took them to see a lot of basic illusions. Our freshmen can only see a limited number of big scenes, and some children may not even have seen magic. It is difficult to attract them and give them motivation by letting them imagine the future themselves. So at this time, we need our basic background assistance. Xie Shichen explained to the students while making a swordsman illusion. After the initial illusion background is put in, they will spontaneously begin to have needs. And this need is where you need to work hard. Slowly guide them from the ceiling of their imagination to the future they dare not think of, and then to the future they cannot imagine, layer by layer. When they see the future they never thought of but are within their reach, when they understand that as long as they stay in Screech, this is the future of their evolution, they will spontaneously work towards this future. Many little guys' bad performance feels more like a manifestation of insufficient internal motivation. They can't see their own future, and they don't believe they can achieve such a future, so they choose not to work hard. It seems that only in this way can he gloriously tell the world that it is not that he is incapable, but that he is unwilling to work hard. Xie Shichen thought. Now he has to give it a push. He can't just give out that perfect future directly. It's too fake. He has to raise it layer by layer. Give it out layer by layer. And every time he will make the little ones feel that this is what they can achieve. As long as they are willing to work hard. This is their future. Then, what if he works harder? Will his future be more exciting? More attractive? More willing to fight for it? Just like a snowball. It gets bigger and bigger. When he gets the candy he wants, he looks back and finds that things he never dared to think about and thought he couldn't do are now easy to accomplish. This is a sense of accomplishment. A sense of accomplishment that Screech School of Magic is willing to give them confidence, little by little. Meow Meow was thoughtful. And combined with the pictures he had seen, Chris pondered. So, when I saw myself building a wizard tower, it was actually you who guided me. Not really, Xie Shichen half admitted. I can see that you were not satisfied. So I guided you to think and imagine a more perfect future that you might get. Xie Shichen said with some regret. I wanted you to become a god. But you were too old-fashioned and stubborn at the time. And I was afraid that you would think it was too fake. So I could only stay at that step. Chris, Xie Shichen thought of the point he forgot to emphasize. Yes. You should have learned some of the trainees you led in the past 2 weeks. And you must choose the future according to their personalities. If some students dare to think, you should make them more exciting and satisfy them. If some students are pragmatic, you should be more down to earth and satisfy them. You have all learned micro-expressions. This is not difficult. Right? Miao Miao was silent for a moment. Hesitating, shouldn't it be? Not difficult? Xie Shichen smiled. If you can't do it, you can tell me in advance. I let teacher Ariel help you. Miao Miao's eyes lit up. Xie Shichen added slowly. Then take the makeup exam for me. It just so happens that you have systematically studied thick black studies in the new semester. If you combine them, you may gain a lot. Miao Miao, Every time they think Screech is a bad guy, Screech always hits them hard. Miao Miao closed their eyes and signed a pledge. Absolutely no problem. Xie Shichen looked at them suspiciously. This time is very important. It involves whether we can keep as many new students as possible. I'd better let teacher Ariel help and watch over it. If teacher Ariel accidentally helps, the students who are helped will have to take a makeup exam. Miao Miao, Threat. Definitely a threat. But what can we do? This is Screech. Is there a time when he doesn't threaten them? No. Miao Miao agreed with tears in her eyes, and said that they would never give teacher Ariel a chance to attack, and hoped that teacher Ariel would not attack them casually. It can be said that they have a strong desire to survive. Xie Shichen held back his smile and agreed, and taught them in detail, and showed them the various illusion backgrounds stored in the instrument so that they could get familiar with them. In these backgrounds, there was the passionate scene of Teacher X, who had not taught them yet, carrying something called a gun and shooting various magic. The scene of Teacher Emoshuzi's punch to settle the mountains and seas. The cool scene of Teacher Ayala manipulating the rules to solve the thousands of troops with one move. And, except for the instrument itself, the rest were almost all the previous summaries recorded by the teachers. But if you think about it, you can understand that the teachers can be said to be the ceiling they can touch now, or even in the future. These scenes, let alone the freshmen, even the young students, feel that if they put themselves in the shoes of others, they don't know how lively and cheerful they can be. Bo Rui sighed. Suddenly I realized that perhaps in the academy, the teachers are definitely the strongest people we can get in touch with. Right? No matter what field they are in. I can't guarantee it in other academies. But in our academy, yes. Navies added rigorously. At least, the teachers who were found by the teachers from nowhere may even be the ceiling that we will never touch in our lifetime. He still remembered the duel between Emoshuzi and Aurora that he saw in the video of Bori's growth. He felt very sorry at that time. If he could come to Screech earlier, would he not miss so many wonderful scenes? But now, it seems just right. Novice glanced at Xie Shichen and smiled again. Teacher is also a miracle that I can only encounter once in my life. Lucius did not refute this time. Nor did he say anything sarcastic. Instead, he nodded. You are also a miracle that I can only encounter once in my life. Bo Rui smiled maliciously. Oh, I didn't realize that, Lucius. You are quite cheesy. Lucius sneered, except Bo Rui. Bo Rui choked. Should you be so stingy? Xie Shichen folded his hands and watched the students interact, and interrupted lazily. Don't be so envious. You can also become like teachers in the future, which is the ceiling that others can never touch in their lifetime. Miao Miao, Ophelia said nonchalantly. Let's continue the research. We have to give them the best experience. Yes. Yes. I listened to the princess. Valentina happily moved over, nuzzled Ophelia, curiously watched Ophelia study, and taught her how to use the instrument. The other students were also busy with their own things, as if they didn't hear Xie Shichen's words of comfort. Xie Shichen was angry and amused. I'm not making things difficult for you. If you ignore the teacher, do you want to delay your graduation? Miao Miao, Hey, does Screech know what nonsense he is talking about? Bori responded bitterly. Screech, Teacher Han has already predicted my fate, and said that I can't find peach blossoms in this world. I really don't want it to come true. But Teacher Han has never made a mistake in fortune-telling. Xie Shichen blinked. In order to get out of being single, shouldn't you practice harder? Strive to leave this world as soon as possible, and then find your own love? Bo Rui choked. He racked his brains for a long time, and could only say, I suddenly don't want love. Xie Shichen shook his head, looking very disappointed. Bo Rui, you are not sincere. Bo Rui's eyes were full of tears. How could he be sincere? He really didn't want to be left in school at his age. Looking at Screech's smiling face, and then asked him very desperately, have you become a god today? No. Then what are you doing? Don't you want to graduate? It's so scary. Bori felt that he couldn't think about it anymore. If he thought about it again, he would not be able to get along with Novice harmoniously. The Meow Meow around him all had a kind of beauty that didn't care about the life and death of their companions. Anyway, they ran as far as they could, although they also understood that Squeaky would not just keep them until they became gods. But what if it happened? They were scared. Everyone was busy pretending to study, and suddenly heard Xiaoxichen and Novice chat. Novice, do you still remember what is sealed in your eyes? Novice was stunned. He didn't expect that he would suddenly become so serious from playing around. But he still walked to Xiaoxichen's side formally, bent down slightly, and listened to Xiaoxichen's words. Yes, teacher. It's the fragments of the fallen angel. Just remember it. Xiaoxichen's eyes curved like an old fox. I have agreed with teacher Jiang Shui that after you finish teaching for a month, and the new students re-elect their instructors, you will temporarily stop teaching the new students, and go with teacher Jiang Shui to collect the remaining fragments. It's not safe to leave it outside. So keep it on yourself and absorb it slowly. After absorbing it, you will be almost strong enough to challenge the legendary mage. Xiaoxichen's consideration for him made Novice almost burst into tears. He blinked wildly and said in a low voice, I know. Teacher, I will absorb it well. Xiaoxichen hummed. I originally wanted you to absorb it in the academy. It's not dangerous with the teacher around. But time is really tight. Just absorb the fragments with soul first, and deal with the rest later. Novice almost blurted out that he would graduate after absorbing the knowledge. But he quickly recalled that he was going to travel the continent with Borui. Although he hadn't told Borui yet, he couldn't let Borui go out alone. There was always a shadow in his heart, as if something would happen if Borui left alone. In the end, he suppressed his excitement and agreed awkwardly, feeling guilty. The teacher treated him sincerely, but he treated the teacher like this. He deserved to die. When Novice left with a heavy heart, Borui teased Xiaoxichen with a mean mouth. Brother Xia, you are not worried about the lack of resources, but the imbalance. Why do you only give Novice a special treatment? Finally I asked it. Xiaoxichen was very pleased. His expression made other Meow Meow's heart tremble. They hurriedly wanted to refute Bori's words, but it was too late. Xiaoxichen smiled kindly. Teacher also thinks so. We are all teacher students. What Novice has, you should also have. Don't worry. I have already found out the bases of various fallen gods. Oh! And those gods who are not fallen gods, but are crazy about magic in the magic continent, causing the imbalance of the magic elements in the continent. Lucius thought it was not good, and said calmly, so this is the reason why everyone in the magic continent has been inefficient in learning magic for so many years. Quick! Quick to refute him. Quick to say there are many reasons. Quick to change the subject. Lucius was screaming in his heart. But unfortunately, Xiaoxichen had a colleague who was very good at changing the subject. As soon as Lucius opened his mouth, he knew what the other party meant. He smiled slightly. It just happened that I found 20 related gods. Let's set this as the goal of the second-year study tour. By the way, what did Lucius just say? Do you need the teacher to help you solve the confusion? Meow Meow, Lucius, no. No! Damn Screech. Ophelia couldn't help asking Xiaoxichen, Teacher, is this progress too fast? Xiaoxichen nodded, yes. It is a little bit. You may have to suffer a little. After all, the teachers can't intervene at the established nodes. You have to rely on yourself to get through it. Do you know what the established nodes are? It's the death crisis that Teacher Han often tells you. It's all past by the end of this year. The future is smooth. How great. Meow Meow, But by then, they will be at most high-level magicians. Can they really be good? Meow Meow looked at their broken hearts and kept telling themselves that this was the price of growth. And then they barely stabilized. Perform well and keep the younger students, so that there will be people to cheat in the future. Meow Meow suddenly found the motivation to work hard. Xiaoxichen was satisfied with achieving multiple goals at one stroke. It was Friday noon in a blink of an eye, and the freshmen who had finished their meal were called by the instructors to gather again. They were now accustomed to various emergencies, and even fell in love with the dormitory floor of Screech. Of course, the main reason why they are so calm is that the test will be tomorrow. They have been working hard these days to pass the test. Although they are a little scared, they are still confident that they can gradually keep up with the progress. The days that they have been counting down to not pass the test are coming, so they are naturally very happy. For them, This is the last day of suffering. So they will naturally not have a gloomy face anymore. So when they heard that the instructors had new activities to take them to experience, their expressions were very calm. The students were confused until they found out that they would not be training this afternoon, but just attending a class meeting. Class meeting? What are you doing? It's the last half day. No training? Will I fail the assessment because of this? I always feel that this class meeting is weird. Will my elimination be a problem? Everyone was talking about it, curious and entangled. And they were not optimistic about this class meeting. But they had no chance to refute. So they could only follow the instructors to carry out new activities. The freshmen followed one by one into a meditation room. The room was empty except for round cushions and some small decorations that made people relax. The freshmen sat down in order, confused, and then looked up at the instructors sitting in front of them, with even more confusion. For some reason, the instructors today acted very serious. Even the most joking instructor, Bo-Ray, seemed to be about to say something big. This made everyone involuntarily straighten their backs and listen carefully. I think everyone has not forgotten the day of our assessment. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, the first round of assessment will begin. And then the trainees who do not meet Screech's requirements will be eliminated. The instructors first explained the previous situation and slowly guided them. I understand that the variety of training these days has made many students feel that Screech is not their first choice. And many students are worried that they will not be able to pass Screech's assessment. Everyone has all kinds of worries. It's even possible that in 2 days, most of you will say goodbye to us. This may even be the last time we see each other. Speaking of this, the instructor stopped talking and looked at the freshmen quietly. The freshmen's heartbeats gradually accelerated. Those who had made up their minds to leave suddenly felt reluctant for some reason. However, Screechy's training was too intense. They felt that they would not get better results this way, but instead felt more and more tired. The freshmen didn't know what was wrong with them. It was only 2 weeks. But they actually had the idea that it would be good to stay. They were shocked by their own thoughts. After leaving enough time, the instructor smiled and said, "As your instructors and potential future seniors, we have to give you a gift from Screech School of Magic as a belated greeting. Today is the day for us to give you the gift." After laying the groundwork for so long, they finally got to the point, and the instructors breathed a sigh of relief. Have you ever imagined your future? Ophelia guided everyone into the topic in a guided way. For example, you want to be a mechanic, a powerful swordsman, a world-famous magician, a mysterious black wizard. You want. She did not let them see their future right away, but used some images to stir up their inner passion and desire little by little, increase their own imagination, and make the presentation of this future more real and reliable. On the blackboard in front of her, images flashed one after another. In addition to the teachers, who were not too exaggerated in the promotional video, there were also many other teachers. Thank God. The teachers of Screech School of Magic are proficient in various skills. Their appearance has shown more paths for the students' future. The freshmen looked at the heroic figures of one teacher after another, and the high-spirited existence in one field after another, and they couldn't help but open their mouths. Seeing that the plan was successful, Ophelia smiled more gently. This is the daily training image of the teachers, and it also represents the height you may reach in the future. Ask your heart, what kind of future do you want? Do you want to be more powerful? Or imagine flowers all over the ground? Or the proud voices of your family and friends telling you how proud you are? The relatively rational freshman tried to pull his scattered mind back. You mean, if I stay in Screech, can I achieve all these? He is Herman, a junior magician with high magic talent. He originally planned to go to Merrim, but thinking that his magic talent is biased towards the dark system, he was worried that Merrim would be prejudiced. So he came to Screech first. But this does not mean that he has no other way out. If it really doesn't work, the Wizards Association is also a good place to go. He is one of the students who wants to be eliminated by the assessment. Screech's teaching method is too unconventional. He feels that it is not suitable for him. Ophelia saw the indifference in his eyes and smiled wider. Of course not. Everyone has an unlimited future. If you say that you can only have your own future by staying in Screech, it is too arrogant and superficial. Herman's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. What do you mean? Ophelia shrugged. I'm guiding your imagination just for the theme of the class meeting later. As she spoke, a string of letters flashed across the blackboard behind her, and the content roughly said, your infinitely bright future. It seemed that what she said before was really just a guide. Nothing more. Herman was silent. Well, he was a little stressed, and always felt that Screech was trying to keep them. Strange. Why did he have such an arrogant idea? Before he could think clearly, Ophelia in front of him continued with a smile. I believe you understand that there are 2 teachers in our college in the Department of Prophecy. One is Teacher Vivian, who everyone has heard of, and the other is Teacher Han, who once welcomed you to enroll. With the help of the 2 teachers, we Skriki have an instrument that allows you to briefly observe the future. Here, you can see your possible future. Everyone subconsciously widened their eyes. Impossible. How is this possible? Peeping into the future will shorten your life. Even the elders of the prophecy department of the Magic Association will not make predictions casually. Ophelia remained calm. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Anyway, Teacher Han often predicts for us, making us love and hate him. As she said this, Ophelia smiled and patched up, of course. It's not as magical as you think. It's an instrument that always presents the best. You know that everyone's destiny has many possibilities. Maybe a decision you make will change your destiny. So this instrument only sees your relatively good and best destiny line for you at the moment. A destiny line that you can get if you work hard. Do you want to take a look? The freshmen were silent. No one could resist such temptation, even if they didn't want to know their fate early. The instructor had said that this was just one of the fate lines. It didn't represent the end. It represented a possibility. A guess of the height they could reach. The freshmen were silent for a long time, and Ophelia didn't continue to tempt them, but said slowly, then just think about it. Don't be nervous. Everyone. It's just a possibility. Maybe you can get a lot from it? She blinked, opened a hidden door, and said, I give you 10 minutes to discuss. After 10 minutes, I start the instrument. You may feel dizzy at first, but soon, you will be able to experience your own future. I think it must be a brilliant and wonderful future. After giving enough hints, Ophelia stepped into the observation room and began to set up various initial scenes. The freshmen will not have too extreme ideas at first, or even too mature ideas. They must set up a fantasy that can best stimulate their imagination based on their personalities and observed habits, so that they can associate smoothly. At the same time, when guiding them from behind, they could not reveal the fact that this was an illusion created by their imagination. They could only say that it was really difficult to operate. Ophelia couldn't help but wonder if Screech would be so flustered when operating the instrument. After all, although there were only 20 of them, they were not so easy to fool. And they came from different races. If they were not careful, they would be exposed. Hey, I can always find out how powerful Screech is. Ophelia shook her head and laughed, and continued to operate the instrument attentively. Hopefully, they can stay. This is her most sincere hope for the future backbone of these empires. Almost immediately, the instructors all started the instruments and began to manipulate the illusion without distraction. At the same time, not only Ariel, but other teachers also focused on watching the actions of Meow Meow, ready to rescue at any time. Of course, unless Meow Meow got into big trouble, they would not easily intervene. This is a kind of experience for Meow Meow. Once they encounter difficulties, they will only assist secretly, and will not let Meow Meow feel psychological gap and guilt. In the 21 meditation rooms, all the freshmen fell asleep. They closed their eyes, felt dizzy, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing in a place that was a little strange and a little familiar. Aya was the first to come to her senses, because she was in a laboratory with a very strange shape. She looked around curiously, and suddenly, she found that she seemed unable to move. She took a few steps forward on her own initiative, and in front of her, a teacher wearing a mask asked her, "How are you preparing?" Aya subconsciously said, "Everything is ready, teacher." The teacher nodded and took her to a basement. Her cold voice was filled with relief. "Very good. You finally learned to combine magic and equipment. Come and try it, and see where your limit is." Magic and equipment combined? Aya tilted her head slightly in confusion. Will she learn such advanced things in the future? Although she envied the super cool teacher with a gun. But, can she do it? Just as she was doubting herself. Moved. She skillfully drew a formation in the air, took out a weapon that was bigger than herself, and carried it on her shoulder. She turned her head slightly, and saw a full-length mirror next to her. The person in the mirror had a proud smile. And her eyebrows were full of confidence. Teacher, look at it. Her steady and powerful voice was more powerful than Aya had ever thought in her life. As the teacher opened the formation, countless monsters emerged from the formation. Aya looked determined and attacked these monsters without showing any fear. Countless magic factors gathered at the muzzle, and then gradually formed one light ball after another, mercilessly showing their power. The monsters had nowhere to hide in the hail of bullets, and they let out one wail after another. But Aya became more and more excited as she fought, as if she was getting better and better, and her movements gradually became less unfamiliar. She found that she seemed to be able to move, and she seemed to have her own thoughts. But these moves were like muscle memory, and there was no sense of unfamiliarity at all. Aya's eyes were filled with tears. She clenched the weapon in her hand and showed a proud and confident smile that belonged to her. That smile was sunny and unrestrained, as if she would never feel inferior to her status or sad about her talent. It seemed that she was born to be so dazzling. Herman found himself standing in a villa with few people. He was standing outside the door, listening to the various conversations of the people inside without saying a word. The god of plague is gradually weakening now, and we don't provide enough people with dark talents. Didn't they capture a group of students from Screech? Screech is really a jerk. He protects these students so well. If they hadn't come out to study, they might not have been captured. I'm just a little worried that the plague god will be unhappy. You know, many of Screech's students have no talent. I think it's unlucky to sacrifice them to the plague god. I remember there seems to be a student with high magic talent, named Herman? He is the initiator, and the other students are the nourishment. The old voice made the final decision, and Herman was furious at this extremely real conversation. What? Their lives are not lives, but nutrients? Is this the future of the Wizarding Society? Herman had thought about questioning Screech's equipment, but he had also heard about the secret filming news of the Wizarding Society before, and he did not doubt the authenticity of this scene. If this will be his future, then, don't you plan to fight back? Herman's face changed drastically. Who? I am you. I am your heart. The voice seemed to ring in Herman's heart. I am your future self. I plan to kick in and wipe out this bunch of corrupt, self-righteous, fallen wizards. Do you want to? Herman hesitated, but I am just a junior magician. No. 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 We are already great magicians. The voice tempted. I am Screech's student. I am proficient in magic and martial arts. I can challenge across levels a group of mere magic saints. As long as I suffer some minor injuries, at least I can protect my classmates and my original heart. I am you. I have the courage to try. Are you willing to borrow my body to try? Herman was so excited when he heard the words, of course. He also wanted to be like Novice, who could deal with a group of high-level magicians with his physical body. And like the instructors in the academy, he could handle teachers and sparring partners who were far above his level. But can he do it? He can. After he answered yes, he seemed to have merged with his future self. They summoned their own staffs, kicked open the door of the Wizard Association, raised their chins, and smiled disdainfully. You want me to be the initiator? I will send you to reunite with your fallen angels. After he finished speaking, he kicked his feet and rushed towards the few magic saints who had not yet reacted. He was not afraid of life and death. He enjoyed the fun of fighting. He struggled between life and death, and combined martial arts and magic perfectly. Finally, he stabbed his staff hard into the heart of the last magic saint. He let out his breath, fell back. His face was full of endless relaxation and pleasure. He was covered with wounds, but he felt as if he was really alive. Do you want to look back? The future self asked him. See how far we can go. Herman subconsciously murmured, Legendary Mage. The voice sneered, You are so brave? Herman's eyes gradually focused, and his voice trembled with excitement. God. He wanted to go to the future to see where his limit was, and see how, if he became a god, he would be full of vigor and vitality. More than 1,000 trainees. Each of them has a wild imagination. They are at the age of fantasy, and every idea of theirs seems to be able to derive infinite possibilities. The instructors operated the equipment, cursing and working hard, and felt that Screech was working harder and harder. Ah! It's really hard to satisfy everyone. As the time went to 1 hour, they slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. After speeding up the progress of individual freshmen and pressing the end button, the instructors wiped the sweat from their foreheads, tidied their clothes, and opened the door of the observation room with a spirited look. Everyone was in high spirits, but they were tired like dogs. Isn't it too embarrassing? The instructors thought to themselves. But their faces were very serious. They quietly waited for the freshmen to recover, looked at them with blank eyes, and then their smiles gradually widened. Welcome back to Screech. After today's get out of class, tomorrow is our assessment. The instructor smiled and did not put any pressure on them. Today's training will be suspended. Remember to come to practice normally in the evening. The instructors, who were very easy to talk to, tapped their heads, as if they had just remembered something. Oh, by the way, the assessment is not difficult. It is all a variation of the training we have practiced. As long as you pass it for the first time, it is not that difficult to challenge. Originally, Screech said that we should keep the freshmen who were not active in the assessment for 2 more weeks, just like the auditors who were recruited in advance, so that they can learn to be serious. But the instructor spoke lazily in the horrified eyes of the freshmen. You have an additional class meeting activity that auditors don't have, which is to observe possible futures. Principal Screech said that if they are still determined to leave after looking at their promising future, then they must have decided on their own future. Since even the person involved feels that he is not suitable for Screech, then there is no need for us to force it. This is destined to be just a fateful meeting. The freshmen fell silent. Indeed, after witnessing the miracles that staying in Screech can bring, who among them is willing to leave like this? Those who really want to leave, even if they are willing to give up the future they want most, will not change their minds even if they receive additional training. There is no need to do useless work. But when they heard the instructor say this, they always felt uncomfortable for some reason. They really hoped that the instructors would say something more. Something more? The instructors looked at the complicated expressions of the freshmen steadily and smiled. Get out of class is over. Go back and have a good rest. Prepare well, and think carefully. I hope that in 2 months, we will have the opportunity to tell everyone here again that Screech welcomes you. Juniors and juniors. The freshmen were shocked and felt that they seemed to have finally waited for the voice they wanted. The instructor's retention. Chapter 157. In the first assessment, the teachers did not give the students any questions that would challenge their limits. They could even be said to be kind. Students had to take 3 tests in total. The first was Tai Chi, to see if they had mastered Tai Chi to a high level. The second was endurance running. Fanny would create an obstacle forest. As long as they could finish the run within the specified time, they would be considered successful. The third item had nothing to do with physical fitness. It was a game of patience. As long as they could complete the complex puzzle in their hands within 1 day, they would pass. The last item is also to lay the groundwork for learning magic in advance. After all, freshmen without talent or freshmen who change their path will get rewards slowly. They need perseverance and patience to learn slowly, remember knowledge points, and test their own strengths. The invigilators of the exams are all instructors, but the students' exam locations are scattered. One of the principles is that your invigilator cannot be your instructor. Although Xie Shichin believes in his Miao, he has to ensure a certain degree of fairness on the surface. Miao has no objection. After all, it is just an exam. They believe that after witnessing the so-called future, the freshmen will not be willing to leave like this with surging emotions. The freshmen took their sign-ins to different examination rooms to take the exams. When they arrived, they found that their examination rooms were actually in the same place, which was also the large playground where they usually trained. However, each of their examination rooms was separated by partitions and soundproof arrays to minimize the impact on them. Every candidate looked up and saw all the teachers of the college sitting in the audience, looking at them quietly and encouragingly. Regardless of whether they could stay or not, they would meet all the teachers of the college in this exam, which would facilitate this fate, whether long or short. When the candidates saw the teachers sitting in the stands in their uniforms, they were filled with determination to fight. Perhaps it was because of Screech's emphasis and his willingness to take the exam that they thought that no matter how well they had learned in the past 2 weeks, no matter how scared and hopeless they were, they should still take the exam seriously, not to regret it, and not to let down the teacher's appreciation of them. Almost all the students gave up the idea of taking the exam half-heartedly, and their hearts began to beat. The test begins. As the instructors called out, the first test began. One after another, the examinees entered the test room, facing the instructors they were not familiar with, and tried their best to show the results of their 2 months of study. The instructors were no longer the funny and frivolous ones they had taught them before. They were very serious and carefully watched every move of theirs. The scores they gave were also carefully considered and based on the standards discussed together. No adulteration at all. The teachers on the stage also have an additional public screen, on which the scores given by the instructors are displayed immediately. If the teachers feel that they are unreasonable, they can also discuss and revise them. But this is obviously almost useless. And the students are very professional. Time flies so fast. Emoshizi sighed. I still remember when I first came here. The little guys fell down one by one after a slap, and pretended that they couldn't get up. Now, one by one, they are all people who can give scores to others. It was quite fast. Eugene nodded, his expression also nostalgic. In fact, at first, I was not optimistic about them. I just wanted to complete the task and get the salary. Oh! Sieshichin looked over with interest. Then what changed your mind? Eugene was silent for a while, and emphasized, first of all, I want to make it clear that I didn't just do it for the salary. I taught the class very seriously, and revised the lesson plan you asked me to prepare many times. Sieshichin, His expression was a little subtle. I just really want to gossip, so I don't need to be so defensive against him. Right? It's rare to see Sieshichin speechless. Emoshizi laughed. Sieshichin, who told you to always find ways to deduct people's wages? Sieshichin felt that he couldn't be blamed. Initially, the funds were tight, so I was a little picky. Later, when the funds were sufficient, didn't I give you all bonuses? Jiang Shui complained. Brother Xie, the bonuses are earned by our own ability. How can they be easily offset by the deduction of wages? Sieshichin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I give you red envelopes when the new students come in. Can that offset the difference? Just barely. Eugene finally continued. After the magic was activated, there was light in their eyes, and they were unwilling to admit defeat. I suddenly felt that maybe I had really seen it wrong before. No. It should be said that he underestimated Sieshichin. Eugene believed in his own judgment. The first children were kind, soft, and perseverant but not very persistent. And their future positioning was also vague. They were no different from the many people he saw in his own little world who came to ask for medicine. Maybe they had some shining points, but they were not enough to impress him. He was like an NPC. He would practice a bottle after being paid. When he met the son of luck who wanted to establish a relationship with him, he would close the door and refuse visitors, and even took a weird name. Age was just a string of numbers to Eugene. When he was immersed in research, he even felt that 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye. A year was indeed too short for him. Until now, Eugene felt that this year was not that short. So many things happened in it that time could not be used to measure its length. Change is mutual. Sieshichin shook his head and laughed. This year is very long for me. So long that the time he spent seemed very long. And the time he gained was also very long. Well, why are you so sentimental? You talk as if you are about to leave. Old man Han shook his head and stroked his beard. What about the 100-year contract? This is just the beginning. Teachers, Jiang Shui rolled her eyes. Teacher Han, of course you think 100 years is too short. 100 years is not enough for you to go into seclusion. Right? I heard that all of Teacher Han's disciples are geniuses. Old Han felt a little guilty. No. It's all the students who are trying to do well. Ariel chuckled. Teacher Jiang, you don't know. Our teacher Han specially wrote a letter to his disciples, saying that he had accepted 20 good disciples, and was ready to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Jiang Shui was extremely shocked. She subconsciously looked at Sieshichin. You don't care about this? Sieshichin looked puzzled. Why should I care? They can leave the small world. At least they are gods. And they will not be easily defeated by teacher Han's disciples. It's just right for them to practice. Jiang Shui, Old man Han said happily. It's all for their own good. Why should I care about this? Young people, even if you become gods, you must not forget your original intention. Jiang Shui was speechless. She always had a feeling that they would capsize sooner or later if they did this. Forget it. It's teacher Han's own debt anyway. And teacher Han should have been prepared long ago. After the teachers joked for a while, they carefully watched the freshmen's assessment. As expected, the freshmen were very serious in the first assessment, and no one failed the score. which shows that the training in the past 2 weeks was still very effective. However, the difference appeared in the second assessment. Although the difficulty of the obstacle race is different for freshmen with different physical conditions, the key lies in their persistence, self-breakthrough, and perseverance. However, the freshmen who had been thinking about leaving and were relatively perfunctory in their training still had some difficulty in this. They made up their minds too late. Their previous laziness made their assessment a mess. Although they finally got out of the jungle, they knew in their hearts that they performed very poorly this time and might not get a passing score. And the next step was a puzzle assessment that tested patience and meticulousness. They were already restless, and now they had to force themselves to calm down, slow down, and put the puzzles together one by one, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of their assessment. Some of the freshmen couldn't help crying, and they were choking as they did the puzzle. They really wanted to stay, but the more they thought about it, the more anxious they felt. And the more anxious they felt, the worse they felt. But in a single-room assessment room with a soundproof formation, they could only occasionally see the inspecting instructors. They were alone in the empty, not-so-big compartment, and had no idea what their progress should be. Did they have no chances? Should they just give up and stop trying? Many freshmen had this idea, and it seemed that giving up would become easier once it came out of their minds. The instructors inspected every cubicle. They could not say anything or give any hints. They could only watch the freshmen quietly and make their own plans. This was a difficult answer. Should we fight for it? Should we continue? Even if we knew the result would not be good. Even if they might have done useless work? But what if? As long as we did our best, as long as we tried our best, there would always be a chance to fight for this one chance. But if we just gave up and thought that we could go to another magic academy, would we regret it when the results came out? The freshmen were wavering. But they suddenly remembered the last punishment, when the instructors took the animals, and they had to dodge in various ways. Even though they were very tired, very reluctant, and seriously injured, they still did not give up. As if everything would be over as long as they could hold on until 5 o'clock. So now, should they also hold on a little longer? Just like the instructors were leading them? The instructors are still watching them. And the teachers are also watching them. In the end, the freshmen still tried to take a deep breath, began to calm their emotions, wiped away their tears, and finally had to complete this assessment seriously. You can be disappointed, but you should not regret it. The freshmen's eyes gradually became firm. The teachers on the stage observed the freshmen, and they couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. They really broke through themselves and became their own warriors. Xiao. You could apply for teachers in advance. I think this time, let alone one class. There is not even half of the class. Xie clapped his hands and laughed. By the way, with such a high-quality result, shouldn't we give more rewards? Xiao, question mark. It has already overdrawn its rewards, and it still wants to get more rewards from it. The host dares to ask, but it doesn't dare to apply. Xiao endured it again and again, and finally couldn't stand it anymore and said, Xie, you are shameless. Xie admitted it. It's not the first day you knew it. So give me a reward? Xiao, I'm so angry. Chapter 158. In the end, Xiao, who couldn't win the argument with her host, still gave the host 1,000 principal points as a reward. Xie stopped when he saw that things were going well, and praised Xiao for a while, almost making Xiao decide to give Xie a little more reward. Fortunately, his precarious rationality pulled it back. The encouragement and expectations of the instructors, as well as the respect given by the teachers, made all the freshmen more determined and more certain that this was where they wanted to stay. Faintly, it seemed that their maintenance and belief in the academy were also stimulated. But it was not obvious, and they did not notice it. After the 1.5-day assessment, some of them had a good sleep and did not wake up until the evening, while others did not sleep the whole afternoon, anxiously waiting for the results. They were afraid that they would be eliminated, and some even blamed themselves for not working hard before. Instructor at all members. This is the list of people who passed the assessment in our class. Congratulations. You have been reborn for another 2 weeks. The list given by the instructors is everyone's class nickname, in order to ensure maximum privacy and security. The nicknames of the forum, the class nicknames, and even their own names are all different. They thought that they would chat with each other using nicknames first, and then change to real names when they were sure to stay. By then, their classes would not be broken up into any specific way. Just be happy now. The nickname method of the circle of people who passed the test was proposed by Novice. He said, some students are actually quite sensitive. We eliminated very few people this time. And some classes even had only 1 or 2 people. If their real names were used, it would be a burden for them. It was already very sad. And if everyone knew that it was me who left, it would definitely be even sadder. Those who care about them will naturally notice that they are not there, and then take the initiative to care about them. But since they are not familiar with each other, it is already difficult to find themselves among a bunch of nicknames. And naturally they don't have the leisure to search for who in their class did not stay. At the same time, the instructors will also find these eliminated freshmen to avoid any accidents that they cannot deal with properly. They are all people who have been thin-skinned and have been in the trough for a long time. They will not think that it is a small matter to maintain their sensitivity and self-esteem just because they are not afraid of anything now. Even if they were eliminated, the reasons they gave did not contain a trace of failure. They just said in a very emotional tone that it seemed that the little student was destined to be a student of top colleges like Malum and Helwins, and missed out on a screech. Their understatement made this assessment seem very ordinary in the eyes of careless people, but in the eyes of those they carefully protected, they couldn't help but cry. When a student left with his luggage, he couldn't help but hug the instructor who was seeing him off, and his voice choked with sobs, but I wanted to stay. But I tried too hard. Too late. She cried and asked the instructor, can I sign up next year? Next year? It was Vera who sent the students away. There was only one girl in their class who left, and she looked very talented. She had been trying to shirk in various ways before, especially after witnessing the horror of the guards. Vera felt that she should want to leave. I didn't expect that she would tell her now that she wanted to try again next year. Vera smiled. As a student of Skriki, I certainly hope you can come again. But as your instructor, I still hope you can think carefully about whether to waste a year of study time for this. The freshman wiped her tears. I want to stay. She just felt that she couldn't do anything well. She was just too scared. Villa sighed. She didn't expect that she would be a life mentor one day. She touched the girl's head. I heard from Principal Screech that our college will start summer camps and winter camps this year, just like the auditors before. If you really decide to come to Screech, can you pay attention to it? One more opportunity. One more choice. I wish your dream comes true. The freshman's eyes lit up, and she nodded heavily. She would seize the hard-won opportunity. One after another. About 26 freshmen left the dormitory quietly. Except for the people in their dormitory. Almost no freshman knew who left. They could only guess that their class should have left based on the number of people in their class. But they had no idea who left. Under the huge surprise, they even went to the forum to vent their surprise and happiness as soon as possible. Ah! I stayed. Ha ha ha. The moment I saw the future, I knew I must be a part of Screech. 0. First of all, I can't help but share my joy with you. I scored 95 points in all 3 tests. Yes, you read it right. I am only 15 points away from the full score. Haha. My 2 weeks of hard work paid off. I got a full score in the Tai Chi test. Are you envious? There is something more envious. According to Screech's future calculations, I will be a super martial saint who can carry a meteor hammer to smash all kinds of monsters and be invincible in the world. Ah. I will be welded to Screech for the rest of my life. I will try to hook up with Teacher Moxuzi right now. 1. An average score of 95 is very strong. The big guy in our class, under the training of Instructor Lucius, has an average score of 98 and a minimum score of 95. The OP can just go to bed. I don't envy this result. I really don't envy you. I just think you shouldn't show off your results like this. It hurts my feelings. What should I envy? 3. You guys are really... Hey. Although my average score is only 82. My future is pretty good. The prophecy says that I can become a legendary wizard. If I don't work hard. I'm afraid it won't work. 12. My future says that I can stay on campus at Screech Academy. Well, it seems a bit ordinary. But when I see my freshmen gritting their teeth and scolding me, I seem to be a little happy. 27. Shit. Why is yours a stay on campus? Mine says that I can become an alchemy master. But I also want to see how freshmen gritting their teeth and scolding me. 63. 12th floor. My friend, You win. Have you seen the requirements for your entry? I don't mean anything else. I just want to learn. I seem to have felt the instructor's fun. P.S. My future is to have a hearty fight with Instructor Lucius. Because I am not familiar with Instructor Lucius's moves. I was one move away from losing. Now I am gritting my teeth and preparing to stay. I won't admit defeat unless I beat him 98:63. What a great ambition. Mine is more miserable. My future seems to be to provoke Principal Screech, and then be taught a lesson by the principal, and asked if I want to learn how to beat others with Muggle means. I am so excited. No matter how difficult it is. I must stay until I see the principal and get to know him, and then tell him that I want to learn. 233. I counted the number of people who left our class, and it seems that very few left. It feels like everyone can stay. Hey, I hate separation the most, but I am quite happy when I think about it. 666. Interrupt everyone's happiness. Everyone. The instructor seemed to have sent a collective notice letter. The key words are 2 weeks of training. 672. What is flexibility training? Adaptability training? And survival training? Why are they all so abstract? I don't know what they mean at all. 721. Am I the only one curious about what survival training is? How dangerous must Screech School of Magic be to have our survival training also be considered an assessment? 833. Please consult the instructors tomorrow for details. The instructors will give you a surprise? Huh? Is it really not a shock? 999. Damn. What the hell are these? What will happen if the instructors at Screech don't play tricks for one day? Also, is this break time real? We will continue training tomorrow. And do the physical training as usual today? Huh? TSK. I don't know how sad the freshmen will be in this second round of assessment, Herbert said in amazement. By the way, who came up with this training method? Chloe. Isabella shrugged. They cat orcs are always good at rock climbing, so it's not surprising that they have such an idea. We were too tired in the past 2 weeks. That being said, Isabella still gloated. I'm really looking forward to the expressions of the freshmen tomorrow. Will they show that kind of grief? Despair and hopelessness? Isabella. Why are you so mean? Genevieve yawned. If you want to watch it, you can watch it tonight. It's time for physical training again. Late freshman. Experience flight training in advance tomorrow. Lucius said the punishment in a serious and light tone. Even if Bori was a spectator, he was full of sympathy for the freshmen. It's over. I have a feeling that at least 50 freshmen will leave in this second round of assessment. No. Novice shook his head and smiled helplessly. It is said that Screech has a target. If it is too difficult, he will definitely intervene. An empty promise? Chris thought for a moment. Yes, if he hadn't actively made up for it in this round of assessment, the number of people would have doubled. So, guess what Screech's target is? Ophelia raised her eyebrows and spoke. As the princess's knight. Freya responded to the princess immediately. There are still 2 rounds of assessments. So, 100 people? Anna touched her chin. I think it should be more. 27 people left in the first round. And more will definitely be eliminated later. 100 people is a little too few. Isn't it? Brother? Lucius hummed nonchalantly. No matter how many. We will train them as much as possible. It will be difficult to leave if the training volume is reached. Navius and Chris, Bori muttered. Aren't you afraid that Screech will come to torment you again? If you weren't so cruel last time, my novice wouldn't have been punished. Lucius sneered. Oh, he can't bear to be cruel. Who can he blame? The vice president of the student union is so soft. Why not let me take over? Ophelia and I are soft and hard. Just right. Navius choked and rubbed his eyebrows for a long time. But, according to the elimination rules of auditors, only the first round has the most eliminations. And basically not many people are eliminated in the subsequent rounds. Seeing everyone looking over curiously, Novice added, because in the first round of elimination, everyone was forced to continue training for 2 weeks because they didn't take the assessment seriously. They didn't dare to do it. Isn't it very similar to us now? Because the guards scared the freshmen. They were going to play badly. And then, not surprisingly, Screech intervened and let them decide to fight on their own. Of course, Novice had no doubt that if everyone would be lazy later, Screech would also use similar means to reduce the elimination rate. So, Bo-Rui was shocked. So you mean that Screech's index can't exceed 100? And it may even be less than 50? There are 6 weeks of training in total. 1.5 months. Which is 3 rounds of assessment. The first round had 27 people at most. 27 times 3 is equal to 81 people. Which means 81 people is the highest line. And if the number of people decreases as time goes by, and there will even be intervention, then it means that the number of people eliminated will be far less than 81. And it is possible that the number will be less than 50. Everyone was very surprised by this speculation, and even a little distressed. If it is really calculated this way, it means that each class will eliminate at most 1 or 2 people in the future. Fry pondered and calculated. Our class eliminated 3 people this time. It seems that we have to use both soft and hard tactics on the freshmen. This is just everyone's guess. Maybe it's not accurate? Nathaniel whispered his optimistic view. But his good friend Asuto punctured it. My hunch tells me that what Bori said is very true. Nathaniel, Asuto, a reserved big boss of the prophecy department, now has a super sixth sense. He said there are 5 levels of probability. That is, there are 7 levels of probability. He said there are 8 levels of possibility. Then 99% will be achieved. He said it is very true. Then, although he is not sure how many people are left, Screech must think so. Okay, I understand. Meow Mew sighed. It's really hard to grasp this degree. Don't forget, Snavy has promised to change the instructor. Villa smiled and poked Chris. Chris, if the students you have carefully trained all run to other classes, wow, you will lose your contribution points this time. Chris frowned. I will urge all instructors to train the new students well. Instructors, Chris turned around, pinched Vera's face, gritted his teeth, and you, Vera, are not allowed to come to our class to stir up emotions. They all learned bad things from Bori. Chris looked at Vera's innocent face, as if he saw his daughter, who was brought up by a gangster, and became a spirited girl. And he almost went to fight the gangster. The gangster sneezed and wiped his nose. Strange. Why do I feel like someone scolded me? Navius glanced at Chris, and the other glared at him. Navius murmured, maybe it was an unexpected disaster. No one knows why Chris suddenly went crazy again. Headache. The instructors who discussed all night were more cautious about the second round of training and assessment. They summed up the lesson and felt that they would be punished along with the freshmen in the first round, in addition to not letting them have too much confrontation with the freshmen. The most important point was that they did not grasp the degree. The elite seedlings that Scricky wanted to keep were probably going to run away from home. So they got this not-so-good punishment. This time they learned from their mistakes and made very complete changes, and gave the freshmen a shot in advance. So on the second day, the freshmen who were amazed that everyone had to start training right after the exam received a heavier blow. The instructors used the agreed wording to give their trainees a thorough explanation of what they would do in the next 2 weeks. I believe you all watched it last night and are somewhat prepared. Today we will spend about 10 minutes to introduce the content of this round of training in detail. The assessment is still confidential, but believe me, as long as you train hard, you will definitely pass the assessment. The instructors winked cutely, and the freshmen had learned to take everything lightly, waiting expressionlessly for the instructors to give them a heavy blow. There are 3 main training items in this round. The first one is flexibility training. This flexibility training is divided into 3 directions: ocean, land, and sky. Ocean training. Everyone will dodge the attacks of various water monsters in the sea, including various magics created by our instructors underwater. The freshman raised his hand. But we don't have an ocean in Screech. The instructor smiled slyly. But we have water magicians in Screech, and legendary water magicians. Freshman, do you want to hear what you were saying? They racked their brains and came up with another point. But we can't breathe underwater. Don't worry. Our teachers Screech know everything. There are at least 10 ways to breathe underwater. The instructors were calm and composed. If the teachers are busy, the instructors can also make alchemy potions. This is our compulsory course. Freshman, what? Is alchemy also a compulsory course? They were already stunned by this series of blows, but they didn't expect that there were more surprises to come. Land training. Obstacle course plus flexible rock climbing. This is very easy. You don't even need to take potions. The freshman choked. Yes. It is easy for the instructors. For them. Sky training. Control of the magic broom. If you control it, you don't need to fly. The instructor smiled slightly. Look, isn't land training the easiest? The freshmen were silent. Uh-huh. This is really so relaxing. The instructors saw their tearful expressions and smiled with relief. It was this expression. This is the umbrella they should tear. Perhaps because they were too relieved. Their subsequent words had a sense of déjà vu of the big bad wolf who kidnapped the little white rabbit. The second training is survival training. Literally. Survival. Similar to the type of playing hide and seek before. Don't be nervous. Just stay alive. The freshmen's voices trembled. Are there still people who are not alive? No. It's just that you have broken arms and legs. And you still need to use healing potions. In the future. All of this will be counted into the contribution points you owe. It's not worth it. The instructors waved their hands and lightly brushed it off. The last item is also the one you need to pay the most attention to, adaptive training. The instructors suddenly became serious. And the freshmen also tried to get out of their previous despair and work hard to absorb knowledge points. The content of this training cannot be disclosed. But when you find out, you will clearly understand that you have participated in the training. The instructor seemed to have said something nonsense. This training will not be included in the assessment. The main purpose is to allow everyone to adapt to life and Screech. I will give you a little tip. Be careful of the instructors and teachers around you who are very kind to you. The instructor smiled lightly and quickly changed the subject. Okay. Everyone is clear about the content of the training. This round of physical training will increase the dosage, which may be a little uncomfortable, but I believe it is a small problem for the students. In order to adapt the freshmen, the instructors did not conduct high-intensity training on the first day. They only explained some knowledge points of survival and avoidance, as well as some small skills. It was equivalent to unified learning. At most 3 days, they would start to master the skills they learned from practice. An ordinary day did not let the freshmen relax their vigilance. After the painful physical training, the freshmen climbed onto the forum again, mainly to explore how to get through this training. Everyone analyzed it for a long time, but only the adaptive training made them confused. Be careful of the instructors and teachers? What should we be careful of? Be careful that they are good to us? Because the talismans given by Old Man Han were very collective. No one paid much attention to this point. And now they are also confused by the warm reminders of the instructors. Could it be that the instructors are trying to sow discord? It is possible that the instructors should be careful. They always cheat people. I think they may want us to be on guard against the teachers. And then the teachers will be unhappy and decide to eliminate us. Shit. I remembered what I said before. When we played hide and seek, the instructors' traps for the teachers seemed unexpected but reasonable. You say, be careful of the teachers. Will they? Don't scare yourself. What do the teachers want from torturing us? Aren't they busy? But this is adaptive training, aimed at cultivating students' adaptation to the academy. Gently, I feel cold all over. It's really possible. Isn't it because the instructors are so skilled that they have adapted? It is natural to be wary of teachers. And it is natural to be wary of instructors. They are trainers. So of course we have to be wary. You make me so scared. But the teachers are really kind. And they seem easy to get along with. There is no need to think so badly of them. Right? That's right. Brother Snobby also said that the teachers are very good. Before Instructor Novice was promoted to a mage, the teachers were worried that Instructor Novice would fail. So they all gathered together and asked other instructors to watch and feel the situation. Yes. I also think that we should not think so much of the teachers. Besides, we don't have much rest time. And the time we can meet the teachers is even more limited. With that little time, what can the teachers do? That's right. Forget it. It won't be counted in the assessment anyway. Let's just be calm. Try to pass the first 2 trainings. And try to stay. Yes. No matter what the teachers do. Can't we just hide from them? Just hide away. As long as we can stay. We can think of other things later. The freshmen discussed a lot. And finally threw the instructors' instructions behind their heads and began to prepare for the first 2 trainings with all their heart. It's not their fault that they didn't take it seriously. How to say it? The teachers left a really good impression on them. In the past, Snobby promoted various stories about teachers caring for students and their strengths. In the future, there were various promotional videos of teachers that I saw before I started school. Even when I looked into the future, I could hear my future self mentioning how great Teacher XXX was. Under this kind of propaganda brainwashing, the freshmen's impression of teachers was so good that they were even comparable to the instructors, who lived with them day and night. This was also one of the reasons why the freshmen were so shocked when all the teachers came during the elimination. Occasionally, the freshmen who were a little more rational thought about the various tricks the teachers used when playing hide-and-seek, and were quickly persuaded by the students around them. Well, it's a punishment, so the teachers must do their best. Otherwise we won't feel the power of the punishment, and will continue to commit the same mistakes later. Yes. And I heard from Teacher Edward that they didn't have many strategies. But Principal Screech was worried that we wouldn't get enough training. So he found them a strategy notebook. The teachers are really nice and honest. Don't be too nervous, Herman. You're just overthinking. When I signed up, Mr. Emoshiuzi was very nice. He even came to pick me up personally. If it weren't for him, I might have been seriously injured. Herman, who was reasonably skeptical, said, could it be that he was really overthinking? Just as Herman was thinking, Alia from the next class came over stealthily and gently patted his shoulder. Herman remained calm. His eyes dimmed. What's the matter? Alia asked tentatively. Forum Lich? Herman raised his eyelids. Who are you? I am the Crystal Witch. Alia gave her name, and then said, I see that you are the only one in the forum who still pays attention to the third training, and I want to discuss it with you. Herman pondered. Not really. I just think that Screech is not that ordinary. It can make the initial students reach a level that no one can imagine in 1 year. It must have its own way of education. And even, it is quite unique. I think so too. Alia was delighted to see that someone finally agreed with her. I am a witch with a very keen sixth sense. Oh no. It will be in the future. I am still learning magic now. Which is off topic. Every time the teachers approach, I always feel that the hairs on my body stand up. What are you discussing? My little classmates? A gentle voice came from behind them, and Herman looked up in shock. He didn't even sense the other party's presence before the other party spoke. But when he saw the iconic glasses, Herman breathed a sigh of relief. Snavy. It's me. Sieshichin came out wearing his novice brother vest, and asked them excitedly, What are you discussing? Is there anything I can help with? Alia instantly became as quiet as a chicken. Herman glanced at Alia in confusion. But he was not on guard against Snavy at all. We are discussing the adaptive training mentioned by the instructors, and guessing what we need to be on guard against the teachers. Herman briefly stated the main point of their conversation. Sieshichin's smile widened, and he patted Herman on the shoulder. Don't be scared. No matter what they will do, you need to be on guard. Think about it. You are students. They are teachers. No matter how excessive, it is at most a prank. If you spend your time on this, it will be putting the cart before the horse. More time should be spent on assessments. Teachers, at worst, just take a deeder. Right? Herman felt that what Snai said made sense. Perhaps this was the instructor's survival experience over the past year. You're right. I should spend more time on training that needs to be assessed. Herman nodded and accepted Sieshichin's suggestion. Sieshichin turned and said, But I think there is one point. I don't know if you have thought of it. I hope you don't think I'm too nosy. I just want to give you a little advice. Herman looked at Snai in surprise, and his favorability increased greatly. You say? Even Alia couldn't help but raise her head, because she knew Sieshichin's identity, and she guessed that what Sieshichin said must be very important. Sieshichin's eyes were full of smiles, and his voice was very serious. You now have nearly 1,600 people. Even if the final training is over, there may still be so many people. The number of people eliminated by Screech is really too small. Indeed, Herman nodded. And it seemed that as long as they worked hard, everyone could stay. Sieshichin began to guide calmly. There are so many students, but there are only more than 20 teachers. Oh, yes. I heard recently that Screech has recruited more than 10 new teachers, which means more than 30 teachers. There are actually very few teachers. The new information he threw out made the two freshmen's eyes light up, and they paid more attention to his subsequent words. Although the teachers will teach everyone equally, there are more than 1,000 students, and it is impossible for the teachers to know everyone. Nor can they pay attention to you one by one and understand you in depth like they do to you seniors. Therefore, although you can get knowledge, you can't get more knowledge in the end. The teachers are busy and have to answer questions for many students. There is very little for them to get. But if you meet the teachers during the training period, you can show them your strengths and your expertise as much as possible so that the teachers can understand you better. Sieshichin murmured like a devil in class. The teacher treats you all equally. Outside of class, students who are proactive will gain more. After the teacher has left an impression that someone is good at something, the teacher will think of you first when he needs you in this area. These are all opportunities. Don't you want to seize them? Herman was stunned. This was an idea he had never thought of. Shichen added leisurely, for example, there is only one necromancer in the academy. Mastermance. And there are not many teachers in the dark department. You are inclined to this aspect. And you are professionally matched with the teachers. Show up more. The teachers know that there are students who meet their own heritage among the new students. And they may examine them, and accept them, as their close disciples in the end. Shichen gave them examples of the benefits of getting along well with teachers when they see them, which made the two freshmen excited. Alia even asked hesitantly, "Can I post this on the forum?" Shichen was very straightforward, "Of course. That's why I came here. If I don't say this, what's the point of freshmen running away when they see teachers?" Shichen would never tell the freshmen that as early as their first round of assessment. The teachers, at least the teachers from other worlds, all remembered their information and performance. Shichen would not tell the freshmen that at the latest in the 3rd grade, each of them would have the opportunity to have close one-on-one guidance with the teacher. And it was the kind of opportunity that they cried and shouted that they didn't want to have close contact with. This is Screech. Shichen had a lot of secret thoughts hidden. He believed that his Miamu would not reveal key information casually like him. At least not before enrollment. They couldn't scare the students away. Their dear principal was still waiting to make more money from the freshmen. Xiao Xie was even happier thinking about it. He gave them some more guidance, talked about the teachers' personalities, and then patted the two freshmen on the head. "Come on. I hope you will have the opportunity to listen to the teacher's lessons in the future." The two freshmen were so moved that their eyes were filled with tears. "Thank you, Snavy." Alia felt that Principal Scrige was really a good principal. He even worried that the freshmen would not be able to get a name with the teachers, and guided them to show their strengths to the teachers. Alia felt that she had been suspicious of Principal Screech before, which was really wrong. Herman looked at the sky. "It's time to go to dinner." "Together?" Alia nodded and followed Herman to the cafeteria. They had formed a temporary alliance. Think about it. We were all in favor of avoiding teachers before. And now we are going out to call on everyone to get close to teachers. Which is a bit embarrassing. Alia sighed. "Well, it doesn't matter. No one knows that the lich is me," Herman said. He got his meal, and sat down at an empty seat. He happened to share a table with Instructor Ophelia. He was very surprised. "Instructor? Aren't you going to the 3rd floor?" Ophelia smiled. "For the first round of assessment. We went to the 3rd floor because we were afraid that you would feel uncomfortable. Now that everyone is familiar with it. The 3rd floor is closed. Screech has limited funds, so he can't open the 3rd floor to serve our 20 students." Herman understood, and was curious. "Where do the teachers go to eat?" Ophelia shrugged. "There are teaching assistants. The teachers are either in retreat or busy with official duties. We teaching assistants help deliver meals to the teachers, who are busy with official duties." "Ah. There will be adaptive training soon. The teachers who are in retreat should also come out. Otherwise there will be too few teachers," Ophelia added. Alia saw that Ophelia was easy to get along with, so she joined the topic lightly. "New teachers will be here soon. Do the teachers who are in retreat also have to participate in adaptive training? Will this delay their time?" Ophelia was silent for 2 seconds. Shocked. "A new teacher is coming? How many?" Herman didn't understand why the instructor didn't know. Did Snavy tell the news from Instructor Novice? But he still answered honestly. "Snavy said there were about 10. Ophelia, Alia swallowed her saliva. "No. The instructors didn't know." "Right." Before she could think clearly, Ophelia suddenly turned around with her plate, and prepared to leave, even forgetting to say goodbye to them. She looked at Novice coming over and said excitedly, "Novice, your brother said that we will have new teachers. At least 10. Novice paused. His face changed, and he clenched his plate. "Is it a teacher from the east?" Ophelia laughed and came over, chatting with Novice as they walked. "I don't know either. Let's ask Screech when the time comes. I think it is. Otherwise he will definitely be scolded by other principals in the newspaper. Screech only has a few ways to find teachers." Herman accidentally dropped the chopsticks in his hand. He was silent for a few seconds, lowered his head to pick up the chopsticks. He was really not used to this strange tool. Herman sighed. Expressionlessly asked Alia, What is the probability that Instructor Novice doesn't know the news? But his brother knows it? Why does it feel like something is wrong? Herman was still frowning and thinking. Alia was dazed and answered subconsciously, "Ah. Do you also know that he is Principal Screech?" Herman, Okay. The chopsticks he just picked up fell again. Chapter 159. There is one more unhappy person in the world. Although Alia repeatedly said that she didn't mean it and wanted to keep it a secret. She didn't expect that she didn't react so suddenly. But Herman still couldn't react for a long time. He finished his meal in silence, thinking about the news given by Snolly every time he came out, and the subsequent impact. Suddenly, he realized what the instructors meant by their kind reminders. It was indeed very kind. Alia also kindly analyzed the principal. The principal is really amazing. Every time he appears, everyone will be more determined to choose to stay. He also answers our questions and helps us to promote harmonious relationships. Herman did not comment. Then do you want to listen to what he said this time? Alia hesitated. I think it's better to listen. It's better to follow the path he arranges than not. Herman, Yes. It's always happier to follow than not. Right? Herman would rather not know the news. Ignorance is really a kind of happiness. He suddenly remembered that when Instructor Lucius was punished and deleted all kinds of posts overnight, he also deleted the posts praising Snavy. At that time, everyone discussed and thought that Instructor Lucius was angry that Instructor Novice was better than him. But he couldn't beat Instructor Novice. So he was angry and simply deleted the post of the instructor's brother. Although Herman felt a little strange at the time, he couldn't find any other reason. He could only attribute it to the fact that Instructor Lucius was narrow-minded and his emotions were not stable enough. Now, good boy. This is a foreshadowing. This is telling him the truth long ago. He just didn't think too much. Herman is about to cry. What is the most frustrating thing? He is like a complainer. Even if he knows it is the principal's scheme, he still has to post bitterly. I met Snavy by chance. And his brother Novice words are alarming. 0. Regarding this adaptive training, Snavy analyzed the coping methods for us from another perspective, which I think is very reasonable. The specific analysis is as follows. Everyone judge for themselves. The OP thinks it is feasible. After posting, Herman put away the school easy pass with a guilty conscience. He would never go online again before he passed this round. He didn't know if his forum nickname could be changed. He felt that his nickname of Lich was already dirty. But what Herman didn't know was that after he finished posting, the instructors, especially those who didn't go too far in the first round and had a lot of credibility, for example, Nathaniel, Anna, Osido, Oris, these were very silent, honest, and very considerate of the freshmen. Instructors. I saved his post for a while. They didn't reply, nor did they say they supported him, nor did they show any inclination. But just by saving it for a while, it gave a huge amount of information. 9. Surprise. Instructor NASA praised it. Instructor NASA is famous for his good temper. But he is also an instructor. He can't just tell us some small news casually. Otherwise it would be abuse of power for personal gain. So, 13. Instructor Anna also praised it. I think the news this time is really true. And the instructors should have a change of heart. At least Instructor Lucius didn't interfere. Otherwise wouldn't we get the important news? 62. Woohoo, what a godly instructor. He is afraid that we missed him, so he is secretly guiding us, right? It must be. My gentle, lovely and generous instructor Osido. He is a prophet. Of course he knows what this means. I will make full preparations and give the teachers the most perfect meeting. 99. I too. I have even written down my own strengths. I must try to make the teachers remember me when I meet them. I want to stay. 212. I am different. I will take the initiative to find teachers. There are only 20 teachers for 1,600 freshmen. What a low probability. I must be the first. 322. According to the information I got, new teachers will be here soon. Instructor Ophelia said that if it is what they think, the new teachers will be at least legendary mages. For 55. Screeky's standard for recruiting teachers is now as high as the level of a mage's saint. It is not surprising to have legendary mages. However, Instructor Bori also said that at least 10 teachers will come. There will be good days in the future. For this sentence, I must stay. 668. I have sorted out the information about the teachers that I know so far, including the propaganda newspapers and the instructors' oral statements. It is not authentic. So please refer to it. 1127, woohoo! You are so nice. I will also give you some news. 2117, oh my god. There are so many floors. Everyone will come. Right? I don't know if anyone is still climbing the floors. I will give you a little news. It is said that the teachers will examine the students' assessments, daily life, and their own impressions, and form the most outstanding students into a fast class similar to the instructors, although not as fast as the instructors. Their graduation standards are not low. 3212, goal. Stay. Become a member of the fast class. Go. It was just a small piece of news, and everyone was full of energy during the training the next day. The instructors, confused. Very. Why did you perform so well today? I was worried that our progress was slow. The freshman, there is no need to be so cruel. Just a joke. The instructor smiled and said, today is the last day of practice. Starting tomorrow, we will learn various skills from actual combat and turn knowledge into muscle memory. Study hard today. After the words fell, the freshmen said in unison, yes. They glimpsed an old man with strange clothes from the corner of their eyes. It was the teacher who checked the dormitories and registered before, because none of the teachers of Screech wore badges, and they were very free to wear clothes. They were not clear about the strength of the teachers. It would be bad if they rashly called them too low, and it would not be good if they called them too high. Some freshmen asked the instructors in advance. The instructors thought for a moment and explained, teachers come from all over the world, and we call them teachers differently because they have all taught us. We usually call them teachers. If you feel that teachers are more intimate, you can just call them mentors. You can call them whatever you want. Teachers won't mind. They just have some fun. Teachers must like these active freshmen. Freshmen, remember? Call them teachers whether you know them or not. Perhaps the teachers have some hard targets, and they are particularly patient when they are called. Some would ask them how they ate. Some would ask them about their talents. And some would ask them to sing the energy potion they had just developed. Anyway, the teachers were very approachable, but some of them were useless to the freshmen. The freshmen initially thought they were overthinking until they found that every time the teachers appeared, the instructors would stay away and stand at least 2 meters away, silently letting the teachers perform. They realized something was wrong. It seems that the instructors are not as eager to meet the teachers as imagined? The freshmen asked hesitantly, and the instructors answered as if it was natural. The teachers have remembered us for a long time, and we are leaving you enough room to perform. Don't be nervous. Just perform normally. Believe us, the teachers are easy to get along with. We will all be students of the same college in the future, so it's better to adapt to the teachers' personalities as soon as possible. The answers given by each instructor were so similar that the freshmen were at a loss, without giving them more time to be at a loss. They were about to start more exciting field training, regardless of whether they remembered the previous training well or not. The instructors began to take them to complete various trainings without fail. Every morning, a water teacher would come to make a large lake training ground for them, and then conduct embarrassing and painful agility training in the water. After lunch, they had a little entanglement with the teachers and got some harmless debuffs. In the afternoon, they went to land training. First, there was land evasion training, and then the instructor led us to climb the cliff. A broom was hovering in the air, and anyone who fell would be picked up by the broom. After various bumps, they were sent to the ground and continued. Pain. The word pain can no longer describe their mood. Withered? Yes. This word is more vivid. Do you think that's all? No. 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 There are more headache-inducing training. Aerial flexibility training. More than 1,000 people were evasively flying on the broom in a not-so-large playground. When they can master the broom and the manual version can fly so tricky, this activity can be stopped. It's outrageous. After a whole day of training, they found that the time of physical training was the most relaxing time for them. Although it was more painful, it was painful and happy. Compared with those trainings that were only painful, they felt that they really fell in love with the physical training project. However, in just 3 days, the freshmen wanted to leave again. What was even more painful was that the instructor said that they would start the survival training next week, and these would be randomly combined, and everyone would definitely gain a lot by then. They didn't want to guess at all what the intensity of the survival training would be. Seeing that more and more freshmen posted that they couldn't hold on, Shichen moved his fingers again and gave the freshmen a little sweet treat at the end of the first week. After this round of assessment, The freshmen who stay will have the right to choose their instructors on their own. If too many instructors are selected, the freshmen who have not competed will be transferred to the classes of instructors with insufficient numbers according to the scores of the second round. The freshmen were immediately excited. You can change the instructors and let the instructors lose everything. No. 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 This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they don't have the qualifications to choose instructors because their grades are not good enough. It is obvious that those instructors who train particularly hard will definitely not have many candidates. If you don't work hard, won't you only be able to pass the last round of assessment in the hands of those instructors? And the freshmen under those instructors who train particularly hard have other ideas. It's too early to say anything now. When the scores come out, won't they show off in front of the instructors and ask the instructors to give them performance? The more I think about it, the more excited I get. The freshmen are even led by the nose by this notice. No one considers that as long as they choose to be eliminated, they will not have so many troubles. Their only goal is to get high scores in the assessment, and then show off in front of the instructors. The freshmen worked very hard in the second week of special survival training. Even if they felt that they could not keep up, they would grit their teeth and persist, and did not say they wanted to leave. The instructors witnessed the transformation of these freshmen with their own eyes, and they couldn't help but think of them at that time. To be honest, their first month of training was not as heavy as the first month of training for freshmen. At that time, there were fewer teachers and fewer tricks for Screech. Their difficulty was mainly in learning and training at the same time, and there was almost no time to stop. I won't compare them later, but looking at the present, they still have to say that Screech is really strong. Who would have thought that they have only been in the academy for a month and have already determined to stay? Ophelia sighed. I estimate that at most 10 people will be eliminated in the second round, and almost no one will be eliminated in the third round. Chris whispered. The future of the college will be lively. So, how are your preparations for the welcome party going? Genevieve didn't want to discuss with them how many people to keep. She was still waiting to coordinate the welcome party. Screech said that this time the speech will be different. He will not hold the welcome in the small auditorium. It will be more free, Genevieve said. Taking out a plan she wrote. I plan to hold a multiracial dance party. What do you think? Ophelia thought, Genevieve. Although I also think your idea is great. There are still many civilians in our college. Screech is even preparing part-time jobs for them. I think they may not be suitable for the dance. Attending the dance requires them to put on makeup and change into beautiful clothes. They can wear school uniforms. But when everyone is wearing makeup and dressing up as different races, they are too lonely in school uniforms. Genevieve also thought about this, yes. So I plan to let a few of us wear them. The clothes will be provided by the college. No matter how beautiful they are, they must have the Screech logo. As for the freshmen, they just need to wear school uniforms. It's not just a performance. It's a shocking opening. After the principal's speech, everyone can move freely. It's like a situational interaction. Freshmen can interact with us or choose to watch us rehearse a short story. Chris was puzzled. Then where is the freedom of this dance? Freedom of free movement? Genevieve said seriously, at the welcome dance. Of course we perform. And the freshmen watch it. Teacher Han also plans to set up a small stall to tell fortunes on the welcome day. Chris, And then we give them a big scare. Right? Chris was full of resistance. Actually, I also think this is not a good idea. There are so many freshmen, and we are few. So it won't be fun enough. Genevieve, but Screech said he can play with us on the orientation day. And he won't mind as long as it's not too much. So I think sitcoms are still good. There is limited freedom to play. And you can also, Chris suddenly said seriously, you are right, Genevieve. I support your decision very much. Don't worry. I will definitely do my best. Ophelia and Genevieve, Chris asked casually, by the way, have you written a sitcom? Do you need my help? I have read a lot of literary books, and I am quite talented. Ophelia and Genevieve, Genevieve rubbed her brows. You can go find Vera. She is in charge of this. Chris turned around and left without hesitation, his back full of joy and excitement. Ophelia was in a complicated mood. Sometimes it's really hard for me to judge whether my future Grand Duke is smart or stupid. If you think about it, you can know that even if Screech agreed to accompany him to perform, he would not let himself be cheated. Even if he was cheated, he would cheat back later. But the boys who have been defeated repeatedly are always unwilling to admit defeat, as if they have to take the opportunity as long as they have it. Otherwise they will regret it for the rest of their lives. Genevieve shrugged, casually scratched on her notebook, ticked off one of the items, and answered absent-mindedly, "Who knows? As long as the effect is good." Chapter 160. The freshmen found that the instructors seemed to be very busy recently. Although they were still very dedicated, they lacked the enthusiasm they had before. Could it be that they were tired of playing with them? The freshmen didn't understand, and even felt a little uncomfortable. They used to complain about the instructors' tricks every day, but now they felt that they couldn't see the instructors' hidden smug expressions, and they were still not used to it. Some freshmen even reflected on whether they had not done well enough to make the instructors tired of them. Of course, they may not understand why the instructors are so absent-minded until a year later, because they got the chance to mess with Screech. Oh my god! This is incredible! Screech is willing to give them this opportunity. A group of instructors, who acted as if they had never seen the world, put the old freshman umbrella-tearing activity aside, and started to think about how to maximize the benefits. Even Lucius argued that they should be responsible for the teacher's personality settings, and not let the teachers arrange it themselves. Otherwise, what's the point of being a member of the student union? Although I want to support you. But, President Ophelia spread her hands. Lucius, have you forgotten? We will soon be in the 2nd grade, and we will have to fight against 32 teachers one-on-one. Lucius gritted his teeth. With so many new students, aren't they enough to distract their attention? It seems so. Novice hesitated. Other teachers are not sure, but Mr. Gore seems to have learned time division. Simply put, his time will be twice as much as others. He can split a Gore to complete the tasks on both sides in twice the time, thus achieving the effect of splitting. Before, Siashichin was too much to throw everything to Gore. But Fanny was also very busy. If Gore kept working, wouldn't he have the opportunity to deepen his relationship with Fanny and help Fanny to show his presence? So Gore tried hard to realize it, and successfully rolled himself into 007, taking care of the principal's unreasonable arrangements, while helping Fanny to reduce the burden. It was very successful. Fanny became good friends with him, but she didn't even get a word of affection. She went back to cry and vent her grievances to the principal. But the principal caught her with a small braid. Oh my god! Gore, you can even have the effect of splitting yourself? You are too amazing. Right? Then, well, no wonder I haven't seen Mr. Gore much recently. How busy is he? Bori was shocked. Doesn't Screech feel guilty at all? He even has time every day to mingle with the freshmen. Novice still spoke fairly to Siashichin. The teacher is also very busy. He goes to bed at 3 o'clock and gets up at 5 o'clock every night. I am worried that his body can't bear it. Ophelia hit the nail on the head. So, how do you know when the teacher goes to bed and gets up? Novice was silent for a few seconds and changed the subject. So, let alone 1,600 freshmen. Even if it is 3,200 freshmen, the teachers can still handle it. We'd better be careful. I think the teachers won't increase their workload. Lucius didn't believe it. Didn't Mr. Gore learn new skills just to fall in love? It's just that he was caught by Screech, Beaurue said weakly. Lucius, you have been beaten by Imoshuzi for so long. Didn't you find that Imoshuzi also has many clones? Lucius, Oris sighed. Teacher Jiang Shui has no clones. But Teacher Jiang Shui has a monster. It is said that there is a monster called Bai Zhe, which can transform into a human form. So it is no problem to help with the class. And the problem that cannot be ignored is that the new teachers will definitely be difficult to deal with. Chris also hit the nail on the head. If Screech poached them, it would be fine. At least they shouldn't be that difficult to deal with this year. If Screech didn't know how to invite them, it would be over. Each one is more wicked than the other. And I even doubt whether they are from the same place for further study. How can they be so similar? Lucius was silent. Are we going to let such a great opportunity go? He is unwilling to accept it. Who says he is not? Meow Meow and the others are all unwilling to accept it. What is the point of plotting against Screech alone? Of course, everyone should share the hardship together. Ophelia hesitated for a few seconds, and stammered out a familiar sentence. How about giving it a try? The worst that can happen is that we will keep breaking through the limit. How much can the teachers go too far? She comforted everyone in this way when they cheated before. And then, they were in a small dark room for 5 months. And various weird assessment projects. Ophelia was really worried that she had made a bad promise. But this time, everyone agreed with Ophelia. Not for anything else, but to save face. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they might have to graduate next time. The Myo-Myos who made the final plan calmly sent representatives to discuss with Xie Shichen. At that time, Xie Shichen was dealing with a letter from Principal Malam. He was in a good mood. When he heard the Myo-Myos' request, his eyes flashed slightly behind his glasses, and his smile became more kind. Oh! You want to write characters for the teachers? Good news. Xie Shichen stroked the edge of his glasses, and smiled very gently. I am very happy that you think so. Don't worry. I will support you. Ophelia hesitated for a moment. Supporting us means, Xie Shichen sighed. Dear, although I am the principal, I can't force people to do anything. Right? So, it's up to you to convince the teachers to agree. Ophelia, Villa blinked cutely. Scritch. What if some teachers agree and some don't? Wouldn't that be more of an imbalance than a lack of teachers? Xie Shichen said leisurely. Half of the teachers. As long as more than half of the teachers agree, we will design a character for you all. Half? Ophelia bargained. But we don't know the new teachers well. Xie Shichen's eyes curved. Not counting them. But 22 teachers including me. As long as half of the teachers agree. It's fine. That means we just need to convince 10 more teachers. The problem is not that big. And we have a chance to complete it. Ophelia and Vera thought for a moment, and said goodbye to Xie Shichen with a sweet smile. Xie Shichen put down his legs, tapped the table with his fingers, and his smile gradually deepened. The first welcome day will be lively. Xie Shichen, who was not afraid of trouble, immediately sent the message to the school's Zitong teacher group, and at everyone, hoping that everyone would have a chance to live broadcast. He wanted to join in the fun. As expected, almost all the teachers replied knowingly. It's okay to write character settings. After paying such a high price, it's not too much to ask for some interest from the students. Right? Not too much. The teachers asked and answered themselves, smiling and waiting for Miami to come to them. Apart from this not-so-big thing, the most important thing for Screech during this period was the second round of assessment for the freshmen. Thanks to the instructors' changed interests, their training went through another 2 weeks without any danger and came to the second round of assessment. This time the assessment is more difficult, and it will be a real elimination. If you can't keep up with the progress, you are destined to be eliminated this time. But just as Miamu predicted, with the dates given by Xie Shichen, as well as the adaptation in the first round and the efforts in the second round, the freshmen did not perform very badly, and very few people were actually eliminated. There are more than they predicted. A full 11 people. In total, 38 people were eliminated. I believe that the number of people can be controlled within 50 in the end. The instructors took a look at the general situation and stopped caring. They needed to be busy trying to please the teachers and get them to agree to let them write their personalities in the welcome ceremony. The freshmen who survived the second round were so excited. They finally managed to give the instructors a hard time in choosing instructors. For a while, many posts criticizing the instructors appeared on the entire forum, such as, 1 month. In this month, Instructor Lucius called me an idiot 137 times. Haha. It's my turn to punish him this time. Genevieve, the instructor who is fishing for law enforcement. It's time for me to fish you back. I like Instructor Nathaniel very much. But, Instructor, you know, Instructor Bori. Come on. Hurt each other. The freshmen are laughing and talking. Everyone is comparing their grades, talking about their plans, and which instructor they are from. Instructors are going to be replaced anyway. So what if the instructors find out? It's just that the instructors are quiet and don't say a word, which makes them a little panicked. Could it be that there are some hidden traps in it? Just when the freshmen were anxiously speculating, the content of the third round of training was passed to them. Everyone opened the school's Easy Pass almost immediately, and looked at this notice with trepidation. Is it really a joke on them? No way. No way. Is Screech so tricky? Everyone took a deep breath, opened the notice, and looked at it solemnly. Congratulations on entering the third round of training. This training is relatively easy, and the main process is as follows. 1. Select new instructors and classes, based on the trainees' second round assessment results. Trainees can conduct a blind selection of instructors. That is, select the instructor they want to follow the most from the instructor motto given by the academy, and have a fate that is both yours and mine. P.S. If the results are not good enough, Principal Screech can only randomly assign one. 2. Conduct theoretical adaptation training, in order to ensure that trainees can quickly adapt to the teaching life of the academy. We will arrange for everyone to experience a 2-week theoretical class, which will be conducted every morning, and questions will be asked before get-out-of-class ends. If you answer incorrectly, you will be deducted points. P.S. Please consult the new instructor for details. 3. Conduct practical adaptation training, mainly conduct some daily practical courses of Screech, including but not limited to making potions, anti-strike training, drawing arrays, chasing monsters. There are many kinds of things. Rich life. Come and experience it. P.S. The specific arrangements are designated by the new instructor. 4. Some other surprise activities. This activity is designated by Principal Screech and will not be disclosed for the time being. Note, the third round of assessment is a daily assessment, and there is no final assessment. When the instructors and teachers score to the passing line, it will meet the admission standards of Screech School of Magic. At that time, the trainees will be sent an invitation letter to study. If you are willing to stay, please go to the school to register for admission in detail and collect the basic items required for Screech School of Magic. The choice is mutual, and I hope to see you all formally in Screech in the future. Unch and Screech. The freshmen were stunned, and their mood was very complicated after reading it. I didn't expect that this was the notice sent to them by the mysterious principal. I didn't expect that they didn't have a thorough assessment in the third round. I didn't expect, the principal said that the choice is two-way, and he gave the freshmen the opportunity to observe Screech. To be honest, this moved the freshmen who were already moved. They felt that Principal Screech cherished and respected them, and they were full of good feelings towards Screech School of Magic. There was no need for Sieshichin to come out and persuade them to stay. As long as they could pass the test, they still wanted to stay. This is the notice. I was a little moved when I read it, but I was a little afraid to move. Because, damn it, blind selection of instructors? Fate? What if the instructors' mottos are not the same as the ones described? The freshmen were worried. What if I'm so unlucky that I meet the old instructors? I've already made a big promise. There's no need to make two-way choices and fate at this time. Right? Isn't the fate of the freshmen their fate? Chapter 161. The freshmen were trembling with fear, and they even wanted to write a letter of advice to the principal. Unfortunately, they could not find the principal's mailbox. They could not even find where the principal's office was now, let alone going to the instructors to make threats. They even wanted to apply to delete the post, for fear that the instructors would accidentally match them and give them a Shura field where they could leave at any time. Since the part of making threats was omitted, all that was left was to guess which instructor was more suitable for them. As long as they are not the original instructors, they should basically be suitable. The freshmen thought bitterly. So, the helpless freshman could only look at the 20 mottos that appeared in the instructor selection interface with a bitter face. Hesitating. Which one is their instructor's motto? The main thing is that these mottos are really more false than one another. What unity is strength is the code of conduct that I have always believed in. What love teachers love Screech love learning. What leading by example is my persistent motto. And what comes to Screech to achieve a supreme future. Anyway, it's as beautiful as it can be. Want to guess who their instructor is from this? How is it possible? The freshmen choked up and went crazy on the forum for a long time, discussing one by one, breaking down the words one by one, trying to guess whether there was any tone that the instructors were used to using, or a sarcastic tone. Everyone was in a headache. It turned out that they couldn't be too proud. When Screech's teachers appeared, they had already understood Screech's characteristics. Why were they still so naive? So, who is not their instructor? By the way, have you noticed that there are only 20 mottos, but we have 21 instructors? Maybe the express class doesn't need to choose, and it's still instructor novice who teaches. I don't think anyone in the express class has challenged the instructor. No, I'm also in the express class, and my test results are also very good this time. But my interface also has 20 mottos, and there is no reminder that I'm in the express class. Mine is the same. I used to work hard for the express class to have an exemption, but now it seems no longer needs the exemption? Maybe the immunity still exists, but our class is disbanded. But in this case, it won't be instructor novice who leaves. Right? Oh my god. Why? Our instructor novice is so gentle, although a little strict, but he always follows the rules. Ah, I'm so worried. It can't really be instructor novice. Right? No way. No way. Well, although I am also worried about instructor novice. But when I think about it, you guys in the express class don't need to worry about being targeted by the instructors, because it is impossible to choose your own instructors. I'm so happy. But I'm not sure that there is no instructor novice. Maybe there is just one instructor who is not available. I hope it is our instructor. Hope +1. Hey, just ask and you will know. It's useless to guess here, since we found out that one instructor is missing. We are not in a hurry to choose. Instead, we chose the most active trainee in the class to ask the instructors to see who is missing. I didn't expect that the instructors had no intention of being mysterious at all. They answered directly, it is novice. He was called by Screech to do something. His class will be dispersed to other classes in the future. As if they thought the trainees were worried. The instructors kindly reminded them, don't worry. The immunity still exists. This is a benefit you got by taking an extra test. And it will not disappear just because novice left. But the freshmen were not so happy. It was instructor novice who left. Who basically didn't make trouble, and was just a strict instructor. What does this mean? It means that they still have to figure out which motto their instructor wrote. And then avoid the instructor. They couldn't even ask the instructor. A freshman plucked up the courage to ask. And the instructor looked at him with a half smile. Ah? I'm telling you that you will be accused of cheating. I'm a good student, and never do such things to cheat and perfunctorily deal with the teacher. Why are you asking me this question? Are you worried that you and the instructor are not in tune enough? Or are you worried about going to the instructor's class again? The freshman was sweating profusely. For some reason, this fake smiling instructor looked very creepy. As if as long as he answered incorrectly, he would get a very bad result. This is true. The freshman later understood why the familiar and frightening smile of the principal was so familiar when they took the language arts course taught by the principal himself. It was so familiar that it made people cry. This is the high-end version of the instructor's calculating smile. Of course, the freshmen don't know it yet. They just feel a chill in their backs for no reason and choose their words carefully. It's mainly because I feel that what everyone says is similar. So I want to take a shortcut. They didn't say what they chose. And the instructors reluctantly let them go. The freshmen who were selected and had good words breathed a sigh of relief. It was so dangerous. After a series of nervous and exciting measures, the freshmen accepted their fate. They could only rely on their feelings to choose a relatively safe one. And then quietly wait for a result and a judgment. Woohoo! God, please be kind to them. At least don't fall into the hands of the original instructors. Especially the freshmen led by Lucius. Almost everyone started to believe in Old Man Han these days. And went to Old Man Han to buy a lot of talismans to increase their luck. There is no way. Other instructors may just ignore it. But when Lucius is in trouble, he will really punish everyone. Not only that, he will definitely be stingy and put one person's complaints on everyone's name, saying that he can't find who is behind the forum. But if everyone is punished together, he will always find it. I'm used to it. And seeing the various remedial plans of Lucius's freshmen, other freshmen are also very excited and start to learn to carry out large-scale remedial measures. So, when Meow Meow and others are trying to persuade the teacher, they can always see many amazing freshmen. They either wore a talisman from Old Man Han on their chests, or bought some medicine from Mu Xian and Eugene, or asked Jiang Shua's monster for blessing, or, the most exaggerated one, was a green-haired boy, who was said to be a chatterbox, and could say a few words everywhere. He was familiar with at least half of the teachers, and had all kinds of protective amulets and formations hanging on his body. I only ask for one thing. Don't be chosen by Lucius again. He was the guy who arrogantly posted several posts on the forum to provoke Lucius after the end. Jumping up and down. Lucius passed by with Gore's consent application. And when he saw the various death buffs on the green-haired freshman, he was so shocked that he forgot to blink. Lucius even thought that the freshman was too stupid and was teased by the teachers. So he pulled him aside and asked a few more questions. The freshman stammered, they are all blessed good things. I know the instructor. Lucius was puzzled. What do you need so many blessed things for? The freshman's eyes were erratic. Just increase the probability. Just in case. Ha. Lucius understood. And he even felt pity for the freshman. And didn't even pursue the other party's attempt to run away. I don't know how shocked the other party will be when the results of the class division come out. Lucius hadn't recovered from this until they returned to the meeting room where they were meeting. He threw the consent application to Ophelia, and couldn't help but ask Ophelia, what kind of person would ask teachers for blessings after being cheated by teachers? Ophelia counted the applications without raising her head. You can ask Bori. He likes this the most. Lucius, I understood the reason instantly. Well, maybe it was destined to happen in this new life. I believe that after this experience, he will learn to avoid certain teachers in the future. Lucius put aside his little conscience and continued to help Ophelia sort out the documents with peace of mind. Before the final result of the class division came out, the freshmen saw a small episode. A lot of great magicians and magicians at the level of magic saints suddenly came into the academy. It's not that all the freshmen can recognize them, but they are wearing the teacher uniforms of Merim and Hellwind's, and the medals on their chests prove their strength. Merim and Hellwind's teachers? The freshmen who saw them were puzzled. Why are they here at Screech? Some freshmen were shocked. Are they recruited by Principal Screech? Didn't they say that at least 10 new teachers will be coming soon? It shouldn't be that bad. The rational freshmen tried to analyze. Look, there are great magicians inside. Principal Screech announced that he only recruited teachers at the level of magic saints. If these are new teachers, Principal Screech would be embarrassed. I don't know why. Let's go to the forum to ask first. Anyway, there's nothing to do recently. Yes. Anyway, they have nothing to do recently because they are waiting for the results of the class division. They don't have many entertainment facilities, so they just get together to play on the forum. Don't mention it. It's quite fun. Oh! Some of the freshmen think they will definitely stay, and have already found a way to go to the task center to do tasks in advance to earn contribution points. Looking at the instructors, contribution points seem to be very important. Sieshichin is of course happy for them to do the tasks in advance. Anyway, if they can't stay, they won't get contribution points, so he won't suffer any loss. The news that teachers Malum and Hellwinds had come spread to the ears of all the freshmen like wings. Everyone was very curious. Why did Hellwinds and Malum's teachers come to Screech? The teachers they were talking about were sitting in the reception room. Opposite them, Sieshichin was communicating with the teachers about his experience in teaching students in a friendly manner. They had agreed at the appraisal meeting to send teachers from the Department of Time to study the formation and try to share all the things that are beneficial to the development of students. Sieshichin's generosity made the teachers of the two colleges feel embarrassed, and naturally they were quite restrained. In addition, after the appraisal meeting, no teacher dared to look down on Sieshichin, the Muggle principal, regardless of whether he was a real Muggle or a fake Muggle. A principal who could be respected by his students and justify his reputation was an amazing and good principal. A principal worthy of respect. Moreover, they were the ones who needed help, so of course they had to be very nice. Sieshichin also saw their restraint and started to talk about random topics to make them relax slowly. It's a coincidence that my freshmen have just reached the test of listening to lectures. They are surprised to see so many excellent tutors and masters. Screechy College can find so many powerful teachers to exchange and learn. We have to try to stay here so as not to miss such a spectacular scene. The teachers covered their mouths and laughed. Screechy College itself is an extremely excellent college. It is our honor to come here to exchange and learn. Among them, only the magicians of the Time Department came to communicate with Sieshichin. But in fact, it was not only the Time Department that came, but also many teachers from other departments. These teachers did not only learn magic, and many of them were even diligent in training. There were also other magic swordsmen and great magic swordsmen who came with them. They were not here for the formation, but for another cooperation, about letting students learn and exchange magic and martial arts. Sieshichin also treated them equally, met them separately, and had a pleasant conversation. And when the teachers were embarrassed to refuse, he put forward a small request of his own, which was not a one-sided help. The teachers breathed a sigh of relief. This made them feel more at ease. Sieshichin also took the opportunity to express his request. Teachers are here for business, and I can't take up too much of your time. That would be putting the cart before the horse. So I wonder, if the teachers are willing, can you give my students a lesson? You can choose to give lessons to freshmen, or to old students who have a foundation. I think that your rich knowledge and experience in learning magic and martial arts, even if you only reveal a little bit, can also allow my students to gain endless benefits. The teachers were flattered and felt that it was true. With so many years of experience, it was more than enough for them to teach the little ones one class. Just one class. They all felt that they were taking advantage. Therefore, many powerful magic saints and sword saints said very modestly that it was okay to teach both new and old students. And it didn't need to be just one class. One class was too little. But Xie Shichen didn't push it any further, but persuaded them instead. Everyone came with a mission. And there are more important things to deal with. I can't let everyone put their work aside, and the future of the magic world aside, because of my own selfishness. One class is enough. Let them experience the mystery and beauty of magic. Isn't that enough? Of course. Xie Shichen also mentioned it a little. If the teachers still feel bad, you can give one class to the old students and one to the new students. It will be very troublesome. You need to prepare for 2 classes. Their foundations are really different. What's the big deal? It's just 2 classes. Go! A teacher who can make the decision generously agreed on behalf of Miriam's teachers. Principal Screech treats people with heart. So we should also treat people with heart. These 2 classes are definitely worth the money. Xie Shichen smiled and said, Okay. I won't say any more polite words. Everything is based on the teacher's time. You give me the schedule, and I will make unified arrangements for the students. We can't let them miss such a rare opportunity. Both parties were very happy during this conversation. After the exchange, Gore came to confirm the time on behalf of Fanny, and quickly and efficiently arranged everyone's schedule, and then sent it to the student union. Ophelia looked at the densely packed schedules and sighed softly. Novice. Oh, I forgot that Novice is leaving for a while. Ophelia had a headache, so she simply called the relatively reliable Chris over. Following Chris came the curious Vera. Ophelia didn't care, but handed 2 class schedules to Chris. Chris glanced down and pondered, our instructors go to class. And the freshmen go to class by themselves? Yes. According to this class schedule, our class time overlaps with the freshmen's. This is also where Ophelia's headache comes from. We definitely can't miss the lectures. They are all courses taught by teachers from other colleges and new teachers. We only have 20 people. And missing one will be very conspicuous. But the freshmen are not being watched, so they are not so reassured. Aren't there pigeon classes? Chris quickly gave a solution. Nadius will probably have to rely on pigeons to listen to the lectures when he goes out this time. We can send an instructor to look after the freshmen each time. The freshmen will have classes in the auditorium, and the instructor who is watching the freshmen will listen to the pigeon classes outside. Right? Ophelia, 19 people. Isn't that too few? Villa hummed, not a lot. If it doesn't work, go ask Screech if he can get a magic prop like the one that teaches you to talk there. And the teacher can use the magic prop to interact with the students who are not present. This way, the teachers will find it interesting. Right? Chris was silent for 2 seconds, and added, there are just some useless students who are not present. If he were a teacher, he would definitely want to call out more names to see the effect of such a novel performance. Vera blinked, Ophelia. We have such a good relationship. Can you arrange for me to watch over the new students when the teachers of Merim or Hellwinds are in class? Ophelia said with difficulty, Villa, I think that for this kind of thing, it may be better to draw lots, which is less likely to destroy the harmony of the class. What do you think? Villa wrinkled her pretty little face. Wow. Another round of magic competition? Is it really impossible to do it in a black box? Chapter 162. No matter how much the old students resisted, the course schedule was finally finalized. Ophelia discussed the subsequent training tasks with the instructors, and then sent the course schedule and training content to the freshmen. In short, in the last 2 weeks, the freshmen will have theoretical classes every morning. They will have 3 teachers' classes every day, 2 of which are from teachers at Screech Academy, and the other is from teachers Merim and Hellwinds. In the afternoon, after the unified basic training by the instructors, the freshmen will receive instruction from the teachers. Only 1 per day. For the freshmen, the intensity is not very high. Anyway, they only need to attend classes and do not need to take exams, so it is not so unbearable. The freshmen still focus more on their class placement. The class placement results are also very fast. After everyone is chosen and received the class schedule, they will see their new class. Unsurprisingly, 80% of the freshmen did not get what they wanted. It's not even something I can accept. No. Why? Why is this happening? I've already. The screams of the freshmen all stopped, and they began to think about how crazy they were before, thinking that the teachers were reliable and going to ask them for help. Obviously, They were cheated a lot before. Why? Why do I think so? The freshmen racked their brains, but couldn't figure out the reason. This may become a great unsolved mystery for Screech. Anyway, they can't figure it out now. After the freshmen cried, they could only calm down and try their best to survive the last 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, they will have a short liberation. At the same time, Novice, who missed the instructor selection this time, was outside the school, listening to the principal's caring advice. It can be barely called care. After all, Novice is very useful. But the things given. Here, the cooing pigeons you used during your study tour. Keep them. Sieshichin handed over the magic pigeon and reminded him. Look at the class schedule. I know you may not be able to attend class on time during this journey, so I will also be prepared for online classes. You don't have to attend the classes of teachers from other colleges if you don't have time. But you must attend the classes of new teachers because the teachers will call on you. Especially if you can't meet them at the first time. The teachers will pay more attention to you. Novice carefully put away the cooing pigeon and asked Sieshichin in confusion, Teacher, what if it is not convenient for me to attend the class at that time? Don't worry, little guy. I'm here. Jiang Shui smiled and rubbed Novice's hair. Baby, if Teacher Jiang can't even let you attend the class, isn't that too incompetent? Novice, Your courses are all subject to assessment. Even if there is only one class. Don't be lucky. Understand? Sieshichin told Novice the truth, worried that this little guy would forget to study when he went out to absorb the fragments. Novice was almost touched. He cried. But to be honest, Novice was actually very happy with this kind of care from a single person, even if it might make him feel more pressured. Sieshichin smiled and reminded him to be safe, and then watched Novice leave the academy. He stood there and waited for a while. At about half an hour, a carriage came over slowly, and Sieshichin showed a gentle and reliable smile. Lore, long time no see. A spirited young man got off the carriage. It was Lore, the temporary principal, who was poached by Sieshichin from Merim. Luoer looked at Sieshichin with great surprise, bowed to him, and then walked forward. Principal, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Sieshichin shook his head. When you wait for the right person, no matter how long it takes, let's go up and have a good chat. From your appearance, you must have gained a lot. Right? Luoer couldn't help laughing. Yes, and it was not small. Luoer and Sieshichin walked all the way to Sieshichin's secret and warm principal's office and sat down, slowly talking about the various difficulties and solutions to his management of several basic colleges. You have already built the bridge for me. I just need to transport it. So although there are many small difficulties, they are easily solved, thanks to the teaching aids given by Sieshichin. Even if the teachers he found are not as professional as expected, they are enough to deal with the students. As long as you thoroughly understand the content of the teaching aids, you will not be unable to teach the students. Fortunately, the appraisal will make the Magic Academy famous. I found teachers who are at least intermediate magicians under the banner of you, Principal Merim, and Principal Helwins. Moreover, this is the result of Lore's careful selection. Lore is not happy that the teacher he found eventually taught his students to be angry with the world. There are not many students at present. There are only about 800 students in the Ace Empire, and the total number of students in the academies in the other 2 empires is only about 1,000. Lore talked about the small flaws he had at present, and felt very guilty. If I am strong enough, but I think you have done a good job. Sieshichin never thought that Luoer could give him such a perfect answer. Luoer, our students have graduated and can only come to learn magic. Their future is limited. Naturally, many potential students who think they don't have the talent for learning will not come. They are more worried about filling their stomachs and maintaining their family's livelihood. Just learning magic is not enough to make them excited. It's too far away. Sieshichin's words made Luoer think. But there are many benefits of literacy, and it's free for us. Why are you not happy? Sieshichin spread his hands. They are also the labor force of the family, aren't they? They left home to learn to read, and the family lost a labor force. But what happens when they finish learning to read? What can they do? If they don't seize the opportunity, they can even be regarded as learning in vain. But how can opportunities be seized so easily? Lore became nervous. Then our enrollment. Don't worry. Take your time. Sieshichin comforted. In addition to our basic academy, there are more students who have already learned to read and have channels to learn to read. Overall, it is enough to provide students for our Magic Academy. In the future, when we create more opportunities, they will naturally scramble to send their children to us. It's good enough now. Lore gradually relaxed under Xie Shichen's comfort, and he was even a little embarrassed. You really make people want to follow you. As he said this, Luo'er realized that he seemed to have said something wrong, so he shut up. Xie Shichen also smiled and pretended not to understand the hesitation in Luo'er's tone. It's all for the future of the magic world and the future of the children. I believe Luo'er must be thinking the same way. Luo'er was very moved. He carefully selected teachers, promoted various things, visited students in person, and even treasured the teaching aids given by Xie Shichen. All this was because he was also an idealist and wanted to create a better future. Now that Xie Shichen had spoken of his ideals and received affirmation, Luo'er felt that he had met a true confidant. Luo'er couldn't help but chat with Xie Shichen for a few more words. And this chat lasted the whole morning. By the way, Principal, there's one thing I don't know if you understand, Luo'er said, tentatively asking. Do you know the Wizard Association? Xie Shichen remained calm. I've heard of it. It seems that there were some minor accidents before. Have they been rectified? Yes. There have been some minor accidents recently, Luo'er said, choosing his words carefully. I don't know why the Wizard Association suddenly applied for academy qualifications and got permission from the Magic Association. I always feel that there seems to be something wrong, but I haven't found it yet. Xie Shichen was very surprised. Applied for academy qualifications? Wizard Academy? Luo'er nodded solemnly. Yes, it should be a good thing. But the teachers of their Wizard Association seem to have a bad reputation. Chapter 163. It's not that Lore is prejudiced, but he really thinks those wizards are not suitable to be teachers. You have also heard that the Wizard Association purged a group of managers because of the secret filming incident. Lore told Xie Shichen the gossip he knew. At that time, a group of wizards who devoted themselves to cultivation took the initiative to leave the Wizard Association. And most of the wizards who stayed had some not-so-good deeds, especially after they couldn't push Iron Rose. The Wizard Association pushed their management out and reorganized the internal affairs. But in fact, Lore had investigated privately, and many of the dead were wizards who were not keen on power, rather than reorganizing the internal affairs. It is more like eliminating dissidents. The current management of the Wizard Association seems to be devoted to the Wizard Association. But some of the auction people they arranged at that time were captured by her personally. I met them once by chance when I was young. But, Lore said with some self-mockery, he himself did not have much magic talent, and it was a blessing to be able to protect himself at that time, let alone go out to stop it. But this is destined to become a scar in his heart, lingering in his heart, the kind that will not go away for a long time. You've done a good job, Xie Shichen said, pulling out a worn-out notebook that he had found from nowhere. But this is still a knot in your heart. If you can't solve it, you won't be able to continue to improve your magic power. Lore felt a little guilty. Xie Shichen smiled and blinked slightly. Since you said that the Wizard Academy is not good, we idealists must help make it better, at least to prevent the little guys from going astray. Luo'er was stunned and asked uncertainly, You mean? Xie Shichen handed Luo'er the dusty notebook and asked Luo'er to open it. While Luo'er was reading the notebook, he continued, to be honest, we Screeky and the Wizard Association do have some conflicts. But we cannot deny that the existence of the Wizard Association has indeed given many dark and undead magicians a chance to settle down. Its appearance is inevitable and necessary. The Magic Association prohibits our Magic Academy from recruiting dark students, while agreeing to the Wizard Association's application for the Academy. No one knows what it is thinking, but I think it is definitely not a good thing. I, Screech, have already offended the Magic Association, so it is only natural that I should take revenge on the Wizard Academy it supports. Xie Shichen could not say those high-sounding words. He told Luo'er directly that he was so petty, since the Wizard Association and the Magic Association had colluded. In order to prevent the Magic Association from calculating him, he had to take the initiative. Of course, he had deeper thoughts. There might be 1 or 2 fallen angels hiding in the Wizard Association, or even not fallen angels. How great! I will soon find 2 more godheads for my young people. I finally found an excuse to target the Wizards Association. How can I give up so easily? And there is a suitable candidate. Lore was shocked when he saw this ancient spell. when he heard Xie Shichen directly talk about his selfish thoughts. He felt that Screech was a very honest gentleman. He was talking to himself. He was worried that he would abandon himself because of his mean behavior. So he deliberately belittled himself. No wonder Gore was willing to bring so many teachers to Screech. If not, he also wanted to come to Screech. Lore was so moved that he cried, "Principal, Xie Shichen shook his head and laughed. "I didn't buy people's hearts. I just thought so. You don't have to think of me as so noble. And I am very selfish. Lore, I can also tell you very clearly that I want to make learning magic something that everyone can easily get, including magic spells, magic forbidden spells, magic arrays, various magic notes. Everyone only needs to work hard to make money, and they will have the opportunity to learn the knowledge they dream of, instead of just letting these notes get covered in dust and eventually disappear in history." Xie Shichen helplessly spread his hands. "Look, this wizard's notebook has not been touched for a long time. But it shouldn't have ended like this. It should bring hope of progress to more wizards." Lore straightened his back and nodded. "Yes, Principal. I believe you can do it." Xie Shichen sighed in embarrassment. "I am alone and weak." Lore was about to show his loyalty when Xie Shichen suddenly said, "Do you remember that when I gave you the teaching aids? I said I wanted to set up an education bureau specializing in publishing teaching aids?" Luo'er was stunned, and vaguely guessed what Xie Shichen was thinking. "You want to?" Xie Shichen asked with a smile. "It's time to make a name for yourself through the Wizard Club. Luo'er, do you want to join?" Luo'er stared at Xie Shichen blankly, and after a long time, he nodded firmly. "Yes, I want to join." Decades ago, he was incompetent and couldn't save the abducted lot. But now, he is qualified to save those young wizards, who should have a bright future. He wanted to do it, no matter how difficult it was. He wanted to try. Xie Shichen was very relieved. "Luo'er, it's a good thing that I snatched you from Qiaoen. Otherwise, I don't know how much of a headache I would have. A capable person like you should shine in various fields. Being a secretary is definitely a waste of talent." Luo'er was praised so much that his heart was full of bubbles. But he had to pretend to be reserved on his face. "I am also shining now." No. The principal of the basic college is still a waste of talent," Xie Shichen said seriously. "Wait a few years, and build the affiliated magic academy. Luo'er, a bigger stage is waiting for you." Luo'er was very moved. It was the first time for him to feel that he was so important. Oh my god. He couldn't imagine how boring his life would be without the principal. Xie Shichen and Luo'er talked for a long time before sending Luo'er to rest. They still had a lot of things to discuss, and it was not time for Luo'er to leave. Afterwards, Xie Shichen thought for a while and called Fanny. "Gore and Man's over." He told them the news that Lore had given him. Fanny leaned casually on the sofa, crossed her legs, and sneered. "The Wizard Association? Anshin, you think too highly of them. How can they have so much energy to teach students? I think the original Wizard Association has lost its credibility. So they simply want to change a way to win over the wizards." Fanny frowned as she spoke. "The most critical point is that they actually applied for the qualification to run a school from the Magic Association. What agreement did they reach? It doesn't need to be said how difficult it is to get the qualification to run a school. Everyone present understands that in order to retain the qualification to run a school, Xie Shichen has been pushing students to break through their limits for the past year. The students are happy to do it. But it doesn't mean that Xie Shichen intended to let them practice in such a tense state from the beginning. Fortunately, the students have a solid foundation. Otherwise Xie Shichen would have become a villain. That's not right." Mans was even more puzzled. Where did they find a legendary wizard to guarantee it? When I was at the wizard meeting, I didn't hear that they knew a legendary wizard? The various requirements for school qualifications are outrageous. But the most difficult ones to obtain are probably the guarantee of a legendary wizard and a piece of land with rich magic elements. Mance believes that the group of eager wizards will always find a way to get the latter. But the former. Mance was at a loss. If there were no legendary wizards, the Wizard Association would not be in the dark, and everyone would stick together. That's a legendary wizard. They got the school qualification. Gore's IQ is online, and he rationally analyzed to Mance. The Magic Association gave the school qualification, and there are many legendary wizards in the Magic Association. Mance was silent. Then, he didn't understand it even more. What could the Wizards Association use to impress the Magic Association? If they had the resources to impress the Magic Association, and give them the qualification to run a school. Why would they turn the Wizards Association into a wizard academy? This is too hard to explain. These have nothing to do with us for the time being. Fanny raised her chin to Xieshichin. Anshin, you called us here. It shouldn't be just to discuss why the Wizards Association became the Wizards Association. Right? Yes. I have other plans. Xieshichin curled his eyes. Fanny, you really understand me. Fanny couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could she not understand? Anyway, she was asked to work. Chapter 164. They all knew that Xieshichin wanted to deal with the Education Bureau. Now that the opportunity had come, Xieshichin simply asked these relatively professional people to come and discuss how to expand the influence. Originally, I was still worried that just providing teaching aids to various magic academies was not enough to attract people's attention and make my Education Bureau a tool for them instead of occupying a dominant position. Now the opportunity has come. Xieshichin chuckled. The Wizard Association has become a wizard academy. They are special and have no background. At the same time, they don't have good teachers. These are all opportunities one can seize. I plan to publish wizard-related notes, first in the Education Bureau. All students with relevant talents will get a 20% discount, and online courses will be available within a certain period of time. All the courses are taught by famous teachers, which are absolutely valuable. Mans had a bad feeling in his heart. Famous teachers? Famous teachers in our college. That's right. You and Gore. Xieshichin clapped his hands with a smile. Of course there are more than you. But you will be the two main famous teacher lectures I will launch. First, use online courses to attract their attention. And then famous teacher Screech will live broadcast the pigeon class to seize the initiative. When the time comes, the Education Bureau has textbooks and teachers. So what can the Wizard Academy do to retain students? Of course, they also have wizard-related resources. But at this time, Eugene's Black Wizard Potion can come in handy. All-round attack. As long as the young wizards of the Wizard Association are smart enough, they will not continue to stay in the Wizard Academy. What if the Wizard Academy doesn't let them go? Mance frowned. The elders of the Wizard Association are not easy to get along with. They will not let students leave easily. Isn't it you? Xieshichin remained calm. Teacher Mance has also reached the strength of a magic saint. Right? Isn't it easy to protect a group of little guys? And the time is not long. We will try to merge the Wizard Association with our Screech within 3 months. Well, you can still catch up to give Amelia a one-on-one lesson. Little Amelia has been very busy recently. It's better to start professional courses later. Mans, ? He pointed at his nose in disbelief. Don't tell me that you asked me to practice hard just to enslave me better. Xieshichin remained silent. And Fanny burst into laughter. My dear, your irritated look really makes my heart beat. Gore suddenly became alert. And he glanced at Mance, his eyes full of scrutiny. Mance was so angry that he almost died. Who cares about Fanny's excitement? She was just gloating. He took a deep breath. And then another deep breath. Screech, isn't your arrangement of me a bit too servile? Xieshichin sighed. If you don't want to go, of course I can't force you. I'm just making a suggestion. Mance then slowly leaned back. Xieshichin added, I just remembered that when I persuaded you to come to Screech, you were very reluctant when you mentioned leaving the Wizards Association. I think you would want and need this opportunity to defeat the Wizards Association and protect those weak young wizards. Xieshichin apologized sincerely. Sorry, Mance. I took it for granted. Mance's expression was a little tangled. I don't want it either. It's just that. He frowned. The tasks you arranged are too dense. I haven't finished the one-on-one class yet. I can't use you like this. Xieshichin suddenly changed his expression. Mr. Mans, the Wizarding Society is your personal behavior. But one-on-one classes are the teaching requirements of our academy. If you want to go, we are very conscientious to help you postpone the time. The two cannot be confused. Mance, damn. What will happen if Screech suffers a loss? Fanny shook her head, knowing that Mance had been shaken. She yawned and asked Xieshichin directly about her mission. Help you sell teaching aids? Xieshichin nodded. Yes, but not quite. Fanny raised her eyebrows. You mean? I help you sell teaching aids, but I can't sell them under my name. Stern? Xieshichin's smile widened. Fanny, you're so smart. Fanny smiled sweetly and rolled her eyes. I have a smarter idea. Do you want to hear it? Xieshichin nodded. You go ahead. Fanny knocked on the handrail. Anyway, everyone is busy at the beginning of the school year. Why not let your students go and study in advance? And when they come back, the new students will have adapted. And the teachers will have adapted. And then you can start targeted teaching. You can also look at their strengths and weaknesses in non-magic aspects. Fanny spread her hands and smiled teasingly. Perhaps this is also a good thing for you. Xieshichan thought of the fate of several other students who were about to take turns recently. He remained calm on the surface. But he had some plans in his heart. I will consider it. But in the end, I still need your help. I am not so confident about other teachers. Xieshichan said soft words, which made Fanny feel refreshed. Of course, they are also my students. If Xieshichan disagreed with this plan, Fanny would of course take the initiative. But Xieshichan was now inclined to agree. And no matter what the reason was, she would try her best to give guidance to the students. Fanny was very happy when she thought of her own Meow Meow continuing to go out and cause trouble. First merge the Wizard Association, and let them go to the Magic Association to stir up trouble next year. And then what? Marim Hellwinds? Xieshichan choked. Fanny, don't talk like your students are a devil. They are so obedient and well-behaved. Fanny thought that only someone as shameless as Screech could say such a thing so calmly. Xieshichan and the others agreed on a lot of details, and finally came up with a general planning framework for the acquisition of the Wizard Academy. First, it was Man's job. He needed to sneak into the Wizard Academy and slowly pass the teaching aids to the students, and develop in secret. Secondly, when the wizards found out and responded, Gore and Mans needed to start recording the master class. And Fanny was responsible for reporting this sudden confrontation in the entertainment newspaper without leaving any trace. Finally, Screech intervened to sell live classes. And Eugene used the name of the Education Bureau to come up with a killer move. The Black Wizard Potion. Among them, those who persuaded the students of the Wizard Academy to buy teaching aids, potions, live classes, led students to stir up trouble, guided public opinion, and organized various Education Bureau sites. And other related matters were all solved by Meow Meow. Xieshichan was responsible for taking out books for Fanny to print, and finding ways to help Meow Meow sneak into the Wizard Academy. Mans, you should be responsible for sneaking in. Right? Xieshichan tried to push away this not-so-hot potato. Mans was justified in saying, it's not easy for me to get in and sell books. Principal, don't think I'm omnipotent. Okay? A certain principal named Xia Wanwang, Okay. Okay. Let's see if he can dig up some useful information from Principal Luo Air. He wanted Meow Meow to find a way to get in by themselves. But it was still not safe. Hey! After Xieshichan went back, he studied their plan for a long time, and finally called Xiao Xiao out. Have all the new teachers I recruited arrived? The 14 teachers this time also have a wide variety of strengths and skills, and 5 of them have a lot of research skills. Xieshichan plans to study the reasons why the magic elements in this world are becoming increasingly scarce. At least he can't tell everyone that they can't learn magic after he popularized magic for everyone. Right? That would be so embarrassing. Xieshichan remembered that among this batch of teachers, one came from the strange revival world and had a basic skill of tampering with cognition. Very practical. Very suitable for him to provide Meow Meow with beyond-the-scope help. However, because the procedures of each world are different, the teachers come in batches. He has been busy recently, and didn't notice whether this special teacher has come or not. Here. The latest will arrive in 2 days. Xiao Xiao told Xieshichan where the teachers are currently. Host. The teachers who draw lots cannot participate in the original world line. Xieshichan looked puzzled. Wizard Academy is also considered the original world line. Xiao Xiao shook her head. But the nodes of Amelia, Chloe, Lucius and Herbert are during this period. If the teacher goes there, it will be suspected of participating in the original world line. So it is not allowed. Nodes are generally flexible in time. But if they are at the right time, they can also start nodes very unreasonably. For example, this time, if Amelia and the others had not left the school, the node might have been delayed to the next node. But it might also become more dangerous. But if they left the school, during the time when the node occurred, they could be teleported to the place where the node occurred at any time without any reason. Although these unreasonable things can be found with a reason in the end, they are still disorderly and unreasonable. The existence of a new teacher might be considered as disrupting the node and the original world line, and the principal's value would be deducted. Unless, Someone like Xie Shichen belongs to this world and does not belong to this world, and passively participates in the node. For example, the time with novice. Xie Shichen listened and sighed. Okay. Then it seems that I have to go with you. Xie Shichen thought about how to sneak in. What do you think? Let novice's sickly brother seek medical treatment. Our faces are still too eye-catching. We need to change them when the time comes. Xiao Xiao hesitated. Host, you have changed your appearance. Why are you still thinking of trying to find a cure for your illness with novice? Xie Shichen sighed. Because the remaining 20 Miaomis seem to be a little naughty. And they are a bit too entertaining for me. Anna is better. But she is a little brother con. And the other 19. Xie Shichen shook his head and said with self-awareness, Xiao Xiao. If I really become a sickly person, novice can at least be a filial son to me. He is the strongest one. And he can play the role of a good brother who swears to protect his brother. As for the other 19, calling them rebellious sons and daughters is flattering them. This time, I don't know what tricks will come up with the orientation. Xie Shichen doesn't love being a snobby. But choosing novice is more cost-effective. He knows too well what his position is. Xiao Xiao was silenced by Xie Shichen's self-aware and calculating look. Ah, if I had known this, why did I provoke students so harshly in the first place? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but asked cautiously, Host, you don't want children, don't you? Fear that you will be retaliated against when you get old if you cheat too many children? Xie Shichen smiled. I am a celibate. Thank you. What does it have to do with his love of cheating children? Nowadays, everyone just likes to slander people. Chapter 165. In the third round of training, Xie Shichen appeared less and less. He was busy discussing various details with Luo Er. The teachers were busy with their own things and paid less attention to the students, which made their training this period much easier. But it was still very difficult. Except for the only time of hide and seek. The freshmen had not experienced the pain of studying and training at the same time. They would rather train all day. At least they don't have to think too much. The kind of training, learning theories, and being terrified of being called by the teacher will indeed consume more brain power and mental energy. The freshmen can almost be said to be gritting their teeth and persevering. They even thought that at least after the class division was not satisfactory. The instructors did not do anything to them. The 2 weeks were over quickly. With such an optimistic idea, they naturally immersed themselves in the class, gradually found fun, and felt the charm of learning magic. In order to show their sincerity, the teachers from Malum and Hellwinds were more attentive than ever before in class, and the freshmen could easily understand it, whether they had been exposed to magic or not. They all had a very strange feeling. There was never a moment when they felt that magic was so easy to learn, as if everything was natural, and they could master it quickly. Of course, if this feeling is not consolidated after class, they will only feel that the magic course is obscure and difficult to understand again, as if they know everything in class, but are confused after class. The real thing, the courses from the teachers of Screech School of Magic, which they will be exposed to in the future, gave them an eye-opening feeling. If the teachers of famous schools are so easy to understand, then the teachers of Screech are unconventional, which makes people remember them vividly. Each teacher has his own distinctive characteristics, especially those teachers with strange names, and who do not introduce themselves. They all feel mysterious. And the pace of the class is also very brisk, as if they have finished the course in a flash. When the students were called up to answer questions, they were panicking at first, but after thinking carefully, they could actually answer the questions. The efforts paid off, and the students' interest became stronger and stronger. Even the most difficult training did not easily defeat them. This made them experience the taste of success and progress. The taste was so good that they did not want to stop. Time passed slowly, and these 2 weeks of peace and fulfillment passed. The freshmen gradually ushered in the final trial. They will spend the last day, and then see whether they can successfully stay. In this time when the results are about to be obtained, everyone has become quiet at the same time, and even did not go to the forum to make too much noise. A serious and tense atmosphere circulated among the freshmen. They even subconsciously reduced communication during meals and became visibly anxious. At this time, the principal came again. After he got his meal, he found a student's empty seat at random and asked the other party with a smile, "Do you mind if I share a table?" The student shook his head subconsciously, and then saw Xie Shichen's face clearly and was shocked. "Smiley?" He was very excited. "I haven't seen you for a long time. Shichen explained helplessly. Novice was sent out to do something. I went to see him off, and accidentally blew some wind outside the school. I didn't feel well after coming back, so I didn't come out. The student nodded and asked with concern. Are you feeling better now? I see that your face seems to be very pale. Poor Snowy. How much suffering he suffered because of his poor health. Much better. So this is out. Shichen smile deepened. I always feel that only by looking at you guys full of energy, my body will feel better. The student nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. I feel a lot younger in my heart. He is very good at being a supporting actor. But he just doesn't develop the topic. Shichen had to guide him to talk. But recently, it seems that everyone's atmosphere seems to be very depressed. What's going on? The student grumbled for a long time, poked the rice in the plate, sighed, and his voice was full of melancholy. Our training is over. Oh! Shichen looked at him calmly. Is this, reluctant to leave the training? The student looked embarrassed. What are you talking about? Snobby? I wish the training would end soon. Who would like this kind of deadly training? He was dejected, but the training is over, and the list of people leaving will be announced. I'm so worried that I be the one leaving. There is no standard for the training assessment this time. It is said that it depends on the usual time. But the usual time is too quiet, and there is no sense of urgency or suitable place for evaluation. They had no idea what the evaluation criteria for this training were, and they didn't know whether their performance was good or bad. Also, I heard from the instructor that if we can stay, we will be redivided into classes according to theoretical acceptance and training tolerance. The student scratched his head, feeling very depressed. I don't have talent. But my roommates all have talent. If I can stay, but I'm separated from my roommates and live with others again. I'm afraid I won't be able to adapt. Of course, what he didn't tell Snavy was that he had no talent. But his test scores were very good every time, which gave him unlimited motivation, courage and confidence to move forward. If he was finally assigned to the worst class, he thought, he would still be hit. Maybe everyone thought so. Some felt that they had good talent, but were worried about being suppressed by those without talent. And some were worried about being eliminated because they had average talent and poor grades. It was just that it was all over. So it was not good for everyone to tell each other, which would cause everyone to be annoyed. Shichen understood the student's entanglement and worries. But this level does have to be divided into a rough range. It's not about strength, but about progress. He will give students who want to take it slow a chance to take it slow. And he will also give students who want to roll up a chance to roll up slowly. He will not uniformly divide the same progress, which is not good for those who can keep up and work hard and those who can't keep up and feel tired. Perhaps the division of classes in Screech Academy is just based on the adaptability of students. Shichen explained to the frustrated child who was about to cry. Divided into two different classes for theory and practice. Because everyone's understanding of magic is different. And their physical fitness is also different. If they are rashly put in the same class, the children who can't keep up will become hopeless. And the children who think they are not enough will waste their innate conditions. This is also unfair to them. So we divide the classes according to the progress of learning and training. Teachers who learn quickly will teach faster. And those who learn slowly will slowly lay a solid foundation. Teachers with good health will practice more vigorously. And teachers with poor health will help to slowly build up their bodies. As long as you want, you can improve yourself step by step. Each class just has different focuses. Which does not mean that the slow class will always be slow. Kid. The student was stunned, lowered his head, and his eyes were slightly red. But I have worked hard. And my test scores are not bad. Just because I have no talent, I have to go to the slow class and take it slow. He choked up a bit as he spoke. Maybe because he had been mocked too many times for not having talent before. Maybe he had gradually given up on himself. And suddenly saw hope. And found that hope might also return to his previous life. So he got stuck in a dead end. Shichen rubbed his head. It's not divided by talent. The student was stunned and subconsciously looked up. Shichen smiled and said, if it really is divided by talent, it should be when you are in the second grade, when you have already learned magic. And you will be redivided according to your magic talent department. The student murmured, second grade? Learn magic? Yes, Shichen said in a brisk tone. This speed is already very slow. Originally, Principal Screech wanted to stipulate that the minimum requirement of reaching the junior magician and junior swordsman at the end of the first grade. But thinking that it was the first class, it was inevitable that there would be times of confusion. So he relaxed the standard a little. So, even in the slowest class, your progress is very fast. Don't be nervous. Kids, maybe the students in the fast class will want to transfer to the slow class in less than a month. Student The student slowly opened his mouth. Even if the standard is relaxed, it still takes 1 year to learn magic? Is it difficult? Shichen looked as if it was a matter of course. Your instructors were forced to learn magic in 3 months. I think it's not that difficult. The student slowly fell silent. It seems that something is wrong. Shichen blinked, his face full of innocence. Come to think of it, you are so surprised. Don't you know that the minimum graduation requirement of Screech is to be a senior magician? It takes 5 years to become a senior magician, and 1 year to become a junior magician. Isn't that too slow? Student When you encounter a difficult goal, all the previous entanglements seem to be nothing. Is he too timid or is Screech crazy? Is this graduation goal something they can dream of? The student finished his meal, as if his soul had left his body, said goodbye to Shichen, and then moved step by step to the dormitory, slowly exhaling. His roommates thought he was too nervous and tried to comfort him one after another. After listening to everyone's repetitive talk, the student said expressionlessly, I just found out today that the graduation standard for Screech is a senior magician. Is it true or not? Roommate A's face changed drastically. I have heard of related rumors, but I thought it was the graduation requirement of the instructors, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I don't know if it's true or not. But Snavy said it. The student spoke slowly, and after he finished speaking, his eyes were dull. It is said that the graduation requirements of the instructors are to be a magic saint, and to become a legendary magician within 10 years of graduation. I don't know if this is true or not. Roommates, happiness is achieved through comparison. Suddenly, I felt that their graduation requirements were really low. The atmosphere became lively, and everyone was discussing the graduation requirements. After a while, a roommate shouted, the message notification has arrived. And everyone suddenly became quiet and opened the school's Easy Pass nervously. No one dared to open the letter sent by the school's Easy Pass. The student who was communicating with Shichen took a deep breath and finally opened the envelope. Live or die. Tear it down. Dear Gary, congratulations. You have passed the Screech School of Magic admissions training and received the Screech School of Magic admission notice *1. The admission notice will be delivered to your dormitory tonight by the teaching stick. You have 3 days to consider whether to stay. If you are sure to choose Screech, you can go to the 3rd floor of the school in 3 days to register, settle the bills, and receive the admission items. Your magic learning journey will start from now on. In addition, based on the 3 assessments and observations, you will be divided into Magic Theory Class 5 and Magic Practice Class 6. The class schedule, student handbook, etc. will be issued after the admission procedures are successfully completed. Finally, the school's Easy Pass has been fully upgraded, and everyone can chat privately. Since the instructor group will be disbanded soon, please hurry up and add familiar companions as friends. The person who sent the message was very considerate. He briefly listed the approximate learning speed and requirements of each level class, and told that as long as you work hard, you have a chance to go to any class. Gary focused on the learning speed of classes 2 to 5. The class time for theory and practice is the same. But why do they have so many more courses? Basics of formations? What are the advantages of tens of thousands of ways to recite magic spells? And this? Students must reach the level of junior magician by the end of the 1st grade, and they are not allowed to transfer to slow classes without reason. Otherwise they will be held back? Gary's head was full of question marks. He asked his roommates tentatively, which class are you in? Roommate A said casually, Theory Class 13. There are quite a lot of classes, and I have to take some psychology basics. I don't know what it is for. Roommate B had a headache. I'm in Practice Class 2. Shit. What the hell is it like to practice with a sparring partner for half an hour every day? Why do you want to repeat a grade by randomly going to the slow class? If I had known this would be the result, why would I work so hard? Just to get beaten up by going to the fast class? Roommate C was silent for a few seconds, then said slowly, I am in Class 1 for both theory and practice. and it is a hard requirement to actively participate in the monthly Stern Special Contribution competition held by the college. The minimum number of manuscripts must be selected for the school newspaper. Otherwise you will be repeated. Oh! It is said that it needs to be checked for plagiarism. But I don't know how it is checked for plagiarism. Roommate C thinks that this check for plagiarism may not be so wonderful. Roommates, Gary looked at his class. Then at roommate C. And suddenly felt that his class was pretty good. Roommate C is the best at taking the exam. But they are not. It seems that the college really divides classes according to everyone's strength and effort. Chapter 166. Although they were given 3 days to consider, almost none of the freshmen were willing to leave. The sunk cost was too high. Moreover, the teachers at Screech did give them a strong and close feeling, which made them more inclined to stay when choosing. Future magicians need more professional and powerful teachers. They were surprised and excited about the results of their efforts. 3 days later, at the freshman admissions office of the school, the instructors had just finished their work, and freshmen were already outside the door, eager to sign up. If they hadn't come too early and looked undignified, they would have stayed up all night. There were 40 classes in total, and 20 instructors were responsible for 2 classes each. The admissions office was divided into several rooms to avoid crowding. Congratulations on joining Screech. I'll be your senior from now on, Ophelia said softly, with a very gentle expression, which made the freshman, who came to handle the procedures, relax quickly. The freshman was also very good at handling things. He just bent his eyes, and said hello to the senior with a smile. Ophelia shook her head and laughed, very satisfied with the freshman's vitality. Give me your notice. I help you with the formalities. Oh, by the way, there's a welcome day flyer next to it. You can take a look. The freshman nodded and handed the notice to Ophelia, and caught a glimpse of the flyer next to it. It was a very dreamy painting. The main subject of the painting was Screech School of Magic. But there were waves, reefs, forests, all kinds of beautiful and dreamy scenes around it. In the painting, people of different races are selling all kinds of magical items, and the freshmen are immediately attracted. Turning over the back of the flyer, there is a short introduction. The first welcome day, Screech welcomes everyone. Welcome process. 1. Please wear the school uniform specially prepared for you by the college, and go to a beautiful feast in the beautiful area. 2. You will sit on the grass casually, listen to the welcome speech from the principal, and immerse yourself in it freely. 3. The college teachers will meet everyone here and express their welcome to everyone. 4. Then, you will have a small game, find your class teacher, and you will get a small surprise from the class teacher. 5. The lively welcome day comes with various small shops, some of which require money, some require contribution points, but most of them may only require a little bit of your insignificant luck. 6. The seniors will bring you a situational drama story. Maybe you will find it interesting. Finally, I sincerely wish you to have fun on the welcome day. After reading it carefully, the freshman asked Ophelia curiously, Senior, does everyone have to be there? Ophelia said meaningfully, Of course not. It's just that you can see the principal on the orientation day, and maybe you will feel regretful if you miss this opportunity. The freshman didn't understand. Could it be that the principal rarely appears in the future, so they have to seize this opportunity to see the principal? Before he could think of an answer, Ophelia had already quickly completed various formalities. Okay, from today on you are a member of Screech. But don't worry. You have to take these things with you. As she spoke, Ophelia took out a large and square sheet from the ground, spread it on the table, and then began to take things out under the confused and puzzled gaze of the junior. First and foremost, the student handbook, Ophelia explained as she put it on the table. The student handbook records the school rules, college profile, graduation requirements, assessment requirements, contribution points, and other information. You should go back and take a good look at it so that you can better understand the campus. The freshman was busy preparing to take it, and Ophelia quickly put 2 more stacks of clothes on the table. The second is your school uniform. School uniforms require contribution points. But since you have just entered school and have no contribution points, we have adopted the form of arrears, including school uniform jackets, summer, autumn and winter school uniforms, training uniforms, and study uniforms. A total of 12 contribution points. It should be noted that those who fail to pay off their contribution points within 1 year will be required to repeat the year and be forced to accept tasks. At the same time, before the contribution points are paid off. They cannot be used on campus. Remember not to owe money. Principal Screech does not like students who buy on credit. The freshman was shocked. I owe money when I enroll? No. Can't I use gold coins instead? He racked his brains to guess the meaning of the colleges doing this. Are they worried that ordinary students don't have coins? Then why not use two forms of payment? Ophelia smiled meaningfully again. Junior, what are you thinking about? Not using gold coins. Of course it's because gold coins are not worth it. If gold coins could be used, Lucius would not treasure the tint so much that he would become a rebellious son in Russell's mouth. The freshman heard this, and felt as if something unpredictable was going to happen. But without giving him room to continue guessing, Ophelia took out something again. This is your first grade textbook. Notebook. Diary. Exercise book. It's a bit heavy. But after a month and a half of training, it shouldn't be a problem for you. The freshman was at a loss. Diary? Do we still need to write a diary? No. It's not mandatory. Ophelia kindly told him this time. But when you go to class, you will find that writing a diary is a very emotional way to vent. The freshman was silent. Why did he feel like the senior was gloating? Is it an illusion? It's really not. Ophelia was still taking things out on his side. And over there, Bori's loud laughter came very clearly. What are you thinking about? Junior, there is no difference between men and women in Screech. They are all beaten the same. Beaten by the teacher every day. If you don't write a diary, won't you be depressed? You can't believe it. Junior? You've never seen this kind of homework book. Right? As your former instructor, the senior is also very kind to tell you. Ha ha ha. This homework book has magical properties. It can check for duplicates. Yes, it's the homework check required by your class. As long as there are more than 10 identical words or the same meaning, it can erase them and ask you to rewrite. Isn't it scary? Is it scary? But don't worry. This is all to help you develop a good habit of rigor. Mark the citations well, so they won't be erased. Yes, but when there are too many citations, the homework book will remind you that your own arguments are not enough. If you don't make up for it within the time limit, the homework will be automatically erased. Lucius sneered. Junior sister, your blessing has come. Junior sister Alia, who was popularized by various popular sciences, So it is really inappropriate for you to gloat over others' misfortunes. Right? They are still signing up. The freshmen here slowly lowered their heads and looked at Ophelia, who was still taking things out. Ophelia continued to stack without changing her expression. This is your class schedule, and the corresponding teacher. Remember to attend class on time. This is a detailed explanation of the Academy map, which can be used as a reference to avoid getting lost. This is the Academy Student Union Duty Manual. You can come and participate in the Student Union recruitment in a while. And the most important thing, Ophelia took out the last thing, the abacus, and started to calculate, based on your performance during training. A total of 23 bottles of healing potions were used. A total of 23 contribution points. A private magic broom. 2 contribution points. The Academy's standard 4-piece set and change set. 1 contribution point. A 1-year student daily necessities set. 2 contribution points. School pass. 10 contribution points. A total of 67 contribution points. Ophelia input the result with a smile. You will be in debt in the future, so you must hurry to pay off your debts. Freshman, He opened his mouth, and the seniors next to him seemed to know what he was thinking, and said to the freshmen they were handling, easy to make money? What a joke. Scritch said that there are many students now, and the supply cannot meet the demand, so the contribution points have risen. 1 contribution point can buy more things, and it is getting harder and harder to make money. Now we have to refine 10 bottles of potion to earn 10 contribution points. Don't think that these 10 people have a lot of debt compared to you. We spend more. We have to spend contribution points on makeup exams, teaching aids, and the small dark room. Even the training clothes have become daily necessities. Otherwise, why would Chloe learn to sew by herself? Bo Rui. Chloe gritted her teeth. Be careful. Novice is not at home. Bo Rui quickly shut up and shrank his head in a mean way. Junior sister, you also saw that Novice is not at home. Otherwise, you can wait for Novice to come back and ask me. Juniors, well, so disillusioned. Although they knew that their senior Bori was not serious. After taking off the skin of an instructor and becoming a senior, Instructor Bori could be even more serious. They really felt like they were not awake yet. And the sense of separation was so strong. Ophelia smiled slightly, and woke up the dazed freshman in front of her. Junior, do you have any questions? If not, I will call the next one. Yes. The freshman hesitated. Is our future a bit hard? Ophelia hesitated for a moment. You can't say that. Right? Who doesn't suffer? I think, more importantly, your future will be very interesting. Very, very colorful. Freshman, suddenly understood the subtext. Because the seniors helped in every detail. The admission procedure for the freshmen took a long time. Miamu wanted to see the juniors happily entering this big family, and then find that everyone had a miserable expression. This may be the motivation for them to persist in the coming year. Oh! And maybe the expression on Screech's face, when he saw him on the orientation day. Hee. Anyway, it's better to see him more. The instructors can be said to be very patient and careful. As long as you ask, they will answer. Whether it is detailed or brief. It depends on their mood and the question. For example, someone asked Lucius if all teachers have such bad taste. Lucius frowned. Individual phenomena, such as Mr. Gorgio, who was once the master of time and darkness in Merim. His reputation? You could ask around and know it. Right? Screech poached a lot of teachers from Miriam. Although the teachers quickly assimilated within a week, which made them a little overwhelmed. For example, someone asked Nathaniel if they could climb to the first class if they worked hard without talent. Nathaniel was surprised, of course. Teachers like hard-working and motivated children like you. Believe me, as long as you work hard and seriously, you will get what you want. It seems that there will be a lot of interesting punishments for falling from the fast class to the slow class. But they are determined to go to the fast class. So they should have known it. Right? For example, someone asked Julian about the slacking technique. Julian said calmly, do your best. As long as you can complete the tasks assigned by the teachers. You can slack off while doing your own tasks. Oh, yes. You have to do the tasks assigned by the teachers well. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. Of course, if you complete the task ahead of time, there is an 80% chance that the teacher will think you can be squeezed a little more. So he will continue to assign you tasks to test your limits. But so what? You will learn the slacking technique after a few more times. The instructors really learned to speak half-heartedly. In order not to discourage the freshmen, the instructors also threw out new hooks. Arabe shrugged and spread his hands. Teacher Eugene likes to find someone to clean the laboratory. If you want to learn alchemy, you can go and try. In order to help you clean the laboratory better, he will teach you a lot of basic experimental operations. After a long time, he will get used to you, and will keep you to teach you more knowledge. Isabella smiled and took out the doll. This is called the doll that makes you talk. We got it when we were studying abroad. I guess you also had it when you were studying abroad? It's a fun doll that can also protect your safety. Work hard, and you will have it by the end of the year. The seniors are dedicated to their work. They not only describe the college life as colorful and poetic, but also follow the principle of encouragement. They say, come on. You will be the next chief to everyone. Which makes the freshmen excited. One by one, they confess their love to the seniors in the forum. When they are instructors, they are strict for their own good. Look, after taking off the instructor's clothes, the seniors are as kind as they can be. They don't have the feeling of keeping secrets like other schools. These are all the truths from the heart. The freshmen discussed and speculated about their new teaching life. And at the same time, they secretly looked forward to the upcoming orientation day. They couldn't wait to see how many surprises Screech School of Magic could bring them. On the eve of the orientation day, Novice came back after a long time. Bori saw him as if he saw a savior. Novice, you are finally back. He cleaned the cream all over his head casually, and then complained in a low voice. This cake is really hard to make. They planned to make a 20-layer cake on the welcome day to represent their warmest welcome to the freshmen. But because there were too many freshmen, the cake needed to be made especially big so that everyone could have a piece. Even though it had been allocated, Bori was still in a mess. Novice couldn't help laughing. You go bake the cake base. I do the buttercream. They were allocated the first layer of cake, which didn't require much delicate operation. Just spread the buttercream on the cake evenly. Bori heaved a sigh of relief. Great. I go bake a cake now. I wonder if the cake baked with thunder magic is delicious. Bori muttered and started to make the cake. Novice paused and said calmly, maybe? This is a really unique cake. Thunder and fire are no different. There shouldn't be any problem. Right? Novice thought uncertainly. And in less than 10 minutes, he got a charcoal cake and blackface Bori. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Navius couldn't help laughing. Bori wiped his face. Sure enough, the fire type is more useful. His handsome face was so dark. Navius laughed enough and quickly found a handkerchief to wipe Bori's face. Seeing Bori wiping it randomly, he couldn't help laughing again. Maybe I should learn from Screech and take a picture when I make a cake for you. Bori pointed to the corner with despair. Mr. Screech, maybe your brother Screech is already doing it? Novice looked innocent. Oh, sir, that's a pity. It seems that I can't compare to my brother's keen sense of smell. Shut up, Novice, and spread the cream. Bori laughed and scolded. But he became even happier. That's great. Novice is becoming more and more cheerful. He lowered his head and worked hard to stir the batter, determined to make the first layer of the cake super delicious. Can't be outdone by those unreliable guys. Hurry. Hurry. Have you sent the script to the teachers? Ophelia is arranging the process. It's taught. The teachers are very satisfied and told us to wait. Valentina answered honestly. Ophelia didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she didn't have the heart to tell the little guy that she was threatening them. She pinched Valentina's little dragon horn. Well done, Tina. Go find Freya later and help her to settle your dragon island. Okay? Valentina nodded constantly. Okay. She must make the most beautiful dragon island. Ophelia shook her head and laughed. Turned to look at Genevieve. Genevieve, how is your design of our sea area? If there is no problem, Chris can divert the water. Thanks to Togger's transformation into a magic saint, they can change the topography and appearance of the academy as much as they want. Anyway, after the orientation day is over, Gore can use a spell to restore it to its original state. So they decided to make a more thorough transformation and make the orientation day lively. Genevieve nodded with a smile. Of course, Vera and I have already made the topography, but the clear water is still a little bit behind in imitating the sea water. I wonder if Chris has any way. Chris came over in a magic robe. Villa and I can make the sea water effect. Is there anything else? Genevieve hesitated. I want to make an underwater survival game, but I don't know if it's suitable. Let's do it. Villa jumped out from behind Chris, grinning. Genevieve, this is a good opportunity when the teachers are here. It may not be so safe in the future. You know, it's the safest time when the teachers are here. But relatively speaking, teachers are the most unsafe factor. Their amusement facility is just a drop in the bucket. I'm also planning to build a castle of the dead with Arabelle Amelia and the others, using the mission hall to make sure that the freshmen will be psychologically traumatized every time they go to take on a mission. Genevieve hesitated, and suddenly, she didn't think her survival game was too much. She put her hands together and smiled. Then I trouble you two to help me with my Siren's Forbidden Land. Sure. Right. Chris? Villa winked and smiled sweetly. Chris hummed. I'm just a tool. No. After we finish these two places, I play the Mage Tower game with you. Chris, don't you want to build a Mage Tower to play? Villa blinked her big violet eyes, full of teasing. Chris's ears turned red with discomfort. I want to. But, that's it. Although I know you will definitely build one yourself in the future. But now everyone has a place to settle. You can also have one in advance. Vera nodded, convinced that what she said was right. Ophelia brought the topic back. Okay. Let's solve it bit by bit. Speaking of which, isn't our script a bit too old-fashioned? Does it need to be modified? As soon as the voice fell, several classmates around her said in unison, No. What's wrong with being old-fashioned? Such a smooth route and plot will help them to trick the teacher. The unrepentant Miaomiu did not forget to think about their teachers, who finally gave in even when they were planning the orientation day. When the orientation day comes, the teachers will be helpless with them according to their character settings. It must be very interesting to see them dislike them, but can't beat them up. Right? Oh. Yes. And Screech. I wonder what Screech thinks of his character settings this time. It's really exciting. Chapter 167. This is a special day for the freshmen who have just become a member of the Screech family. They have just digested the various unexpected situations that may occur on campus and the scary student handbook. Now is the time to suppress their feelings when they think of the particularly grand and free welcome day. They can't wait. Early in the morning, Gary changed into his school uniform in his new dormitory and went to the cafeteria with his new roommate to cultivate their relationship. This does not mean that he and his former roommates have become estranged. But the former roommates also have their own relationships that need to be cultivated. So now they mostly chat on the school's Easy Pass. School Easy Pass is really very convenient. Gary's roommate is his roommate in the theory class. Because they are still freshmen, the practical classes are far less than the theoretical classes. So the college arranges dormitories according to the theoretical classes. And Gary's class 5 happens to be the dividing line between a group of paper kings and non-paper kings, which makes their class style a little different. For example, in their dormitory, there is Gary, an ordinary student who has no talent but tries hard to make up for it, but is actually quite inferior and has no desire to roll. There is Arthur, who boldly asked various teachers for amulets during the 3rd round of school training and ended up getting himself into trouble with the former instructor Lucius and being severely punished. Yes, that is the unlucky green-haired guy who is still floating on the front page of the forum. There is also Mosen, who is so proud that he never speaks during physical training and is almost mistaken for a mute. There is also Joyce, the real roll king who could only be ranked 5th in physical fitness class 1. In comparison, Gary felt that he was the only ordinary person in the whole dormitory. Perhaps, after meeting the principal, he would make a new judgment. Gary, what do you think of my outfit? Does it look good? Arthur winked at Gary proudly. I must be the prettiest freshman on this orientation day and try to get the attention of the seniors. Mosen had a strange expression. You actually like the seniors? Oh my God. Since the school motto, he has been avoiding the seniors like the snake and scorpion. Arthur shrugged and spread his hands. Smiling, we have to find some information channels. Senior Borui is not bad, but he is really good at Tai Chi. I can't get any information from him. Senior Borui is a boy who makes friends with many people. As long as he doesn't want to, you will never hear a word of truth from him. Mosen curled his lips. Good luck to you. Although he felt that this luck would hardly get better. Calling Joyce, the 4 of them went to the cafeteria to have a hot breakfast. They had been in the college for only more than a month, and they had already gotten used to the food here. It must be said that after getting used to it, they found that these breakfasts were really delicious. It's cheap and nutritious, Arthur said very clearly. I bet that Screech is definitely doing a loss-making business. These meals are just right to buy with silver coins. But he only spends 3 copper coins for a meal. For students from all walks of life. Quiet, Joyce suddenly spoke up. The college has scholarships, study subsidies, loans for studying, work-study programs, and other subsidies. He is a very good principal. Arthur nodded. Yes, it's really hard to imagine what Screech looks like. I heard that he is still very young. He must be a gentle, scholarly, and knowledgeable elder. Arthur thought for a moment. Just like Instructor Nasa is gentle, and at the same time has the calm and gentle temperament of Instructor Asido. Next door, Herman paused with his plate in hand, and obviously heard their fantasy, with a strange expression for a moment. Instructor Nasa and Instructor Asido? No, he is like Instructor Novice, and his other name is Snai, who is Instructor Novice's brother. Herman closed his eyes, feeling that today's teacher-student meeting would scare everyone out of their wits. Anyway, he is quite embarrassed now. But I don't know if Principal Screech will feel embarrassed. Herman found a seat and sat down silently, and began to eat in silence. In his ears, there were all kinds of freshmen's fantasies, 80% of which were related to the principal. I think the principal should be a very interesting person. He has an interesting and free soul, which makes the teacher so free and undisciplined. Yes, the most interesting time of his soul was when he watched everyone scold Screech in front of Snavy. Perhaps it can be said that he likes to make students interesting. No. I think the principal is a strict person. We can see that when he asks us to tidy up our house. Perhaps it is because Teacher Fanny is more lively and cheerful that Screech School of Magic has formed such a disciplined and interesting scene. My brother said that Teacher Fanny is considered the management of the school. Yes. Is there a possibility that Teacher Fanny and Principal Screech are both people with bad taste? But the latter is more bad taste? Hey, you see it later if you say so much. I hope he won't be so serious. It's such a fun welcome day. If the teachers are serious, I won't be able to have fun later. On the contrary, if he's not serious, You won't be able to eat. Herman complained in his heart after hearing every word, and finally looked at the half-remaining food and lost his appetite. Ah! It's really not appropriate to hear the name Screech in the morning. Herman tried his best to swallow all the food without wasting it, and went to put the plate down righteously, and then ran into Alia. Alia invited him to find a seat and wait for the teachers to show up. Herman was surprised. You're not going with your roommates? We agreed to get together after the speech to visit the college. Alia choked and said reluctantly, It's mainly because my acting skills are not very good, and I'm afraid they will see something. It's better to sit with you and watch the classmates around us change their faces, so we won't be awkward. Herman, okay. Thinking about it, I was actually a little excited. Herman and Alia, who were excited, found a seat far back outside the auditorium so that they could see everyone's expressions and avoid being scared again by getting too close. There were 3 huge water mirrors in front of the auditorium, as if they were determined to let everyone see something. The big water mirror in the middle was broadcasting the scene on the central speech platform, and the water mirrors on both sides were constantly circulating among the freshmen, and they would stop and watch when they saw interesting scenes. It was the first time for the freshmen to encounter such a device, and they looked at it again and again with curiosity. As time gradually approached the start of the orientation day, all the instructors sat behind the podium. They were also wearing school uniforms, but on their chests, they had the magician medals that each of them had taken in the Church of Light, and on their arms, they also had a diamond-made Medal of Honor, which was the reward they received for appearing on the Stern Journal. Everyone was dressed up carefully, with a very warm smile, and sat very politely, waiting for the opening. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ophelia was the first to stand up from her seat, walked to the front of the stage, and first performed a magician's salute to everyone, and then became the host of today's event. Hello, fellow students. I am Ophelia Fickle, your direct senior, the current president of the Student Union of Screech School of Magic, and the host of today's orientation day. As soon as she finished speaking, the freshmen applauded vigorously. No matter how strict the instructors were during the school motto, they could still see how good they were to them, and the freshmen recognized the seniors from the bottom of their hearts. Ophelia waited until the applause died down, and then began today's process. We have prepared many small surprises for you on the welcome day. At 8 o'clock tonight, we will invite you to share cakes and participate in the welcome dance in the auditorium. We hope that you will have an unforgettable welcome day. During the day, you are free. You can choose to participate in our Screech drama or go to various small places to find surprises. Of course, before everyone leaves, we need to have a unified activity. That is, to meet with our Screech teachers formally. The teachers will serve as your future class teachers and spend 5 years with you. The freshmen listened carefully. They were also very curious about who the head teachers of their classes were. To be honest, this was the first time they heard the word head teacher in the student handbook. It was very new to them, and they were looking forward to it. I hope it is a good-tempered one. First, the head teacher of Class 1 and Class 40. Teacher Han. Ophelia's eyes curved slightly. Teacher Han is a mysterious teacher. We only know that the teacher's last name is Han, and we don't even know the teacher's strength. We can only guess that the teacher should be a very powerful magic saint. Old Man Han came up happily after Ophelia introduced him to him. Oh my! The principal asked me to take charge of 2 classes at once. I'm afraid that the students will bully me to death. Students of Class 1 and Class 40. Shit! Their class teacher is actually the old man who uses various spells and formations to trick students and appears and disappears mysteriously, making the students grit their teeth, but unable to retaliate. Why? Forget Class 1. But what is the merit of Class 40? The lazy people in Class 40 silently began to delete their daily plans and added a little bit. Escape to Class 39. Get. The head teacher of Class 2 and Class 39 is our teacher Ariel. Ophelia's voice was warm and cheerful. Teacher Ariel is a high-level demon. She is proficient in psychology, micro-expression, mind reading, illusion, dream and other skills. Everyone should remember to be honest. The freshmen in Class 2 and Class 39. Okay. Class 39 is not safe either. We have to work hard to usurp the throne. The head teacher of Class 3 and Class 38 is our teacher Emoshuzi. Teacher Emoshuzi is a very serious and responsible teacher, and also a legendary swordsman with unfathomable strength. All of our instructors have gradually mastered the teaching method under the guidance of the teacher. The head teacher of Class 4 and Class 37 is our teacher Jiang Shui. Teacher Jiang Shui is a beast master. She is best at summoning monsters. At most, she summoned 21 monsters to chase us, allowing us to quickly pass the flexibility training. Freshman, So it's just the maximum number of times, not the upper limit. Right? Ophelia paused and continued. Class 5 is teacher Vivian, a great magician of the prophecy department. She is only a step away from being a magic saint. Very powerful, interesting in life, and easy to get along with. Gary's in Class 5. Do you think we can understand your subtext? On the contrary, the classes behind were relieved. Fortunately, they only need to roll themselves into Class 36. Right? It's not difficult. Not difficult. Class 40 can only move up about 150 places at most. Only 150 places. The freshmen smiled bitterly. Screech Academy always hit them hard when they feel good. Suddenly, the freshmen understood why the instructors were so active in helping them stay, and why the instructors looked so happy and gloating when they stayed to handle the admission procedures. So, why did Screech Academy arrange the teachers like this? Could it be that the progress of Class 1 and Class 40 could be the same? This was unfair to Xiaxichan. But the academy teachers did not include him. And there were only 36 of them. There were 4 classes left, and they had to share teachers. Xiaxichan thought that the head teachers assigned to the fast classes had more experience in solving problems, so that when they led the classes at the end that needed to progress slowly, they could also be informed of any unexpected situations of the students in time. So he arranged it this way. And he naturally did not expect that this thing that he did naturally made the whole Screech King style spread very completely. No matter how incompetent the students are, they don't want to be taught by the devil teachers in the top 4. They can only work hard to get themselves into Class 36. But are the students in the front happy? They can only work hard. This also leads to the situation that sometimes the classes in the middle and front rows are not so competitive, while the classes in the back and front rows are very competitive. Sometimes the teachers have to take them to meditation, sand table, and class meetings frequently to make them relax quickly. Xiaxichan didn't know the reason. He always thought that the school spirit of Screech was like this, because every class of the students he taught was very competitive, serious, and hard-working. I've gone off topic. Let's get back to the point. After Ophelia finished reading all the head teachers, she asked them to recognize their faces and say a few words to the students. And then it was time for the most important moment. Ophelia was silent for several seconds this time, but she couldn't help but curl her lips and smiled softly. The next step is the most anticipated and important part. Our Principal Screech's speech. Principal Screech is a very legendary figure. He is kind-hearted, humorous, handsome, and has a heart that cares about students. He is the good principal that everyone knows and hides in their hearts. The freshmen's eyes lit up as they listened, and they didn't even notice that the sentence "everyone knows him" was wrong. Yes, they all know him. Is there anyone who doesn't know the name of Principal Screech? Ophelia blinked mischievously for the first time, and after keeping everyone in suspense, she slowly said, "Then let's welcome our great principal with the warmest applause and tell us what we want to say to everyone." After the words fell, warm applause rang out around the entire auditorium, and even everyone's eyebrows were full of smiles. Ophelia pursed her lips and smiled softly, then stepped back a few steps, leaving the stage to the principal. The freshmen waited almost breathlessly, watching the big water mirror tremble suddenly, and after various movements, a pair of black leather boots suddenly appeared, and then the familiar yet unfamiliar principal's uniform. The principal was holding a teaching stick, and an emerald ring on his index finger made the bony fingers look very powerful. Continuing up, all kinds of fancy gems were inlaid on the low-key and luxurious clothes, which did not look messy, but rather harmonious and noble. The mirror gradually moved upwards, and they first saw the principal's back. It was a dense little bunch of hair, tied casually with a black rose hair tie, very casual and proud, and with a sense of mystery. The freshmen had a vague sense of foreboding. This back? Why is it familiar? Maybe they thought too much. After all, the principal also came to see them wearing a cloak. They must have thought too much. The freshmen silently comforted themselves, and Ophelia on the stage was also surprised. Why is it a black rose hair tie? This is the first time I see Screech wearing it. Before she could think, the mirror turned to the front. It was a gentle face, The single-sided glasses made him look very gentle, but the slight smile made him look like a fox. He was not the gentle scholar headmaster they imagined. This is not the point. The point is, this style, this face, this, isn't this Snavy? The freshman's eyes widened. Their eyes were dull, and their heartbeats even accelerated. No way. As if keen on puncturing their vulnerable self-consolation. The principal on the stage smiled slightly, and spoke slowly with a charming tone and a hint of teasing. Welcome to Screech School of Magic. My dear children, I am your future principal and individual course teacher, Unchin Screech. After a pause, his smile widened. Of course, you can also call me Brother Novice, Snavy. New students, Freshmen. On the stage, one of the instructors who didn't practice kung fu well enough burst out laughing. And the other instructors couldn't help it either. And they covered their faces and trembled silently. Off stage, the freshmen souls gradually left their bodies. Their mouths slightly opened, as if they had become wooden figures who couldn't move or speak. Chapter 168. Xie Shichen was a very kind principal. He even gave the children a long time to react after his self-introduction. The water mirrors on both sides pointed maliciously at the freshmen, recording their dazed, unbelievable, covered faces, and complex expressions of despair. It was a public execution. Only after the complete recording did Xie Shichen start to consider whether everyone's reaction had ended. The shoulders of the rebellious sons and daughters behind him stopped shaking, and the future rebellious sons and daughters in the audience were dazed and wanted to touch the school's easy access. He was sure that it was okay, and continued to speak with a smile. First of all, thank you for choosing Screech. After thoroughly understanding Screech, you are still willing to move forward with us. Believe me, you will not regret choosing Screech in the future. Maybe you will be as tolerant and open, proud and calm as your seniors, and contribute to Screech's enrollment. After all, Screech's goodness is obvious to all. They also want to let more children receive better education under such an open and inclusive education. Screech will also use facts to prove that everyone's choice is not wrong. This will be a bright future. Freshmen, the seniors are tolerant and open. I suddenly remembered the seemingly normal, but actually strange personal declarations of the seniors when they were selecting instructors, as well as the various jokes about sharing the joys and sorrows during daily training. It seems that I have vaguely understood the principal's subtext. The principal swore that he really had no subtext. Wouldn't a good school be widely publicized? After Xie Shichen welcomed, he changed the subject. I think everyone knows me very well, and I also know everyone. During the training, I helped everyone solve problems many times. I hope everyone will not isolate me because of my identity. I still want to continue to help everyone solve problems. The freshmen instantly showed an expression that was hard to describe. They even began to lower their lively and cheerful heads at the same time. It felt like they would not be happy today. Okay, I know everyone is anxious and wants to go out and play, so I won't bother you with long, boring words. Xie Shichen smiled with his eyes curved. Anyway, Screech welcomes everyone. The freshmen raised their heads, and at the end of the speech, they reluctantly applauded the principal's speech. Sorry, I can't say I'm sincere, because their hearts are still crying. Ophelia went on stage trying to hold back her laughter, but she couldn't hold it back anymore. So she simply widened her smile, said some closing words with a smile, and let everyone disperse on the spot. The water mirror also shrank, forming 3 photostones, which Xie Shichen threw into his storage ring, turned back to look at the little ones, and smiled more deeply. You're smiling happily? Miao Miao was instantly alert. Teacher, what did you say? Why don't we understand? You can't control yourself in such an important occasion. It seems that the teacher didn't teach some of the courses well. Xie Shichen was thoughtful and pointed. Miao Miao choked, and Bo Rui boldly opened the microphone. Scritch, can't you afford to play? Xie Shichen pretended to be surprised. Why do you ask? I thought you were mentally prepared when you set up the teachers' personalities. Miao Miao, Chris calmly retorted. But you said yourself that you will not confuse public and private. Xie Shichen spread his hands. But kids, I think you can't slander the teacher casually. When did the teacher punish you for no reason? Miao Miao, It doesn't matter. If you cheat, you earn money. Anyway, you be cheated by the teachers anyway. Thinking of this, they instantly became angry and laughed more cheerfully than the other. That's for the future. Anyway, The welcome day is a happy time for us students. You can't regret it. Shichen shook his index finger. No. 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 Of course we won't regret it. I hope you have fun today. Shichen finished speaking meaningfully, turned around, and left the stands in a good mood. Vera shrugged her nose and wrinkled her face. Is there anything else we didn't expect? Why do I smell a conspiracy? It's just a last-ditch struggle. Lucius folded his hands and sneered. Scritch likes to make these foggy things. As if he doesn't worry about anything. Trying to scare us away. But I'm not afraid of him. That's right. Herbert nodded heavily. Isabella and I will go to the elf forest to prepare first. This time, we must pay respect to every teacher. He couldn't wait. Oh, I'm really curious about which teacher will come to his little territory to play. Lucius also nodded. Anna and I will leave first. See you in the small church. Our wizard's forbidden area imprison Mance and Eugene. We will go and chat with the teachers first. Arabelle couldn't help laughing when she thought that she could make her teacher Eugene suffer. Fry. Amelia. Let's go! Chloe turned into a black cat in a second and jumped onto Amelia's shoulder. He subconsciously licked his paw, and then put it down stiffly when he thought of himself on Amelia. Pretending to be calm, Amelia touched the ring, took out a cloak to cover it, then picked up the cat, and said goodbye to the remaining classmates one by one with the look of an old-fashioned wizard. I turn Mance into a white cat later, and you and I will be a perfect match. Chloe hesitated for a long time. No. It's ugly. Amelia thought for a while. Forget it. I'd better hide in the dark, so that Mance won't find a chance to torture me again. Chloe said suddenly. I do it. Amelia was surprised that Chloe could take the initiative. Chloe explained slowly. It's an opportunity. He holds a grudge, and all the harm done by the teachers is recorded in his notebook. Screech's evil deeds are too numerous to list, so he has a special notebook for them. Let's start with forcing him to attend evening self-study. Otherwise, there will be no chance in the future. Chloe thought calmly. Amelia thought of her partner's self-defeating nature, and was silent for a while, but still sighed deeply and said nothing. Chloe was punished. What does it have to do with Amelia? Watch the show calmly. As waves of old students left, the number of people in the stands became fewer and fewer. Genevieve found Osido, and went to the small sea area together. A siren and a siren prophet were waiting to trick the freshmen and teachers. Freya and Valentina went to the built floating dragon island together, under the protection of Screech. They were very relieved and did not worry about exposing their race at all. Of course, they also had selfish motives. They wanted to do something for Screech, such as letting the freshmen adapt to this multi-ethnic college from the beginning to avoid discord among people of other races when they enrolled in the future. Oris carried Julian, who had also changed into his original form, to the dark jungle, followed by Nathaniel, a hostage, who was said to have been invited by the evil ones to play cards. Darren was alone in his cabin, unable to even refine weapons, because his good partner Nathaniel was kidnapped by the devil. In the end, only Chris, Novice and Bori were left in the stands. Chris looked at Bori and hesitated. Actually, my magic tower. No! Bori screamed heartbreakingly. Chris, Novice has another identity. Do you have the heart to let me perform a one-man show? It was agreed that someone would accompany the hero to find friends to fight monsters and level up. Where are his friends? Why is there no one left? Chris said seriously, I can't speak. But Novice can. Let Novice accompany you. Novice didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but I'm playing the villain. Right? It's not appropriate to appear so early. Bori immediately turned into a fake crying boy. Chris, we have been playing together since we were young. We have been friends for more than 10 years. And you actually. That's enough. Chris was so embarrassed that his face turned black. What's wrong with being a villain? The last stab of the good guy is the most alert. Just like that. Let Novice accompany you. He turned around hurriedly, rubbing his arms frantically as he walked. Oh my god. What kind of ninja is Novice? He can actually tolerate Bori. A drama queen. For so many years. Bori's face changed in an instant, and he pouted at Novice. You are the only one left. If you also say you want to leave, I will have a cold war with you. What else can Novice do? This is his lively and cheerful good friend. It can only be said that he was too worried and did not leave early. Now he could only be a magician partner with a warrior. But Bori. Novice hesitated. Bori folded his hands, his eyes sharp. Do you want to find a reason? No. I mean, I am a time department. Novice thought. In our script, your magician partner seems to be an ordinary magician with poor talent. Are you sure it won't be out of place? Bori thought about it. It's not a big problem. Just change the script. So, you are an unreliable magician whose magic sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. And I am a blind swordsman who always attacks his own people. Novice was puzzled. What's the point? Hurt each other? How is it possible? Bori blinked innocently. Wait. The first stop is to ask for help from the river god. And drag Screech to go with us. Screech can't be killed. Novice's expression is hard to describe. Okay. As long as you are happy. Hey. I feel like I'm going to be implicated by my good brother again this time. Novice thought about how likely it was that he would let Bori and him go into a cold war and then reconcile. Before he could think it through, Bori dragged him to make preparations. So he could only regretfully give up this immature idea. What if Screech wanted to share the hardship? Then, he wouldn't suffer any loss. Novice comforted himself skillfully. And he didn't know how many times he had been tricked to form this habit. At the same time, the freshmen were also very busy. After the show, each of them found a place with a small water mirror to sit around. And then started posting. Because of the shortage of staff, Screech gave everyone a map before entering the venue for the orientation day, and placed a small water mirror at intervals for freshmen who needed to watch the play. After all, there were too many people. But the venue for the play was not that spacious. Sometimes when there was no role, they could pretend to be passers-by and chat and participate. But if there was a role, the freshmen could not follow. So freshmen can watch the drama in various places, and at the same time observe whether this small venue is fun or not according to the performances of seniors. Fixed NPCs are left in the small venue to guide them. This is also the reason why everyone subconsciously finds a place with a water mirror before starting to post. As for why they post, those who understand will understand. Haha. I won't explain it in detail. Anyway, the forum is very lively now. And Bo Rui, as the forum owner, also watched it with relish and was very happy. Ha ha ha. They are still thinking about deleting the post? Lucius's post was deleted by Screech. So how could they delete it? Navius couldn't help laughing. Don't make it too hard for them. It's not easy for them either. The sky is falling. Isn't it? Who would have thought that the confidant brother who had always been there was actually the principal who had betrayed them? No wonder. No wonder he had to wear a mask to meet them. No wonder he was surrounded by instructors. No wonder all his suggestions were adopted. Thinking of the incident with the security guard when I first entered the academy. Thinking of the 1-month punishment measures. Thinking of the sudden hope of changing the instructor. Thinking of the familiar yet unfamiliar voice when playing hide and seek. Their tears of regret have long dried up. 7. Why? Why didn't the administrator delete my post? The reason is that posts praising Screech are prohibited from being deleted? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. This is not what I really said. I lied. Let me delete it. 12. I asked the instructor before why he always said that we would be publicly executed in the future. Is it some custom of the academy that requires torture? I was so scared. Now. So this is what you meant. 32. I just want to know whether the instructor's mottos were their own or suggested by Screech. That motto tricked me for 2 weeks. I'm going to hold a grudge. 55. My roommate said. Luckily he brought a diary. Otherwise he would be heartbroken now. So this is how to use a diary. I've learned at 86. Delete it for me. Delete it for me. Delete it for me. Why can't time go back? I want to go back and slap that idiot to death. I want to drop out. I want to leave Screech. 89. It's too late. Don't forget. Screech went out to ask for a fight and beat the guard. 111. Haha. No wonder the principal didn't show up until the orientation day. I doubt how many people would be willing to stay after knowing the principal's true face. 212. Friends. Do you still remember the sympathetic and suppressed laughter of your instructor when he heard about Snavy? I think our future school life may not be simple. 221. Of course it's not easy. Didn't you hear Snavy say that? Life at Screech Academy is very interesting. Think about the teachers. Very rich. Think about the various trainings. Very promising. Think about the graduation requirements. He really didn't tell a lie. 265. Actually, you can guess the principal's personality just by thinking about it. But I never thought about it before. Not to mention the various signs during the training. Just this division of classes, well, It's just to make us study to death. The principal is really good. 337. I won't say more. I'm still confused. The instructors can't clear themselves from this. Is there a principal's mailbox? I want to serve everyone who comes later. For 21, well, it's been more than a month. I've got the college map. Have you seen where the principal's office is? I walked around the school. Office building. Teacher's apartment. Teaching and research building. I didn't see a sign saying the principal's office. 554. Maybe Principal Screech also knows that his behavior is excessive. So he hid his office. Another. 337. What are you going to do? I won't allow it. Why should we suffer so much while the next class can live in peace? I won't allow it. 678:554 is right. I suddenly feel sympathy for the instructors. Not only will I not allow it, I will also go to find out the requirements for being an instructor. If I can't afford to offend the teachers and instructors, can I afford to cheat the freshmen? Next year's freshman motto. I decided 999. Hey! To borrow a sentence that instructor Beauroy often says, when will the cycle of revenge end? It's good to add me in. I'm ready. Ha ha, Novice. Bori laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, and he held on to Novice's shoulders to avoid collapsing on the ground. No. 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 Ha ha ha. They broke through the defense so early. After all, they have lasted a year. Freshman. Tut tut. Novice reluctantly said something fair. It's obvious that they were tricked. Novice recalled their daily life and found that they were indeed tricked. But it was all during study and training. The kind of tricks that were taken for granted, because they knew it was for their own improvement. And the teachers were gentle and comforting. They adapted well, and occasionally cursed. But they didn't feel like they wanted to retaliate. Just a little bit. Novice swears. Everyone is very harmonious. Just a little bit of resentment. Of course, there is also the reason that they don't know whether Screech can still recruit new students. And most of the reason is that they are kind. Novice is sure. The new students are being cheated openly. And Screech is indeed. Cough. I can understand that they can't resist the teachers and seniors for the time being. So they can make more allies, and tear up the umbrellas by the way. Bori chuckled again. Oh, how much time do I have left? I close the forum and wait. Ha ha ha. I can't help it when I think about how everyone will fight each other like this in the future. Novice looked down at his pocket watch. There are 10 minutes left. You can laugh for another 5 minutes. Bori waved his hand, and typed a reply while holding back tears. 12:22, Bori. Hi friends. The latest sitcom, the ups and downs of a brave man's life, is about to begin. Are you looking forward to the role played by Screech as the kind and crying female river god, who always loses money? Do you want to see the drunkard and stupid beggar played by Teacher Han? Do you want to know the shy and soft newspaper girl played by Teacher Ariel, who is always eavesdropped? And come and follow us. Led by seniors and teachers. There is nothing we can't create. Come on. Onlookers can also vote for their favorite most beautiful welcomer. Novice was silent for 2 seconds. Bori, you are so real. Do you think life is too comfortable? Beauroy said confidently. This is called love for teachers. How can I bear to let the teachers' performances go unnoticed? As he spoke, his smile widened. I think Screech will definitely get the title of the most beautiful welcomer. No. I have to persuade Ophelia to make the trophy look like a charming beauty. And it would be best if the recipient also wears it like that. Then let Screech hang it on his office desk. And get one every year. Beauroy rubbed his hands in anticipation. He couldn't wait even though he hadn't seen Xiaoxichen yet. Wow. Ha ha ha. It doesn't take 10 years. 18 years. Or 30 years. He, Altian Bori, is about to turn over. Hee. Novice had a headache. Bori, how about you just go into a cold war with me? He was really worried that he would be implicated by Screech if he didn't report the truth. Bori grabbed his good brother without saying anything. Novice, I understand. You don't have to say angry words. We share the joys and sorrows. I understand too well. Okay. Novice, we should go to act. It's all the fault of the orientation day. What does it have to do with us? Bori pretended to be calm and said, by the way, where's the river where the river god is? Change the script. And find your sister. Our friend Snavy first. Novice, He might be just 1 foot away from death. Chapter 169. Bori and Novice changed into their performance clothes together. Bori wore a gray cotton cloth, without even armor, and looked like a poor boy. I don't know which mercenary Bori found the good clothes from. Novice next to him wore the uniform magic robe of the Magic Association, which was very delicate, with delicate spell patterns on it, similar to Chris's blue robe, but his was light yellow. With his beautiful golden hair, he looked very noble. The two walked to the designated starting point together. Novice asked Bori, "Do you want me to play the role of a proud magician?" "No." Bori refused without thinking. "How can we chat if you become as arrogant as Chris? I want a magician like Screech." "Okay." Novice smiled and straightened his face. "Get ready. Open the water mirror." It's interesting to say that many of the equipment for this activity to trick the teachers was provided by Screech. The original intention was to give the children an unforgettable welcome day. But the result? Let's not talk about it. Bori tidied his clothes, held up his sword, and said loudly, "Let's start. My dear little magician, the brave hero is about to start his adventure." Navius paused, trying to ignore the embarrassment caused by Bori's sudden middle school second year, and turned on the water mirror device without changing his expression. Their performance began. Before Bori and his friends appeared, the freshmen had already occupied various treasured places and began to wait for the start of this super interesting situation drama with great interest. They had just been tricked by their teachers, and now they were happy to see their seniors tricking their teachers, and even had a feeling that they would do the same next year. Everyone stood outside the performance venue, waiting for Bori and the others to appear as if they were expecting a king. And they didn't have to wait too long. Bori and Novice appeared leisurely on the planned path. Bori carried a small wooden sword on his back, played with a magic stone in a casual manner, and talked to Novice. "Oh, my dear friend. You have no idea how great a dream I have had recently." Novice followed suit and acted as a supporting role. "Oh, does the bravest swordsman in our bards have a new dream?" "Yes. I have heard that there is a time wizard who does all kinds of evil in the deepest part of the continent." Baruma pointed his sword and said passionately, "I am the bravest and most powerful swordsman on the Screech Road. I must rid the continent of harm and make this evil wizard surrender." Novice's expression was subtle for a moment. "So what are you going to do?" he advised gently. "Swordsman, you know, our strength does not allow us to fulfill such a great dream." Bori said in a deep voice, "Of course I understand. So I have made preparations long ago." Bori took out a tattered map from his chest. In order to make it more realistic, he did not even bring his space ring. "Look, little magician. It is said that there is a river god here who can fulfill any wish. We can ask him to fulfill our wishes, and then go to these places to train our strength, and finally kill that hateful magician with the sword." "That's a great idea." Novice continued to play the supporting role. "But why would the river god help us? Besides, there are so many dangers along the way. The river god can't help us realize all our wishes. Right?" Bori suddenly laughed meanly. No, no, little magician. You don't understand this. The river god is a kind-hearted goddess. He will definitely be willing to help us solve the problem. When the time comes, I will make a wish for him to follow us. Then what can't be solved?" Borui deliberately called him the goddess, and emphasized the word goddess, which made many freshmen watching excited. These lines that made people tap their toes on the ground were finally not in vain. The key point is coming. Speaking of which, Senior Novice is really amazing. Senior Borui said that even with such a line, he can still perform exceptionally as usual, which is amazing. Yes, they all saw Novice's time magic. When the lines came out, they guessed that Novice should be the so-called villain. But it doesn't matter. What they want to see most now is the river god. The freshmen are looking forward to the follow-up development. And Bori and his team did not delay. After finishing their lines, they rushed to the first check-in point, the golden Milky Way of the river god. They had to find a way to make this river water. The clear water surface flashed golden light under the sunlight, which was very gorgeous and beautiful. Novice asked again, "Oh, my dear swordsman, how can you make the river god appear?" Bori pretended to frown and thought for a while, then grinned and said, "Of course. Throw a stone to test the water." As soon as he finished speaking, he started to move big rocks and throw them into the river without saying anything. Anyway, Screech's defense is very high, and Bori enjoys doing things that can cause trouble for Screech in a small area. Novice's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously grabbed Bori's hand. But it was too late. Xiaoxichen did emerge from the river. With the help of teaching aids, he didn't get any water stains on himself. Instead, He sat on the fake marble very leisurely and asked lazily, "Who dropped something?" Bo-Rui and Novice were subconsciously stunned. Xie was a playful person. He would find loopholes. But he would not be perfunctory. At this moment, he casually let his shoulder-length hair fall, put on an ice blue wreath that he found from somewhere, and wore a blue and white long skirt, and even changed his glasses for this. He sat with his legs bent casually, resting his elbows on his knees lazily, looking at Bo-Rui and the others with a smile, as if he was looking at some bad guests who came from afar, with a bit of a fake smile. "But it is indeed very beautiful," Bo-Rui asked sincerely. "Where is the goddess you promised? Why is the river god a man? Isn't he worthy of listening to Screech's pretentious voice?" Xie raised his eyebrows without changing his expression. "Child, since you have discovered it, I will not hide it from you. In fact, I am a cursed river god. Only by wearing this outfit every day can I not be afraid of the sun." He shook his head and sighed. "I didn't expect that it was said that I was a goddess. But it's not a big problem. I hope the two warriors can keep it a secret for me. I am willing to fulfill one of your wishes." Bo-Rui and Novice, Okay. This is very Screeky. Navies was worried that Bo-Rui would continue to do evil. So he said first, "Dear river god, we didn't throw the stone down on purpose. We want to go to the distant mage tower and defeat the evil time mage. Can you help us?" Bo-Rui quickly interrupted. "It would be great if you could go with us." Xie glanced at Novice with a smile. "Really? I will definitely participate in such an ups and downs experience. So, is this your wish?" Novice suddenly became alert. Why is Screeky so easy to talk to all of a sudden? Without waiting for him to refute, Bo-Rui nodded decisively. "Yes." "Okay." Xie sighed, stood up slowly from the stone, and suddenly smiled cunningly. "But I swore to the mother of the river that only the warrior who can answer my 3 questions can let me leave this river area. I think the great warrior will not give up because of this little difficulty. Right? Novice?" Bo-Rui hesitated. "You?" Before he could finish, Xie eyes suddenly turned red, and he began to cry silently. The next moment, the calm river suddenly surged, and without saying a word, it rolled up a small pool of water and hit Novice and Bo-Rui. Neither of them was prepared or alert, and they were hit hard. Novice took off his glasses in a daze, wiped his glasses and face, and looked at them like drowned rats. For a moment, he didn't know how things could have come to this point. And Bo-Rui, his eyes widened, obviously shocked by this unexpected event. The character they set for Screeky was a crying female river god who always lost money. The purpose was to hit Screeky hard for being stingy and vain. I didn't expect that the woman's clothing would turn into a man's clothing. And he was disappointed before he could see that he lost money. This is too much. Right? Bo-Rui was about to remind Xie not to break the rules. But he saw him wiping away the insignificant tears and said in a hoarse voice, "Excuse me. My tear glands are shallow. And I always cry easily when I am emotional. When I am emotional, the river water will also be angry. But I swear I didn't mean it. I hope the warriors will not back down because of this." The two warriors, Screech, you are so cruel. Navius had no choice but to say in a gentle voice, "Of course not. May I ask, Lord River God, what is the first test?" He was ready to be embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Xie was very generous this time. Even too generous. And just asked a very simple and classic question. He took out 2 teaching sticks leisurely. "Dear warrior, the first item is about honesty. May I ask, which one did you throw away? The black pine teaching stick or the iron teaching stick?" Novice breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Screech is still very good. He pushed Bo-Rui. And Bo-Rui, the protagonist, finally reacted. He raised his head and answered proudly. "River God, you underestimate us too much. Although we are poor, we are ambitious. We have unparalleled firm ambitions, and will never succumb to the dark forces for a little profit. We didn't drop these 2 teaching sticks. We dropped stones." Novice nodded. "It seems that it is just a formality. It's time to go to the second item." "No. My dear children. You really make the river god sad. How can you lie to the river god?" Xie pretended to be sad, and was about to wipe his tears, which frightened Novice so much that he quickly dragged Bo-Rui back a few steps. He stuttered, "Lying? Then, what is the correct answer?" "The correct answer? Of course." Xie stretched out the tail tone and raised his voice slightly. They are all yours. After the voice fell, he casually threw 2 teaching sticks high, and the marble under his feet suddenly lost its disguise, and became a bare teaching mirror. Teaching mirror plus teaching stick, supporting fully automated teaching measures. Novice had not experienced much. But how could Bori not be familiar with it? It looked too familiar. He spent the first month of school being beaten by the teaching stick. It was almost a subconscious reaction. He turned around and pulled Novice to run, shouting as he ran, "Screech! Can't you afford to play? Ah! I have already mastered Tai Chi. Why do you still have to ah?" Bori jumped up after being hit by a teaching stick, and did not forget to add, "You still want to beat me?" Novice was beaten less. Maybe the hatred was all pulled by Bori. Anyway, 2 teaching sticks kept chasing Bori, and he couldn't run out of this field. There were also freshmen who were watching the show and were shocked. Bori was almost desperate. The most infuriating thing was that Screech actually found a place to sit cross-legged, and took out some melon seeds from somewhere and started to crack them, saying leisurely while cracking them, "Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? I am losing money. There are too many things and they are too messy. I will give you whatever I touch, as long as you practice the right skills. The teaching stick will be your weapon. Don't you want a better weapon? 2 warriors?" The 2 warriors were caught in the weak spot, and they asked which set of skills they were unwillingly while being beaten. Xie Shichen thought for more than a minute, and when Bo Rui couldn't help yelling, he smiled and said, "Sorry, warriors. The river god is old and his memory is not very good. I just remember that you can do it." Bo Rui, who has learned no less than 3 sets of martial arts, 9 sets of boxing, 13 sets of leg techniques and some sword techniques, Navius, who also learned some martial arts and various Moxuzi secrets, Scritch, you are so cruel. Isn't it just to trick you into wearing a little skirt? How can a teacher be so petty? The 2 seniors dared not to be angry or say anything, and began to quickly display their fists and feet while dodging the teaching stick. The many freshmen who were watching were stunned at first, and then became trembling. They silently applied to delete their own comments that shouted for the post to be deleted. Actually, Snai is quite good when his identity is not exposed. He is more gentle than anyone else, including the deity. The freshmen watched in silence as the evil-minded principal fiddled with the photo stone, accompanied by the sound of cracking melon seeds and wiping crocodile tears from time to time. Right in front of the principal, 2 capable seniors were sweating profusely, trying to get the right to use the teaching stick, and enjoying a heavy rain from time to time. Just, haha. This sitcom is quite good. The freshmen who were watching spoke awkwardly. Pray for the safety of the 2 seniors. Chapter 170. The 2 seniors had learned more solidly. After all, they knew that if they failed at Scricky's hands, it would not be long before Emoshuzi would spread the news that they were not good enough in their studies. It would not be long before they would be beaten again. Bori and Novice almost immediately used the moves they had learned. After confirming that they did not meet the requirements and that they both knew them, they tried them separately in tacit understanding. Finally, after half an hour of beating, the teaching stick was successfully subdued. Bo-Rui breathed a sigh of relief. It was too scary. Over there. Xie Shichen put away the magic teaching mirror, and then walked to the shore, saying leisurely, "The second test." "Wait!" Bo-Rui shouted. "Great and kind river god, looking at our wounded appearance, don't you have any idea of reducing the test? If Screech dares to say no, he will make Screech get the punishment he deserves even if he speaks crookedly." Yes, they agreed that if the teachers' personalities collapsed, they would draw lots to punish them. The lots were made by the students, ensuring that no matter how much the teachers cheated, they would be punished in a way that satisfied the students. Xie Shichen tilted his head and thought for a while, then sighed, "Okay. Since you are covered in wounds, I have 2 healing potions here. Just consider them as our meeting gifts." "There is such a good thing?" Bo-Rui's eyes lit up, and he took the potion without saying a word, and each of them drank a bottle. This is a bargain for Screech. Must have. Novice always felt something was wrong. Screech was too easy to talk to. It was not like his original character at all. Could he really be so natural? No complaints at all? Novice looked carefully again and again, and was sure that Xie Shichen looked very kind. Kind, simple and innocent. He had everything except the calculations that were revealed from time to time. Novice was about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that Screech still loved them and was willing to play with them. But then he thought again. How real were the emotions that Screech usually revealed? Aren't they all what he wanted to reveal to them? Novice was silent. He had a bad feeling. He tentatively raised the potion in his hand. This. Do we need to compensate? Why? This is given to you by the river god. The river god is so kind. Of course, he won't ask you to compensate. Xieshichin said it very naturally. Bori seemed to have caught some loopholes. And asked with Novice, where is Screech? The ruler of the Screech continent. Does he want us to pay? The freshman watching, How many times must one be cheated to develop such a keen sense of smell? Xieshichin couldn't help laughing. No. Screech doesn't want you to pay. Okay. Bori was happy. Dragging Novice and planning to continue the adventure. Then dear river god. Can we leave now? Don't worry. The river god leisurely took out a new object. You are now cured. Can we start the second item? 2 warriors. Xieshichin looked innocent. I really can't bear to see you get hurt. But I can't go against my principles. This is really a difficult choice. Fortunately, I got 2 bottles of healing potion from somewhere. The 2 warriors choked. Ah, Screech. Why is he not a human being every time he thinks he is a human being? Of course. What the little guy didn't know was that Xieshichin had just given them the second question and asked Xiao Xiao to help him at Eugene in the school's Zitong teacher group. Principal Xieshichin, the river god accidentally took away your 2 bottles of healing potions. And the bottles are returned to you. Alchemist Eugene, ? Who did you use it for? Go on. Xieshichin's smile deepened. And he continued to let Xiao Xiao speak on his behalf. Principal Xieshichin, 2 warriors who do not want to reveal their names. Eugene replied with a received. Slowly took out a notebook. Began to keep accounts. And casually placed various potions on the table. Filling it up. At the same time, he thought about it, and put 2 empty bottles on it. Arabelle, who was supervising Mans, suddenly became alert. What are you doing? Eugene glanced at his good student coldly and raised the potion in his hand. I am making medicine. Even if I will die in the next moment. I have to make medicine. It fits the character setting. Arabelle frowned and muttered. Why didn't you move before? But now you move again. I don't know what's going on with Bori and the others. For an immersive performance, the water mirror was not placed on the route of their performance. So they couldn't watch Bori and the others' actions. This was also the condition the teachers had negotiated with them. Miamu knew that the teachers would definitely resist unwillingly. But they thought that since the character setting was so painful, it would be okay to let them suffer for a while. So they agreed very readily. Eugene looked at Araby with a conscience. Shook his head. Lowered his head and sighed. How could he forget the teacher's school pass? Silly boy. Silly boy number 2 finally completed the test given by the river god with some difficulty, and successfully obtained the river god, who always lost money. Along the way, Bori and Novice could occasionally get magic fruit, monster meat, spells, elixirs, etc. from Xieshichin, who was said to have found them from nowhere. At first, Bori and his friends were very cautious, worried that Screech would cheat them with these gadgets. But no, Screech was a good guy this time. He really followed his character throughout the whole process. Bori was very moved, especially because the photostone could record Screech's red eyes and crying in a skirt from time to time, which made him very satisfied. He didn't even care about being washed by the flood. Oh, he loves the orientation day. The 3 of them walked to their next destination, the Imperial City. It is said that the hero needs the blessing and license from the king of the kingdom, so that it is easier to get help from other races. They entered the Imperial City unimpeded and started a new play. Oh, little magician. I have a headache now. Bori said the lines in a rhythmic way. Novice asked, Excuse me, my dear swordsman. Is there anything I can help you with? It's like this. Bori shook his head. We don't have a way to see the king. With our ragged appearance, how can we deceive those soldiers and let them allow us to see the king? Novice also frowned. This is indeed a very serious problem. If we have enough information, gorgeous clothes, and countless gold coins, we will definitely be able to enter the palace and see the king. Xieshichin interrupted. No. You still need to have a smart mind. 2 little guys acting, Bori snorted. Ignoring Xieshichin's performance, he continued to recite his lines. How can we have these? Without waiting for Novice to act as a supporting role, Xieshichin wiped his eyes and cried shamelessly again. Although I really want to help you. But he waited for the flood to soak the children thoroughly. and then continued to speak calmly, but I have been sleeping for too long. And the gold coins and gems have long been taken away by the dragon. So I may not be able to give you so much. Of course, if you don't mind, I can turn you into a space magician. I think he will be happy to help you. Teacher Hater? The two little guys looked at each other and hesitated. It's not time for them to mess with Teacher Hater yet. Would it be bad? The most important thing is, what if it's Scricky's conspiracy? Bori refused without saying a word, and Novice accelerated the progress. I know there is a know-it-all in the Imperial City. We just need to give him some food or wine, and he will tell us the solution. Why don't we go find him? Good idea, little magician. You are really great. Bo-Rui also spoke faster. Lord River God, can you help us get the news from Wanchitong? As long as we don't contact him, we won't be cheated by Teacher Han. But we can see Teacher Han's jokes. The two children were calculating. Xie Shichen took over the job calmly, and he even kindly suggested, of course, you can stand closer, so as not to miss the news. My memory is sometimes good and sometimes not. It would be bad if I accidentally sent the wrong news. The two thought so too. They approached cautiously, standing 3 meters away, watching Xie Shichen and the beggar from the Imperial City. Teacher Han. Communicating. Old Man Han raised his head lazily, and seeing Xie Shichen's outfit, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xie Shichen leaned forward slightly. What are you laughing at? Are you worried? Talk to the river god? Old Man Han was not afraid of Xie Shichen, and he laughed even more wantonly when he heard the words, which made Bori and Novice feel very satisfied. Xie Shichen said faintly, your character is broken. Teacher Han. Teacher Han suddenly shut up, coughed a few times, and acted crazy. Ah? What did you say? No one. Xie Shichen had a headache. When cheating students, the most fearful thing is that they are not united. Sure enough, teachers are still very happy to see their colleagues laugh. He slowly took out a pot of wine that he didn't know where he got it from, and handed it over with a smile. I want to buy a piece of news from you. Old Man Han's eyelids jumped, looking at this pot of wine as if it were poison. He immediately played dumb. No. I won't drink this stinky wine. This bottle of wine was taken from the palace. Are you sure? Xie Shichen smiled. Old Man Han choked. Damn. Which bastard gave him the image of a fool who loves alcohol? He took a deep breath and took the wine righteously, thinking that he had already ascended half a step, and he would never fall for Xie Shichen's trick. The wine flowed into his throat, and Old Man Han, who was knowledgeable, narrowed his eyes. Why does it seem like there is no feeling? He glanced at Xie Shichen suspiciously, and Xie Shichen tilted his head. Do you know how to enter the palace? Old Man Han smacked his lips, confirming that there was nothing wrong with the wine, and said unhappily, you are the only one who can scare people. Right? What did you say? How to wear a crown? Xie Shichen, Old Man Han was arrogant again. I am an old man. I am old and hard of hearing. Don't think I can't hear. Ha. One by one. You are beasts in human form. You come to me to ask for information, but you are greedy for a low-quality beer, and you call me a fool behind my back. I know everything. Bo-Rui sighed from a distance. Sure enough, teachers always like to add characters to themselves. A river god who has to wear women's clothes because of a curse. A beggar who is called a fool because of hearing loss. Okay. As expected, next year's character setting must be made into a character biography. I don't believe that teachers can still play freely. Xie Shichen was helpless. If he continued to make trouble, the effect of his wine would appear, and the effect of tricking students would not be good. He decided to do something exciting. Well, if you don't tell me, I can only pack you up and send you to my friend to drink medicine. Don't worry. Eugene is a very good black wizard. He will definitely provide you with a good medicine to treat your ears. Murderous. Old Man Han pouted a few times. Old man, there is nothing wrong with my ears. Then is there something wrong with your brain? Xie Shichen thought for a while. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hear sometimes, and sometimes not. Old Man Han, Old Man Han pointed the way in a pretentious manner. Go 100 meters forward. Good luck will come. Xie Shichen retired after completing his mission, and before leaving, he quietly left the show with a smile. The golden wine of changes. Before its effect ends, no one knows how much effect it can still have. Xie Shichen blinked mischievously. Teacher Han, you don't have it. Right? Old Man Han, Damn. Shichen who doesn't respect the elderly and loves the young. He just knew it. Shichen no longer cared about how Old Man Han tried to solve the problem. He turned around and asked the two warriors in a good mood, "Shall we move forward?" The two warriors also heard it. And there was a moment of silence at this moment. They even began to reflect on whether Screech was planning to take revenge on them, or had already started to do so secretly. Bo Rui looked at Shichen with complicated eyes and sighed, "Let's go. Let's keep moving forward. 100 meters forward. Right? Let the river god lead the way for them." The two super cowardly little guys kept their distance from Shichen in silence, especially worried that they would be tricked by Screech because of some details they didn't notice. But what they didn't expect was that Shichen was really tolerant of the little guys. He really didn't have any extra calculations. At most, he would let them owe a little more contribution points. How could he let the little ones have no fun on such a good welcome day? Unfortunately, his good intentions were not accepted by the little ones. They walked forward all the way. When they were about 100 meters away, Shichen became alert. The little ones were not afraid of being cheated. But the teachers cheated each other, which was very serious. But what he didn't expect was that Shichen walked 150 meters and still had no movement. Teacher Han lied to me? Shichen was puzzled. But what effect does this have? He subconsciously turned back to look for the two protagonists and was surprised. The person is gone. Xiao Xia was surprised. Did the little guys worry about being tricked by him and leave him here alone? Before he could think, the air in front of him twisted and a new face appeared in front of him. It was a faceless person, and even the gender could not be seen clearly. It shook slightly and soon turned into the appearance of Shichen. "Principal?" it said in Shichen's voice. "Take a rest first. I'm back at home. It's a new teacher." "Hello, Teacher Ing." Shichen was silent for 2 seconds. "So is this part about us exchanging characters?" "No." It shook its head. Its smile deepened. "Just like there were two Icons in the field. Without any flaws. The river god is just a god who often loses money, has no ability to protect himself, and was kidnapped by me. Oh, there's going to be a replacement scene." Shichen laughed out loud. "Then Teacher Ing, are you going to play a real or fake river god? I can help you." Teacher Ing thought for a moment. "Besides, I teased them first. By the way, can you provide me with some items that can help the river god leak money?" "Of course. But since it was Teacher Ing who leaked money, it has nothing to do with the river god," Shichen said, and handed the ring to the new teacher with confidence, and exchanged a tacit smile with the new teacher. Shichen took a few steps back, found Xiao Xiao, and bought a class teacher's must-have invisibility cloak. Before he was about to put it on, he found the camera that the freshmen were watching. And once again, he raised his index finger mysteriously. His smile gradually deepened, and then hid in the invisibility cloak. The freshmen looked at each other, hesitant. "Do you want to talk to seniors Bori and Novice?" "But the seniors are acting out a situational drama. It's not appropriate for us to talk to them." "Right? Yes. Yes. It's better for us not to interfere when things are so exciting." "Right? Besides, the principal has spoken. We still have to listen." "Right?" The freshmen successfully convinced themselves with all kinds of high-sounding words, and they felt a little uneasy. They could have interacted, but they didn't tell the seniors such important news. And the seniors had been nice to them before, so they just watched the seniors being harmed by the teachers. There was actually a hint of joy in their hearts. The freshmen were silent for a few seconds. Someone said the scene had changed, and they all hurried forward to continue watching. Forget it. Anyway, seniors Bori and Novice had tormented them a lot when they were instructors. What did they call this? The freshmen frowned and thought hard, and finally found the phrase that the seniors always said. "It's better to let my fellow Taoists die than to let me die." The freshmen nodded heavily. "That's right. We are just integrating into Screech. There is also a saying called not to blame the crowd." "Right?" Their consciences gradually sank into the depths, and they happily enjoyed the ups and downs of the situational drama. Bori and Novice had clearly let Shichen explore the way, and they went forward only when there was no problem. Unexpectedly, Shichen had no problem. But they had a problem. Novice's face changed, and he remembered something in a trance. "Bori, Screech is forbidden to use magic, and can only use simple attacks. Even those fancy martial arts with attributes are useless." Only the punch-to-flesh attack is useful to Screech. Bori just thought of this and couldn't help but curse for pitting students. I forgot this for a moment. Screech did it on purpose. Anyway, it's absolutely right to scold Screech. First, find a way to leave here, Novice said, looking at the darkness around him. A little unsure. Which teacher is this? Bori snapped his fingers in confusion, and a string of small flames came out of his fingertips. But it was useless. It was still very dark around, and he couldn't see the road at all. Could it be a new teacher? Novice nodded, confirming his guess. Bori rolled up his sleeves. Get out of the way. It's time for me, Altian Bori, to appear. At this time, he didn't care that he, a swordsman, didn't know magic. He took out a small wooden stick and quickly recited a string of spells that he knew by heart. In less than 5 seconds, a thick lightning bolt fell from the sky, and a rumbling sound sounded in the field, illuminating the dark field. Novice quickly observed the surrounding environment and found that this was a very empty room, surrounded by what seemed to be mirrors. Not bad. You have some strength. The new teacher's sinister voice came from all directions. Now it's a teacher-student inspection copy. You just need to find a way out, and you can continue your situational drama. The teacher's cold voice was filled with a hint of perverted pleasure. I forgot to say that you are still being watched by the whole school. Don't make a fool of yourself. I don't like students who don't have style. The two trapped students, Why? Why doesn't the new teacher have a personality? Ah. Ophelia. Why did you leave such an obvious loophole? Ophelia, who was waiting for them to arrive, sneezed involuntarily. She just felt that the new teacher had no grudges against them for the time being, so she didn't make any arrangements. And her good classmates kept asking for help in their hearts. Strange. Why haven't Bori and the others come yet? Ophelia tilted her head, unable to figure it out. Could it be that you forgot the time because you were tossing Screech around? You have no sense of propriety, and you're not afraid of Screech settling accounts later. Ophelia shook her head and continued to read the magic notes while waiting for them to come. This was her indulgence to her good classmates. The good classmates were still trying to maintain their status while trying to find a way to leave this space. It was a square space. Bori performed Thunderfall 3 times and could see mirrors all around. There was nothing else. Could it be that he wanted to enter the mirror? Novice reached out and touched the mirror. It was hard, and there was no possibility of entering. He thought about it. His time system was mostly auxiliary, and he didn't learn much attack magic. If he wanted to break the formation violently, it would be more convenient to use martial arts. He looked at Bori. Shall we try to break the mirror? Bori agreed. He gathered lightning on the small wooden sword, and Novice next to him did the same. The two of them, one in front and one behind, chopped hard at the same point, and the whole space shook. However, the mirror in front of him only had some small cracks. After calming down, he still couldn't find the exit. 2 possibilities. Novice analyzed calmly. First, we found the right one, but the defense is too high, and we have not been able to break it for the time being. Second, we are in the field of violent demolition, and there is an easier way out here. He is more inclined to the second one. The first one takes too long and delays their orientation day. But similarly, if they can't find a way, it will also delay the orientation day. Therefore, Novice believes that the way out should be very simple, but they have not thought of it yet. Bori continued with Novice's analysis. Then let's try both. However, this mirror space is too spacious, like a small box. Do we really have to go up? Up? Novice looked up blankly. It was pitch black above. Were they really asked to fly out? He hesitated. How about we try it? Bori was shocked. No way? Is my brain finally smart for once? Novice choked up, mainly because he thought that the teachers might really make such strange rules. He analyzed with Bo Rui. If it doesn't work, let's change our thinking and try to fly up first. He walked towards Bo Rui and was about to pull Bo Rui to try together. Who knew that just when he reached the center, his face changed and he fell down. Bo Rui was shocked. Novice. He also took a step forward and tried to grab Novice's hand, but he fell down as well. When he came to his senses again, the surroundings were bright, and they came out. Bo Rui opened his mouth wide. Go from below? But this is too outrageous. Isn't it? Xie Shichen calmly explained. The shadow teacher said that there are only top and bottom without mirrors. You were struck by lightning twice, and a hole was made in the floor. It was just too dark for you to see. Bori scratched his head. Really? So easy? Then why are we still touching the wall everywhere? Navy sighed. It seems that the new school year will not be easy. Another teacher who doesn't play by the rules. Sieshichan asked calmly, can we leave now? My dear two little warriors. Let's go. The king has been delayed for so long and needs to rest. Bori didn't notice anything wrong at all, and followed the river god carelessly, and didn't forget to say to Sieshichan, the river god is so kind. Is it okay for him to walk in front of us and help us clear the way? Of course. It's my honor, Sieshichan said, and took out 2 bottles of potions. These are potions to replenish mental strength. You have worked hard. I will give you some replenishment. Bo-Rui was alert. No side effects. Right? Sieshichan. He tilted his head. A friend of mine gave it to me. I'm not sure. Bo-Rui, He and Novice put the potion away silently. It's better not to take this kind of potion of unknown origin casually. The two of them were naturally diverted, and they were on guard against Screech taking out unknown things from unknown places. And they didn't notice the abnormality of this entourage at all. Maybe it was because he acted like that. Anyway, Sieshichan would not admit it. After Xiao Xie and the others had left, he walked out from behind the tree leisurely, walked out of the performance venue leisurely, and bumped into the freshmen who were waiting outside. His eyes curved slightly. Good morning, little ones. The little ones looked at the once kind and now kind Principal Screech, and dared not say a word. Sieshichan did not mind, and said meaningfully, did you see it? The magic world is so cruel. There will always be many unexpected things. So everyone must be vigilant, and don't let go of any details. Otherwise you will be like your seniors Bori and Novice. The freshmen subconsciously held their breath and listened to the principal's teachings. The principal added leisurely, it's time for the make-up exam. He lowered his head and took out a water mirror, smiling as he found a big tree to lean against. Let me see how many little guys are not vigilant, he said, snorting and laughing. You are guilty of not recognizing Screech, who is the principal, teacher, and class teacher. The freshmen around were as quiet as chickens. Good. So scary. They looked at the water mirror and immediately felt pity for these 2 ignorant instructors. Oh no. All the ignorant instructors. The instructors worked really hard to give them a perfect orientation day. During the performance, the little ones continued their adventure without knowing anything. They successfully met King Ophelia. The king warmly invited them to dinner. After hearing about their purpose, he was very happy to help them, and said, I am also an adventurer who is eager for adventure. Can I follow you? Bo-Rui hurriedly said, oh my god. This is our honor. But you are of noble status. We are worried. Isn't there a river god? Ophelia looked at the kind river god and smiled. The river god will be happy to provide me with some help. Right? Of course. The river god smiled and began to give money away again. This is a transformation potion. As long as you drink it, you can change your appearance. Ophelia asked, what will it change into? I don't trust you. You know, I don't know where your things come from. Ophelia secretly wanted to see Screech cry, since he is a crybaby. She said so. So Screech should cry too. Right? The river god pondered for a moment. It's my fault. I got all my potions from my friend. He is very generous, kind and loving. I think, although his potions have some side effects, the problems are not big. As he said that, the river god's eyes really turned red, and he began to cry. I am damned. I didn't even notice the inappropriateness of this. You are justified to distrust me. Ophelia frowned. Screech would actually say such a thing? Really? She subconsciously looked at Bori and Novice. After seeing their gloating expressions, Ophelia's face changed. No. 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 I was too cautious. Assassinating me. She didn't say anything. Suddenly, a large amount of water appeared from midair and poured down, soaking her completely. After that, she closed her eyes, wiped her face, and took a deep breath. Bori, why didn't you tell me that the river god's cry has this effect? After a little thought, I know that it is Screech's own character setting. Ophelia doesn't care about what is true or false now. It's so wicked. No wonder Screech is willing to say such shameful words. Bori blinked and pretended to be innocent. We have been splashed no less than 5 times along the way. We share the happiness. Ophelia, Damn Bori. She was furious. And Screech on the opposite side asked her with a sad expression, "What do you want to say?" Ophelia couldn't help it. "I want to say, please stop crying." She changed her dress and put on makeup specially today, just to be able to watch the teacher's embarrassment and leave a relatively perfect image in the photo stone. Now, her makeup is smudged. Ophelia stood up quickly. "I go touch up my makeup." "You go first." "I follow." No. She would never let her undignified appearance remain in the photo stone forever. Beauroy looked at Ophelia's hurried back and grinned. "I guess, after this orientation day, Screech's office will definitely be a place we often go to. For no other reason. I just want to see where Screech puts his things, and then find a way to steal them and destroy the black history." The river god wiped his tears, knowing that this was the time for a temporary performance, and said leisurely, "It seems that your face is still not well trained." Bori suddenly became energetic. "Yes. Ophelia and Lucius should go to Teacher Han to hone their skills." Novice pulled Bori's sleeve, and seeing that Bori ignored him, he sighed. "We could all see this image later. So, don't create hatred." Bori is not worried at all, trust me. Novice. Ophelia will definitely trick us later. The friendship between classmates is pitiful when facing teachers. Novice hesitated. "If it was Vera, you might have been buried in the ground now." Bori was silent for a few seconds. With a serious expression, "You reminded me." Novice. "I can't do this again when I meet Vera." The freshman watching. Instructor Bori is really very flexible. "So, is Senior Vera really that scary?" A freshman asked the freshman, who had been taught by Vera curiously. "Why do you have to bury her in the soil so seriously?" "I think Senior Vera is so sweet and cute. The kind of marriage partner I dream of." The freshman, who had spent more than a month under Vera, thought for a long time, recalled every bit of his time with Vera, and asked politely, "Excuse me, when you say dream, do you mean that while sweetly asking you to stop being lazy, and you can't keep up with the progress, you kick you to the ground, then use the swamp to half sink you in it, and very gently and thoughtfully ask if you know you are wrong? The kind of marriage partner?" Freshman. Suddenly I felt that their instructor Lucius was really nice. The freshman lowered his head, which was not noble to begin with, and developed a certain fear of marriage, until he heard Principal Screech next to him say with a smile, "Marriage? Although Screech does not advocate romance within the school, it would be a wonderful thing if someone could get together because of Screech College. During the more than 1 month of our school training, under the high-pressure training of the instructors, there should be many people who have fallen in love with each other." "Right?" Siashichan asked with a smile. Many freshmen were not prepared. After all, the student handbook was boring and long, and they really didn't have the energy to read it all. So they just read the important parts. For example, the assessment part. Other colleges do not prohibit campus romance at all, and some students even come to school for marriage. So at this moment, with Siashichan's friendly, encouraging and congratulating attitude, they regained the feeling of speaking freely with Snavy. Of course, there were 12 couples in our former class alone. The freshman enthusiastically explained to Siashichan. "It's a pity that we were divided into 2 pairs because of the class division. Hey, I'm quite optimistic about them." "Who are they?" Siashichan asked casually, and joked, "If their love is stronger than gold, I can give them a small surprise." This is a great joy. The freshman was also surprised. What surprise? "In fact, I also have someone I like. If there is a surprise, maybe I can use it as an excuse to be with her." Siashichan smiled. "A surprise is not a surprise if it is said out loud. But you can try it." "What if?" The freshman was excited by Siashichan's words. "Yes. What if?"